Okay, how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I am actually fully functional today. I think, maybe, possibly. I'll probably start forgetting things very quickly. Still gotta caffeinate, but... Oh, hey Viper. You're early today. Good to see you. Hey Experiment 4, welcome in. Hey hey Tinny. Hey Rabbit. Early for once? Okay, what's happening over there? What's happening across the pond? The twos of you still here early. That's great for you. Can't relate, huh, Trade? Hello. Howdy. Greetings. Alright, let's continue Star Druid. It was Stella, right? Yeah. Oh, we gotta re-enable Wither's Big Naturals. Okay. Hey, Fries. Good morning. Hey, Brittany. Hey, Aragorn Kisser. Potentially final week, my early shift's ending. Today I need to be out like half 4, currently half 3, so no time for my naps. Ah, I got you. So I don't remember what we did last time on this run, like, at all. Not even a little bit. So, we'll be learning together, I suppose. How far did I even get? No, we got Inferno Rogue. Excuse me, sneezing already. Love to see it. We read the thing in the Arcane Tower. Alright, we haven't investigated the swamp. We do have the quest to steal the idol. We've not rescued Volo yet. Do that. Alright, haven't done near. Haven't rescued Halson. Alright. Yeah, I think we went to... We did Grim, hit level 5, then that was that. It's up later than I wanted to be. Yeah, I kind of was too, to be honest. Hey, good luck, Pepe. How are you? Been combing through the vase, trying to find the raft setup. Just found no hit run using Caustic Brine. Question is, after you bug a raft the first time, what's the next step? So, the Caustic Brine method is not really what I currently do. I do electrified water on any... Well, currently I do electrified water. But here, I can show you the steps, because I'm in that act. And need to decide what I'm actually doing next. So, give me a minute. The incident of Mark's stream prompted me to panic test. Could you replicate it, Trade? And, I'm thinking that it's because the game doesn't know how to account for a single person's turn in 2 places at once. So, you can see the water's still here. So, I get the water barrel from the camp. It's always there in this particular campsite. It's right over here. It's obviously not here, but, you know, it would have been. So I get that water barrel. It was consistent when Mark was doing it? Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, Rabbit. Hey, Sage, how are you? So, water barrel, throw it right here. So this is electrified. Then I shoot lightning arrow, walk through it. Raph will spawn to talk to me, and he'll spawn in the water and disappear. If you use the electrified water method, then all you need is a cutscene to be active when you... On the same day you have Raphael show up in your camp. Now, the easiest example is to have recruited Will and then Karlach in that order, done absolutely nothing for neither of their quest lines, and then you go attempt to go to the mountain pass. You will know you did it right if the first thing you see is the cutscene of Mizora showing up, triggering. And do not skip through this. You're going to see Raphael in the background, and he's going to take the electrocution tick during the conversation. And then once he does, you finish out the conversation as usual. You talk to Karlach, and she'll be like, hey, we're getting kind of far with the Paladins. Say, yeah, we'll go back and deal with them. That is what allows you to get back into Act 1 instead of continuing to go forward into the mountain pass. Then Raphael will be standing there, AI broken. Just beat him up. His AI is broken by the electrocution tick hitting him while you're in conversation with Mizora. That's what that's for. Now, if you don't have the option to do the cutscene method, then you can use Caustic Brine, but you will need the means to silence Raphael or render yourself unable to speak when beating him up in combat. Or when beating him up in camp, rather. Walk through it, not jump? Yes, walk. Jump avoids damage, but it makes his positioning more volatile. I jumped over in no-hit, but in any run where I don't have to do no-hit, I walk through it. Planned to turn the brain unranked, so wasn't too worried. Still needs to be fixed, hopefully. It's never going to be fixed. It's a true solo thing, and yeah, it's never going to get the traction to actually be fixed. Figure out a good setup for this. Actually, I wonder.
You've made a grave mistake. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. May the gods take you first. Softer than a whisper. I just want a little look.
Game any good? No, it sucks, actually. I'm gonna put in another 4,500 hours to make sure I don't like it, but I don't think it's very good. What do you guys think?
Not up for traveling today, I'm afraid.
How you doing, Irish?
Forward.
Too many microtransactions and paywalls? Yeah, and it doesn't have a 2 in the name. I feel like maybe you could move some furniture over there to break LOS. Yeah, probably Revan. I'm thinking maybe barrels, because they act as actual cover. Or just, like, separate the kids like that.
Bloody racket.
How you doing, Slice Sauce? Same, I only keep playing this game to punish myself. I've not gotten Leviatar's Love yet. So I'll do that once I don't have an active Armor of Agathis, I think. That's my start streaming alarm. Now the clip of you explaining Raph saved my notepad, many thanks. Just gotta remember not a long rest before fate going to Mountain Pass. Yeah. Yeah, I usually leave recruiting Will and then Karlach in that order for the very last thing before I do the fake trip to the Mountain Pass. So that they don't interfere with anything. And remember, the order is specific. It has to be Will and then Karlach. Because if you get Karlach first, Will disappears from the game until he shows up in a long rest event. Hey Sora, how are you? Actually, no, we're not going for the fund right now.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Thank you for gifting stuff to Aragorn Kisser, Sora.
Mind my
Very
step.
kind. Much appreciated. Full Cloud of Daggers scroll. I forgot to Starry form. That's silly of me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
That's on a bonus action. That's so nice, actually.
That won't work.
It won't work. So I guess it's probably a balancing decision that you do it on your bonus action, and then your breath is, or your, actual thing you can do in Starry form is also on your bonus action, but that is quite nice, honestly. So worth getting Ethel's approval up before nicking her strength elixirs? No. Does Aaron sell anything good enough later levels to warrant his approval? It depends on if you end up in a vendor deficit. Remember, once you resolve the goblins versus tieflings thing, you lose your goblin camp vendors, you lose all of the vendors in the grove except for Aaron. I don't often bother with attitude with Aaron, for what it's worth.
Inside.
Sometimes, but not often. She guides on my stars, so I guiding bolt, something like that. Hey Danny, hope everyone's well. Probably on the news tonight for various work-related murders. Okay, bye. Let me know if you need me to shoot shit on anyone's desk, the usual standing offer.
That's the symbol of the absolute.
Dazzling on my dragon until I breath. That you breathe with that mouth. What? I don't know, man. Pay to fly after desk shitting? Cool. Cool.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I shouldn't be doing this.
The shock you see.
Only reason I'm willing to do this is because I was willing to gamble on Flint going before me, because my initiative is good, but not that good. And my initiative's good, so I'm ahead of everyone else.
A memory.
Heard your voice is a bit of a jump scare.
The symbol glows.
I'll take that as a compliment, Tinny, actually.
Authority.
She shit on my desk till I girl boss.
A shiver.
I'll let you cook. Bacteria on my flask till I torture Rugen. Okay. Hey RBF, how are you? tempted to put Hexblade's Curse on Flint for multi-bombing purposes. So let's do it.
Time to press ahead.
That was also a vile sentence I just uttered. The first time I've ever seen a Null actually get hit by that Alchemist Fire. That's crazy. This has become one of my favorite fights, just because there's a ton of ways to handle it. And it's, very punishing if you pick a bad way to handle it. As expected. Alright, hit me. Or don't. Works too, I guess. Need a speed pot here. I guess who didn't check to see if he has bombs? I have a satchel. Hey Mick. Hey Chaotix. Oh, Blues laughs. Yeah. We were ready to discuss the Mark situation from last night. Yeah, it's the game not accounting for something that it lets you do, which frustrates me because that whole scenario is a minefield of game over conditions, and they specifically allowed that path and then didn't account for it at all. The inconsistency is frustrating, and like Mark said, it'll never get fixed. Is what it is at the end of the day. I should have dashed for lighting purpose. It's fine. Your stream yesterday. Hopefully you two got the rest needed. Not that long, Sora. Not that long. Where's that coming from? There's music coming from loud neighbor or something. I don't know where it is. You patch 8'd yesterday? Depends on what that means. Like in the co-op with Mark, we had a lot of game crashes. With your level split, doing retaliation stuff possible to 10 Warlock, 2 Druid. Do you explicitly need stuff from later Druid levels? I want Contagion. Or Druid 9. And then I figure I may as well have Hero's Feast. Which is Druid 11. So, and I get the increase to the power of the Circle of Stars features at level 10 as well. Or 11. I think that's a... Part of it's 10, part of it 11? I don't remember. Very surprised you didn't shoot me. Alright. Flynn's dead from the bleed. What's that, Hunter? Oh, perfect. You burn your multi-attack there. Love it. I got the heal. Flynn was about to take a 4 damage bleed tick anyway. 5 damage. Expected.
Good. Again.
It can't crit me, so I'm not super worried about the damage output. I'm gonna go here though, so only one of them should get a line on me. Maybe I could go there, actually. That's probably fine. Do an 11 Druid, 1 Warlock? Yeah. What do you plan to do with Contagion? Obviously use it. It's not terribly strong, is it? It's very strong. Oh, I might be dead. No, we're good.
Too much to bear.
See why I said, I didn't want both of them shooting me? This is the risk you run with, low AC. Against archers. I don't really have that much in the way of healing. So I need you very dead right now. What's my out? Blade Ward buffering. They can do like 76 damage or something right now. So Blade Ward doesn't actually buy me time. Yeah, my mental math was including piercing DR that I definitely don't have. Did I pick up the gruel? Should be fine. Yeah, the extension's been broken since patch 8. But yeah, back to the Contagion question. So, Contagion allows you to stick a bunch of extremely detrimental effects. One of them, Flesh Rot, it's vulnerability to all damage. All damage. Just, as soon as you stick it, it's permanent, unless they have the means to remove diseases. And that's extremely good. All damage, yes, every single damage type, double. You just do double damage. So that's one of them. Slimy Doom is they get stunned whenever you hit them. Just you hit them, they get stunned. They don't get turns anymore. That's how Slimy Doom works. Mind Fire gets them under the effect of what is it? Effectively a permanent confusion effect, so they'll just be willing to attack their allies. Contagion's really, really good. But also, I want the one that I can that applies blind, because I can apply that to myself. Now, I won't be able to do that while doing Hero's Feast, so I'll have to give some thought to that. But applying that blind to myself will impose advantage on all attack rolls against me. So, several different forms of Contagion we'll be using. A Contagion Enjoyer. Well, they're doing the same level split, playing completely different. The subclass is so fun. It's so good. You want to reflect things? Yeah. You're on the high ground. Don't love that. Live dangerously. Yeah, kind of for gore, I don't have good strength.
No hesitation.
1 damage. I didn't change weapons the way I needed to. Whoopsie. Fun.
There's an illithid
By the... Are any of my crew still... This risen road's more dangerous than... We're bound for Boulder. Tell the fellow on the door. Little serpent, long shadow.
I tell fellas about my little serpent all the time. We're good. Hey, David. There's some good ways to improve my damage. Want to be Khazar by only throwing the necromancy of Thay. Tavern Brawler? Tavern Brawler would be great. Maxing out your strength modifier there.
good here.
You could play Rogue and have sneak attack. As long as you throw with advantage, you can sneak attack on throwing the book at him. So, maybe high strength Rogue, Tavern Brawler, Crater Flesh Gloves would apply there. Would it, actually? I don't know if that applies on, non-weapons. Like, I know it applies to spells. Punches. I don't know if it applies to thrown objects like that. It probably does. Is Necromancy of Thay magical? I don't think it is. So you might need to have, an adamantine mace equipped, which would mean you couldn't sneak attack. You might need bone spike gloves, then. But he's immune to non-magical. Not resistant. So, if it's not considered magical when it hits him, you're going to need, damage riders. You're gonna need to do things like, have lightning charges, maybe psionic overload, maybe you hex him. Nair Misser. To make your sneak attack force damage, yeah. Really cool question, I like it. Description on a contagion just inaccurate. It suggests they need to fail 3 times. Yes, they do need to. So the way it works, Effia, is you hit someone with contagion. Then the timer starts ticking. They have a condition where once they fail 3 times... So they have a timer on stage 1. If they fail the save on stage 1, it gets upgraded to stage 2, and they get some minor debuffs. Then they have to fail on stage 2, and they get some increasingly bad debuffs, and then it gets upgraded to stage 3. When it's stage 3, they fail, and then they get the actual disease that you chose. Permanently. So, you do need to stick it, and they do need to fail 3 saves. But the cool thing about Contagion is it's not considered a hostile action unless you miss. So, barring a couple of NPCs that react negatively if you do absolutely anything to them at all, you can just stick Contagion on someone without making them hostile, before a fight. So, for example, you can put Contagion on Orin in Rivington while she's disguised. Now, doing anything at all to Orin will cause her to move locations, but you can still, because she'll impersonate 2 people in Rivington, you could put one Contagion on one, another Contagion on the other, and then by the time you run into her in the Temple of Baal, as long as you have good spell save DC, you just wait for them to finish ticking, and she'll have 2 Contagions on her. Other options, you could apply Contagion to Gortash, for example. Without making them hostile. You just stick Contagion on them. And then that makes that fight massively easier. Because he won't really be able to fight back if you did Slimy Doom. You can do lots of real cool stuff with Contagion. It's very good. If they're saving throws, you just Arcane Acuity up to make them almost impossible to save. Yeah, you can Acuity for it. Acuity stacking works, and the saving throws are dynamic, so you do need to make sure you have the Acuity when they're saving, rather than when you apply it. The application of Contagion itself is a spell attack roll. So I guess technically you can ability drain with it too, which is amusing. I don't know if this is known, doppelgangers, Harperside don't die under Call the Weak. Yeah, transformed doppelgangers don't die to Call the Weak. That's a known thing. once you return them back to their original form, they can die to Call the Weak, but not while transformed. Same thing is true with things that are wild-shaped. Throw attack, sneak attack, damage type comes from your mass melee weapon or ranged weapon. It comes from your main hand ranged weapon. Mick. Fucked up the raft water because Tab walked away to the side for some reason, tempted an autolay. Yeah, I do it pretty early in the run because the reset potential. Do I want the flask? I'm thinking.
I'll feel that one later.
No, I'm good.
After all, digested, and you're still alive. That's lucky.
You do it on Raphael if you do it while he's in Shares's Caress. I'm not sure how he responds to that. I haven't tried that one specifically. F you. Thank you for testing. Yeah, I was made aware of the mustache posts too. Viper. Dream Guardian is just you with a mustache. Oh, there you go. Mandu says Rap's immune to contagion spell. So you wouldn't be able to do it that way. Now, an interesting thing is that if you have access to the Slayer form, creatures that are immune to the spell contagion are not immune to the Slayer's contagion. So in theory, you could turn into the Slayer, and you'd have a few hits on Raphael before he leaves. In theory. You could try to make him fail that. But English only, please, Doctor Maze. For moderation purposes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't say that you can't speak another language in chat. It's not specified. The stream tags have English, but like, okay. For full clarity, it's for moderation purposes, because you chat in a language I can't read. I don't know if you're saying something bad or not.
At least things are still interesting.
Hey, your wellness check. How goes Circle of Stars? It's fun. We just dealt with the Flint. Things going well. Got the blood pumping, so to speak. Cat, what are you doing? What's the Kevining about? Meow. I don't know what he wants. I gave him water right before I went live. Am Slender Fighter? Got the Flint on my side and then third-partied while she was fighting the Gnolls. That's what I usually do. Before I go to Joaquin's, I need to get bombs. Allowed to ask about other builds? Absolutely. Absolutely. I lost questions? Yeah. Pointing out the stream tags again. I do have questions welcome. The questions are indeed welcome. We love yapping.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to
Is
spare,
one enough?
but it's more
Ooh,
than I can
Bloodlust.
carry.
I do kind of need more heals. I've not been playing in an intelligent manner. Not the fun of the stream's discussion? I think so too. Hey Gage, how you doing? Me and a friend are going to do another run. We're thinking of some sort of Blade Singer and Hexblade run. Any recommendations for said builds? Don't mind variations of the multiclassing. So I would say if you're playing Blade Singer, My recommendation is
Whatever killed those
builds
gnolls might be nearby.
in a way where you were ignoring Bladesong. Now this is my perspective as an optimizer, as someone who, you know, plays almost exclusively in solo and duo honor mode.
Might be useful.
Bladesong is so restrictive before Act 3 in terms of avenues of gameplay that you're allowed that I just can't really recommend it. Whereas if you build in a way where you equip that gear that restricts your Bladesong anyway, at level 6 you do pick up extra attack, and then you're a wizard that has extra attack. So that's something. That's what I'm doing in my co-op with Mark right now. Unfortunately, the inescapable reality is if you value any sort of consistency in your run, Hexblade is not a good class. But you can play it anyway, and do something like get yourself some armor proficiencies. I took the moderately armored feat at level 4. And then just wear good defensive gear and be a wizard with extra attack. You can have fun with Bladesong once you're in Act 3 and have defensively decent clothing, light armor. Exactly what Rox said. Reason being, all Bladesong, all critical hit immunity gear, with the exception of the Helldusk helmet in Act 3, is Bladesong incompatible. So you'll never have crit immunity. You are also a wizard, which means you have the lowest base HP pool of every class. All of the damage reduction gear is also incompatible with Bladesong, with the exception of, like, certain chest pieces, which will give you a specific kind of DR, so maybe juggle these if you are going to Bladesing anyway. You know, padded armor, if you're expecting bludgeoning damage. I don't know if the other ones are available on light or if they're locked to medium. But until Act 3, you don't have good damage reduction options, you don't have critical hit immunity, and you don't have the Amulet of Greater Health, for example. I will say once you do get to Act 3, there's a couple interesting things you could do. I think something you'll see a lot of Bladesingers do is a 1-level Barbarian dip, particularly because the Barbarian's version of Unarmored Defense adds your Constitution modifier to your armor class, and with the Amulet of Greater Health, you can have a +6 Constitution modifier. So not only will you have the massive HP afforded to you by having 23 Constitution, you will have an extra 6 to your armor class. So you could do something like 1 Barb on a Bladesinger, and then just be a huge wall of meat. Helldusk helmet for crit immunity, and suddenly your survivability problems have gone away. You could wear Bone Spike Garb for another 2 damage reduction, still unarmored. You could do Bone Spike Boots for an extra 1 to your AC and your saving throws, still unarmored. You still got Bracers of Defense if you want AC there. Lots of options. Yeah, Irish says leather armor is light. Believe gives piercing DR. There you go. So light armor that gives piercing DR, only bludgeoning. Thank you, Mick. I wouldn't know either way, so let's check the wiki. Accuracy of information here. Light armor. Let's look at light armors. Padded armor is bludgeoning. I'm just scanning for DR. I'm looking at no other features here. Yeah, no, it's only bludgeoning. Leather armor does not have piercing DR. Mick is correct. So if you want any kind of DR other than bludgeoning in your chest slot, you're waiting until Act 3 if you want to remain Bladesong compatible. I've tried a 1 Hexblade Rest Shadow Sorcerer. It's been fun. Makes sense. Hexblade dip for proficiencies and the crazy features you get. Other idea I had floating around was Shadow Sorcerer, Hexblade Sorelock, and Abuse Darkness. I honestly, for that, like, here's the thing about Sorelock, Effia. Sorelock is not a good combination of classes. It's a popular combination of classes, but in almost all cases, you are watering down what either the Sorcerer or the Warlock is doing. With Hexblade, this gets a little more complicated because Hexblade does get a lot of gear proficiencies, and taking a 1-level dip for gear proficiencies on a Sorcerer is a pretty solid strat. but I still don't think that I would do Hexblade specifically, because you don't get the combined spell progression, meaning you are delaying your 6th level spellcasting till level 12. So I would say if you're doing a 1-level dip for gear proficiencies for your sorcerer, I would lean more in the cleric direction. Maybe even druid. Cleric specifically because you could do Tempest Domain, you get Martial, you get Shield, you get medium and heavy armor. If you do Death Domain, then you don't get heavy, but you still get everything else I listed there. If you do Druid, you don't get martial weapons, but you do still at least get medium and shield. Could just go pure Shadow Sorcerer. It's a matter of what you want. Like, what are you multi-classing for? Always do it, like, for a purpose. See, with 10 decks is wild. It feels wild, Superman. It'll go down to 8 once I get more gear that I want. What robe am I wearing? This is the Infernal robe. Hang on, let me catch up on chat. There's a question I think I missed. Is it ever worth it to kill Karlach for Paladins any playthrough build? Yes. I did it on this one. The thing is, if you want the Infernal robe, Karlach has to die for it, and it's one of the better clothing options, especially for retaliation builds, because it gives you a use of Fire Shield. And you can just cast the Fire Shield, switch gear. It also frees up your uses of Infernal Iron. Excuse me. And it gives you a good candidate to sacrifice to Boal if you want those buffs. And the maximum XP there. Good sorcerers and warlocks are usually better as pure classes. Yeah. Fan of 11 White Draconic Sorcerer, 1 Tempest Cleric, Heavy Armor Master. It's a good plan. Dio's Eldritch Blast, Hexblade's Curse, Defenses, Darkness for Advantage. Appreciate there's probably a half dozen different ways you can do this more efficiently. You can just pure Warlock there. That's the thing, Effia. Warlock can get Devil's Sight at level 2, and also gets Darkness in its spell list if you're going to cast it that way, or you could stockpile scrolls, or you could use arrows. You could even shoot the Darkness arrows with your second attack on extra attack if you take Pact of the Blade. You could just do pure Warlock at that point. If you do want a Sorlock, though, I will say that I think the least detrimental way is the 1 Hexblade dip, just because you get the really solid proficiencies, but the conflicting spell slots is something that I'm really not a fan of. But I'd say commit to one of the classes. One Hexblade gives Armor of Agathis. My Shadow Sorcerer is one consideration. Yeah, Armor of Agathis is an uncommonly available spell, so something you could do with it.
Smoke. Something's burning.
Again, with Sorlock, there's a lot of overlap in terms of what the classes are capable of, so you are just watering down your progression from one of them by adding the other.
I hear shouting. Someone needs help. Something's on my mind.
Graduate Raven Guard could be inside.
So fun to make Minthara when killer hitting him. Huh? Nice one, Keta. And then I fought her too. Do you appreciate the input? Of course. The requirement to be wielding a dagger, longsword, etc. applies to both hands as a patchy release. Wonder if this means no stats. Check both hands to see if one has a dagger. How would you build a tanky thief? I like going with a... So starting first level as a class that gets heavy armor proficiency. So that would be either fighter, ranger, paladin, or certain cleric domains. I would go that way, and then pure class the other 11 levels as the thief. That gives you the ability to, as your first feat, you can take Heavy Armor Master. That's 3 damage reduction while wearing heavy armor. 3 damage reduction for slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage while wearing heavy armor. Once you get level 5, you have Uncanny Dodge. If for that one level you took Cleric, for example, then you could have Blade Ward. Which is on-demand slashing, piercing, bludgeoning resistance. So that would mean at character level 6, you'd have Uncanny Dodge, Heavy Armor Master, Adamantine Splint or Helldusk Armor, depending on your routing, and Blade Ward, meaning you could make it so that absolutely no enemies that do pure physical damage can even hurt you in the first 2 acts of the game. Rogue is the tankiest class in Baldur's Gate 3. Useful dope. You wanting to do tanky thief, you have impeccable taste. It's one of my favorite things to play. Ranger 1 could be good for 3 skills, resistance fire, cold, poison. It could be, yeah. You get really good skill proficiencies for that first level in Ranger. Fighter 1 for defense is nice as well. Cleric gets you get that retaliation effect on Tempest, you get the utility spells, guidance, resistance, blade ward. First level spells, sanctuary, inflict wounds, protection from evil and good, create water, thunder wave. Lots of good stuff. I like Tempest Cleric for that. The last time I did it, I did take Fighter, though. I was playing as Astarion, so I picked up Blade Ward from his High Elf cantrip instead, I believe. Or maybe I took Minor Illusion, ignored Blade Ward, actually. I think I did that. Bladesinger just can't use Marco if you want to Blade Song. You have Rhapsody at least, but lol, yeah. Yeah. It's very awkward. Easy way to include Twitch chat and your YouTube VODs. Watch this bowl to run, sometimes hard to understand the question you're answering. I have chosen, it's been an intentional thing, David, to not include Twitch chat and VODs because some people don't want, like, it's a privacy thing. Some people just want to chat and be part of the conversation without, you know, their shit aired out like that. It's an intentional choice that I made. I can tell you, I can make a more conscious effort going forward to clearly read out the questions that I'm answering, if that's an acceptable middle ground for you. Nature Cleric to get Shillelagh for Ironbind Chicanery. You could, though then you couldn't. Like, if you're wearing a Shillelagh compatible weapon, it's not finesse, so you're not able to sneak attack with that. But yeah, it's an option. If you show the message you're answering when you're answering it, that would be too much manual stuff to do, Manatee. Most of the stream is me answering questions. I would also extremely appreciate the more clearly read questions. Yeah, I'll try to be better about that. That's good feedback. It's good feedback. Another question that went through my head, what's the best way to maximize, I hate the B word, to maximize Death Cleric as far as doing necrotic damage, highest inflict wounds you could get? Making sure you have access to 6th level spell casting, so 11 levels of caster progression, so that you have 6th level inflict wounds upcasts. You can do something like Staff of Cherished Necromancy, the staff that Mystic Carrion has in Act 3. Because that allows you to, if you get a kill with a spell, you have a life essence charge, and you can choose to spend a life essence charge to make your next necromancy spell not cost a spell slot. So, in theory, if you are consistently looping kills with your spells are getting the killing blows, then you could just always be massively upcasting inflict wounds. You can crowbar more damage onto that. If you're dual wielding with Rhapsody, that's 3 extra to hit and to your damage. Or you could have a magic club from a Woodwode summon, if that's something available in your game, to add an instance of bludgeoning damage. You could wear Crater Flesh gloves, so you get a bunch of extra force damage on your crits. You could do Spellmite gloves to instead get a bunch of extra that goes into the necrotic portion, though that will lower your accuracy. You've got damage riders like Lightning Charges, Callous Glow, Psionic Overload. Remember, Inflict Wounds is an attack roll, so improving your chances of critically hitting will also functionally improve your output. Why did I multi first level Warlock? For the spells, mostly. I wanted Armor of Agathis, so that people who hit me take damage. I do also really like Hex for retaliation builds. Hexblade's Curse is just a good global damage buff. It's to support my Druid kit. Everything I touch dies the build, yeah. Ya asks a completely unrelated question from a VOD that I just remembered. In the Arcane Archer run, you mentioned coal mining to print XP. Assuming that's referring to Gek, how does that work? We have a command for that. It's slightly outdated. I do need to update this, but that's most of the explanation. Basically, Gek Cole's version of Animate Dead creates zombies that are worth XP. There's lots of ways you can optimize that process, but if you streamline the process of Gek Cole spawning those zombies, which he can do multiple times, you can keep killing them for XP. Want to do Inflict Wounds Cleric, everything on the table, since Cleric doesn't deal damage. Yeah, I believe So Black right now is doing an Inflict Wounds focused Gale Death Cleric run. Hey, Catastrophic, how are you? Good to see you. It's going okay. How are you? Lazel saying, as I was taught, as she runs to jump off the Nautilite is hilarious. That's one of my favorite things with that strat, Viper. The best thing you've done with Control Undead? I really enjoyed bringing Inquisitor Wargas, bringing his corpse to the Shadow Curse lands, reviving him with Connor, having him die to the Shadow Curse, using Control Undead on him, then putting Survival Instinct on him, downing him so it removed the Shadow Curse Undead tag, and then healing him because he was still under my control. So I had a live Inquisitor Wargas following me around in Act 2, helping me. Probably that. Is there a way to list all of the commands available in chat? I think so. Yeah, there you go. A lot of them are very old. I've been streaming for a while, so many of them aren't relevant. Is there a Control Undead outside Oathbreaker? No. I don't have a fire arrow. I gotta stop doing this.
Let's see what you're hiding.
Do you have any idea why I can't use Uncanny Dodge despite it being active in the game, prompting the opportunity attack reaction immediately after? That sounds like a new one to me. Just confirming, you have the toggle on your bar, it's showing as active. So I'm killing these Flaming Fists at Joaquin's Rest, because they are a lot of XP. That's it. It's no deeper than that. They did change Uncanny Dodge in patch 8. Haven't investigated yet. Gonna have to look into it. Any consequences doing this in the later acts? Gauntlet Yeva, if she lives, is normally one of the people in the pods in the Mind Flayer colony at the end of Act 2. But if you kill her here, she's not there.
It's been
Ever tried pulling the Githyanki to the Flaming Fist? I know it's a popular strat. It is an inconsistent, dangerous, and slow strat, so it's not one that I like. Like, why do that when I could just do that? This is a strat that works on level 1, by the way. I just did Moonbeam because I had it, but, like, you could just, using the barrel that's already here, lightning charges, fire arrow, and 1 smoke powder bomb, you could just kill everybody. I don't see the point.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
12 pages of commands. I have been streaming for 5 years.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Gith also steal your XP. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Revan brings up a good point. Bit miffed they didn't make a... I think I already read that, but yeah, the Uncanny Dodge weirdness. Yeah, Uncanny Dodge is wonky. It's a very good defensive feature, but the fact that you can't choose for it to work in the same way you can with a lot of other toggles does make it annoying to use, and I guess we do need to investigate to see how exactly it's working in patch 8. I have not messed around with Uncanny Dodge on current patch yet. Does Circle of Stars Wild Shape give you a separate health bar? No, I have it active right now. Mechanically, it's kind of like if you disguised self as yourself. Kind of. I shouldn't go for the Floric knockout, but I'm going to. But just know that this is a very bad idea. We just met, Floric. Relax.
May I trust you'll see it through? Thank you. Go. I will seek...
Quiet. Move with care.
Constellations activate Shapeshifter's Boon Ring? Yes. Good damage. Expected output here, not nearly enough. That could kill her. Actually, no, it couldn't. Very clean. Let's look at the combat log a little bit here. So, I hit her with Hex and then Guiding Bolt. Did a very large chunk. I made her hit me. Now, she hit me for a respectable amount because I don't really have much in the way of damage reduction right now. But she took damage from my Fire Shield from the Infernal Robe. She took damage from Hex going on that Fire Shield. She took damage from my Armor of Agathis. She took damage from Hex going on that Armor of Agathis. Then I weakened her further with my Dazzling Breath, and then knocked her out with the Hill Giant Club boosted by Hex. Did I kill Floric here? I didn't. I knocked her out. Combat log should make that very apparent. Floric is the same XP value as the Boulette, 150 XP. What does knocking her out do? It gets me her XP without her dying. She will still show up in later acts, but I got her XP. Does the reputation hit reset in Act 2 and 3? No. I will need to disguise if I want to talk to her from now on, because otherwise we'll get this individual dialogue, you know? Should have made boxing glove arrows. Funny idea.
Can't move. Someone help!
Dragon Constellation pretty much giving you free concentration is encouraging me to use Hex for Retaliation build even more. Yeah, I'm very into this application of it. Dragon Form has so many interesting things that it opens up, with your concentration being basically guaranteed to stay. You need to take a truly massive amount of damage, and then have actively bad Constitution saves for Dragon Form to not protect you.
Get me out! He slaughtered everyone. Mary, you should have stayed. If I just kept my mouth. She said I'd never.
Do I have Speak with Dead yet? No, I have many of them.
Could you ask the dowry?
If you ask Miraleth here about the dowry, then the difficulty class for this perception check over here for this quest goes down to 0. However, you still fail a DC 0 on a 1. So don't roll a 1.
Can't risk being in open view. Take exit.
Thanks, Benrick. So yeah, my lowest possible save on concentration right now is a 13, because I have 16 constitution.
The ox tenses, horns lowered in.
I forgot to have animal speaking. Whoopsie.
His hide twitches, every muscle primed to bolt. He's terrified. The ox.
Anything under 26 damage or guaranteed success. There you go. And that's without outside bonuses. There's a lot of different helmets that give +1 to con saves, so there's that. I will likely be wearing armor that gives me advantage on my Constitution saves later on. And then there's things like Heroism Elixir for further bonuses, things like Bless.
This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Yes.
Bugger! And
What is the dragon feature you're talking about? Circle of Stars Druid at level 2 gets alternative uses for their wild shape charges. Starry forms. There's Archer, Dragon, and Chalice. They each do different things. Chalice is not something that I care about in the slightest. It's focused on healing, which gross, ew. But Archer has some cool uses. It gets a ranged radiant damage spell. Think of it like Guiding Bolt without the advantage, but on your bonus action. Dragon gets a breath weapon, and also the feature that if you roll a concentration save, anything below, here I can, yeah, anything below a 10 becomes a 10. You can't be knocked out of these forms. Nope. They're just a thing that you do to yourself. How do you make int checks on concentration saves? I'm very confused. I don't understand the question.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
The save DC for that breath attack scale with wisdom? Yes. So it actually scales with constitution, but the you want your wisdom as well. It's complicated, but it's both. So it's going off of my charisma currently. You can see. It's very complicated.
Look at that.
Read the dragon tooltip again for the int save question. When you make intelligence or wisdom checks or constitution saving throws. Oh, so it's reliable talent on int or wisdom checks. See, I never even accounted for that either. I genuinely didn't read that part of it. That's cool. I don't really care, but that's cool. Like, that's legitimately very strong. Something to do with the fact that you started Warlock? No, it's because I didn't start Warlock, F you. My default spellcasting stat is currently Charisma. Stars Druid, Starry Form features look at your current casting stat, not your Druid casting stat. Which means Stars Druid is very good for multiclassing. You don't have to juggle multiple casting stats in the same way you do for others. I'm choosing to have good wisdom anyway, but I don't need to.
Something to ask.
you need to buy me.
Says otherwise, how does it go off charisma? Because it goes off of your character's casting stat, Lele Zero. My character's casting stat right now is not wisdom. It is charisma, because the most recent caster class that I added 1 level in is warlock, which is charisma. Doesn't also apply to my druid spells, right? Correct. Anything from my druid spellbook is still wisdom, which is why I still have some. But I could play an 8 wisdom druid, just not care about my druid spellbook, and just go all in on the charisma stuff.
Tenfold whatever ransom these please.
An intended or an overlook? I'm not a dev. I couldn't tell you. But mechanically, it does make sense, because here's the thing. Dazzling Breath is not... This is going to sound weird, but let me cook on this one. Dazzling Breath is not a druid feature. It is a Starry Form feature. Starry Form is a druid feature. So, what happens is, I have my druid levels, I have my warlock level. As far as the game is concerned for my druid features, it looks at wisdom. For my warlock features, it looks at charisma. Because warlock was more recent, anything that isn't from either of those will go off of charisma. So, I use my Starry Form, which is from my druid stuff, but then that gives me new abilities. And then those new abilities check my casting stat, which, because warlock was more recent, it is charisma, not wisdom. So, because of that, my Starry Form stuff goes off of my charisma.
Our trader can show you.
Fine. But who are you? His muse. Don't pretend you know what that means. What kind
I don't know that these guiding bolts scale off of charisma.
Like any kind
Let me actually scroll back and check that one we did on Floric.
colors and stuff.
Because those are not part of the Starry Form. Yeah, no, the guiding bolts are still off of wisdom. Revan. Because that's from my druid spellbook. So, if you look here, see, it's in the druid tab, so it's wisdom. Now, yes, I know Dazzling Breath is here, but that middleman step matters. For the wiki says otherwise, why I'm confused. Look up Dazzling Breath. PG3 wiki clear as the portion says. Doesn't scale. Con Wiz scales and con instead. Now scaling for you on latest caster stat. Yeah, no source of information is infallible. And keep in mind, Lele Zero, a lot of that stuff was likely done. Was likely posted to the wiki during the stress test, and there are some things different between stress test and release. So bear that in mind. Does the Spore Druid reaction also go off most recent casting stat? I don't think so, Irish, but I'm not able to say that with confidence. And it's also worth checking on current patch to see if the behavior has changed.
There's no need for this. Free me now.
If I were to multi-class with Starry Form, I would need to take Druid earlier so the scaling is correct. What do you mean by correct, Ashen Chin? Like, what's your goal? What do you want it to scale off of? What stat would you like it to be? And what are your multi-classes? I would need more information to give you an answer there.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet, of course. Got some interesting stock.
Stress test didn't have the most discerning testers. It did not. And let's be perfectly clear. The BG3 wiki is way better than the wikis for any other game that I've ever done any significant theory crafting in. Way better. It's a great resource. It has good oversight, good community contributions. I'm a big fan of it. But like every other source of information, it is not infallible.
Pick up the pace.
I would have stress tested my heart out if only Larian let me. Yeah, I only got access when Manatee was kind enough to hook me up with a code. Denied also attempted to, but Discord doesn't actually tell me when people DM me. So thank you for the gesture. Again, denied. I feel like I haven't thanked you enough for that. But thank you, Manatee. for letting me get some time in. Oh, I was just thanking you for stress testing. Insanity Manatee. Essentially mainly a warlock, but I want dragon form for the con saves. Yeah, you would want to take druid first, and then warlock, if you wanted it to default to your charisma. Bonus question. The wiki was wrong, breath scaling and wisdom before you took level in warlock. If you don't multiclass a star druid, okay having low con. I would say it would be okay having low con, Layla Zero. The reason why I have high con... Hey, Kara. The reason why I have high con is because I'm taking hits. It's not even for the breath weapon as much. Oscar lived? What is this horse shit? Kinda glad she missed that. We can fix that, we can.
At the ready. No time for mercy.
Oh, bye. He'll be back. Maybe.
Breathe deep and move.
Hope Horrors for Hexblade Spectre fuel. Spawn the big ones. Can you pick them up? Are they light enough? Go bother someone else, Oscar Febres says. Hey, Deceased, how are you?
Woman, I said buy me. If you didn't have the coin, you might have just said. In any case, I am a slave.
Quag, I did it.
for
Finally
long
remembered to jump over the gate
and
entrance
your
to
money
preserve
troubles are
exploration
over.
XP. Very
Rest
nice.
assured,
Good stuff.
For you have saved none other than Oscar Fevras.
Again.
252 kilos. Strength bow is 100% drop, or you have to unlock with a spectator. So, Vendors will drop the 3 most expensive items in their inventory when they're killed. That's why you saw me sort Brem's inventory by value before I did that, because I wanted to see what they were. The way he said woman. Yeah, Oscar is a walking red flag. Super. Oscar is the worst. Now, him living to Act 3 is actually optimal because it's tied to a lot of money. But I hate that guy so much that I kill him anyway. Most runs, anyway. He's just the worst. If you buy one of the items before killing, defaults to the next highest. Yes, Ashen. This does mean you can screw yourself over if you sell a vendor like a big stack of Revivify scrolls, for example. Then that could bump down one of the items they would normally drop. And then independent of that top 3 value system, there are some vendors that are set to always drop certain items as well. So there are case-by-case deviations from that. But that's the general rule. Gotta head out later. I'll have a good day, Viper. Thanks for stopping by.
That took the edge off.
What are the concentration spells you prefer to use in this build, or will use, given the dragon bonus? I'm thinking mostly Hex and Haste. There's some potential use for, oh, this shovel bug. It's annoying, patch 8 thing. Potentially Spike Growth, potentially Insect Plague, potentially Moonbeam, Heat Metal. Those are all some good options. Protection from Evil and Good. Very nice as well.
In it.
Heat Metal, my beloved, yeah. Very underrated spell. Probably because it's not in too many spell lists, but if you have access to Heat Metal, it's worth keeping prepared. It's very good.
That should work.
Need unbreakable concentration to peg properly. I should call her.
On my way. Limited potential.
I'm so glad my headphones can't disconnect at work. Not a patch 8 thing, that shovel has always been broken. Incorrect, Irish. I've had that same bug happening with regular shovels since patch 8. It has never happened to me before in over 4,000 hours, and it's happened to me frequently in patch 8. Hoping there's an angle where I can get both of them, but it doesn't seem that there is. Boss, you don't understand. Peg means protection from evil and good. Also, I'm definitely not listening to a live stream.
You won't live to regret it.
Happy. You survived that? That's rude. So what I did there is I clicked Blade Ward, then I ended my turn before the animation finished, so the cast technically finished outside of my turn, meaning when it rolls back around to my turn, I will still have 2 full turns of Blade Ward. This only works if you are not last in the initiative order. If you do it when you are last, then you won't have your action on your next turn. You maintain Hex concentration up theoretically from long rest to long rest, so the dragon always helps you not lose concentration on damage? Yes. Looks like a powerful use of bonus actions during a solo run without expending spell slots, potentially also Hex their decks to make them more vulnerable to the breath itself. So the breath is a dex save, not a dex check, so Hex won't affect that. Hex is mostly for getting more damage out of my attacks and my retaliation effects that happen from attack rolls. But yes, Stars Druid is a really good way to continue to get mileage out of Hex. You could do the same thing with Hunter's Mark. And there's even a bow that Damon sells that gives Hunter's Mark that I should actually pick up to take advantage of that. Oh, there we go. I have it. It doesn't apply to all the same things as Hex does, but it's still nice. I'd killed the first set of Zents and went on to these guys that weren't there. Did I do something to prevent them from spawning? Yes, if you leave the area after Zaris has been aggroed, this your group will despawn from the game. Hexblade's curse going on the fall damage. Lol. Oh, I guess going back to that earlier question about throwing the Necromancy of Thay at Cazador, depending on what you crowbar onto that, Hexblade's curse could help. If you did Crater Flesh Gloves.
What's inside?
A little less efficient with my resources on this rest than I generally like to be. But that's fine.
I'll need to rest soon.
I am on full inspo, so I'm not worried about it. Very nice. Thanks for all this info. Super helpful. Not 100% decided how to run my new run in patch 8. You're giving me some clarity. Hey, happy to do that, Lele Zero. I love talking shop. Others here do too. Thank you for bringing good discussion topics. What else can I do on my current level of resources? I don't have Agathis or Fire Shield available. I guess I'm able to impose Countershock if they fail a dex save. I suppose Reverb Boots make sense. I should go buy those. Wonder if you can apply Hexblade's Curse using Hordebreaker tags. That's a good question. That sounds really potent.
Welcome back.
Almost Wargaz levels of potent.
Bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Yeah, I said it. I'm considering Melf's first staff because spell save DC, but then I have to unfuck my strength situation. I guess that would force me on strength elixir for a while. It's just that's not a big deal. Dying. It's not a huge deal. It's just like I hate having low strength and having to juggle that is a headache. I may drop some wisdom once I have more druid levels to keep prepared spells in order. A Wall of Fire and Black Tentacles or other cool spells you can concentrate on while doing this. Hypnotic Pattern even. Maybe there's a world where I do Daredevil Gloves Witch Bolt on this.
Welcome back. Have you made it?
Sounds kind of funny.
I greet you, son child.
What level's Twin Casting on Sorcerer? 2, if you choose to take it at level 2. It's in the first tier of meta magic, so you can take it at 2, or you can choose to take it at 3, or 9? Is that when Sorcerer gets their next one? 9 or 10?
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Trying to think if that could work with Stars Druid. Yeah, it could. With Archer form, your bonus action that you can do every turn there is actually a spell. It doesn't require a spell slot, but it is still a spell. So you could use meta magic on that. That'd be pretty cool. Rangers, Hunters, Mark suits the high wisdom character creation. Potentially the Beastmaster roleplay as a Star Druid with Forest Friends is high. Yeah, thematically, pretty good. Hey, Casual John Doe. So what's the plan for taking surviving all the damage later? I'm going to have a lot of damage reduction once we get access to Act 2. So I'll just be taking hits and things will be dying faster than I will be, is the idea. We'll have Ironvine Shield in Act 2 as another retaliation effect. We'll have Flesh Melter Cloak is another retaliation effect. I'll have more spell casting, so I can do higher level upcasts of Armor of Agathis. We'll have access to Callous Glow Ring for additional damage output. Likely be using Dark Justiciar Half Plate in my chest armor slot for the damage reduction and the retaliation effect. Though I will need to do some testing on some stuff, because Starry Form casts light. Like, you are a light source. See how it's obscured over here? And then I step over here, and it's not.
Have I got everything then?
Any broken DRS stuff with the retaliation that's new? Retaliation's just kind of been strong, Revan. It doesn't really need to do DRS stuff. Hexblade's Curse will go on each individual retaliation effect, so that's a pretty great addition. I don't know if I want to give up the HP from Absolute's Talisman here. Thinking. I should probably just long rest now. Let me go do this. Speak with that.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
The corpse regards you.
Did you have anything valuable?
No.
So I failed this perception check earlier, so I couldn't see this loot. But using Speak with that on that Dwargar gets you that loot. And I've already used Speak with that on Mirrorleth and done that quest. Cool, I don't need Speak with that anymore for the act. Uh, 3.4k, about 2 level 6. Vulcan. There's the whole investigate Kaga situation, which I should be able to handle pretty well. I'm a druid. But I think I want to be rested for that. Maybe I do Starry Form Archer for handling that, actually. Yeah, maybe this is a situation where I actually do want some AC. So if I put this on for DR. I'll have a short rest. Thanks, Shovel. Really do learn a new thing about this game every day I watch you. I had no idea that container was there. That's part of why I love the game. There's always something new you can do. Or find out. Okay, I was wondering if that would work. Guess what? X-Blade is fan fiction. I was wondering when you would find that. Yeah. 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 Didn't want to spread that one around. You can do a lot of stuff with Minor Illusion. Alright, so I'm gonna dismiss Wild Shape, which removes Starry Form Dragon, and we're gonna switch to Starry Form Archer. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that Archer Form has that I didn't read. Hey, White Priest, how are you?
Don't want to draw any attention. Blood follows me everywhere.
We don't have an angle here. So unfortunate. How are we enjoying the Druid? I have not tried the new subclass for this one yet. This subclass is really, really good. I do anticipate that 2 levels of Stars Druid is going to be one of those things that you see a lot of builds just dipping into. Like, you'll see a lot of 2 stars, 1 death on pure caster builds. Because the amount of utility you get from just those 3 levels without inhibiting your full caster progression, it's insane. So with Blade Ward and the 2 bludgeoning DR from my padded armor +2, they don't seem willing to attack me. It's pretty nifty. Hexblade's Curse giving me an extra 3 damage on that. Also note that this is going off of my Charisma as well, not my Wisdom, because it works the same way as the Breath Weapon in that it's granted by your Starry Form, so it goes off your spellcasting modifier. Yeah, just that's the same page, Lele Zero. I figured someone would want to know, so yeah. Good thought. Has anyone seen a bug where you can't pick up any item on the ground with one character, but it's fine for the other? Yes, the sweetest roll. My character had to die to fix that. Had to die and be revived. It happened to me in my co-op with Gage a couple days ago. I was very annoyed. Jump off a cliff in the game, right? Method's taken care of. Most annoying bug was when Jaheira refused to follow me. That's frustrating. another cool thing you can do as soon as level 2 is Speedy Light Peat, dash on your main action, and then Starry Form, take your shot on your bonus action. This does also mean you could do things like you can hide on your main action, and then shoot your Luminous Arrow on your bonus action, enabling you to do AI break strats on Druid at level 2 with no gear. Very, very strong. A lightning burst. Worth Arcane Archer having some int for Arcane Arrow DCs? Depends. Like Nautilid Enjoyer said, you could use Helmet of Arcane Acuity, but remember, opportunity cost is a thing. If you put that in your hat, you're not using something else, which means you can't use something like Helmet of Grit, or Helm of Baldurin, Grimskull Helm. Opportunity cost is very much a real thing. On my Arcane Archer run, I had 14 int. If I were to run it back, I'd probably do 12. It's not something you really need much of. But you could choose to have some if you want. I would say, as with other fighters, prioritize your strength and dex. Thing about Arcane Acuity Helm is you can pre-stack by whacking some rotten food and then change the helmet. You can. Excited to play around with Battle Mage Power Gloves and Booming Blade. So those gloves do some different things than they say they do. They work on Booming Blade, but they also work on a bunch of other stuff. So Black was doing some testing, and something like throwing a spike bulb or a grease bottle gets you a ton of acuity with those gloves on. That's something I may end up using on this run. You're in your regen area. It's annoying.
Here goes nothing.
Nice. Got them at the moment, using Shadow Blade, both your attack and damage spells. Stack it. Expecting a patch to that? Don't. Why would you expect a patch to that? Here's the thing. Those gloves were broken for the entire life of the game. They literally never worked. This is the first time they've ever worked. You think they're gonna, after the content cycle for the game, outside of their words, minor bug fixes, like, you think they're gonna rush to fix that? They're not. I would not expect a patch for that at all. Like, the Amulet of Baal still doesn't work in Honor Mode. An item the game directly directs you to go pick up does not work in Honor Mode and never has. You think they're gonna nerf the Arcane Acuity gloves because they have an unlisted effect? No, absolutely not. Pretty dope. Seemed like there was a bunch of ways to get a lot of arcane acuity out of them. Getting arcane acuity without a helmet slot's nice too. Yeah, more build crafting options is something I'm a fan of. I do think the elixir is underappreciated for acuity, as is pre-stacking in the way that Mick mentioned. But getting more people playing around with different mechanics is ultimately, I would say good. Even if the gloves will likely end up being extremely centralizing once people really latch on. Flameblade also does the same. Flameblade is sad. The Shadowblade got a massive glow up, and it really didn't even need it to the degree Flameblade did, and Flameblade just completely left behind. Sad. I don't remember if I clicked on these yet. So let me go back to dragon form. Yeah, you just... on intelligence or wisdom checks too. You have partial reliable talent at level 2 with this subclass. Insanity. If it works, that is. Have ever said why there isn't a waypoint in the Grove? It's likely from... well, they've never said, but this is conjecture. It's likely from earlier in development when they couldn't figure out how to handle areas that would become temporarily inaccessible in certain states. Because Worm's Rock is kind of the same, where you temporarily lose access to that waypoint inside when the plot dictates, and you get it back when the plot goes back to a point where they're okay with you traveling in there. But they didn't do the same with the Grove. So they instead just left a waypoint outside.
We've shown them once. We take Grove Law
Why are you here? What?
What?
You think yourself quite the spy, don't you?
Yeah, Lele Zero. It's an unavoidable bug. If you switch your hexed weapon... like, I switch weapons frequently, so I'm just intentionally taking advantage because I can't avoid it at this point.
As you say, Olladin.
It's because it doesn't go away on short and long rests. No, it's not because of that. It's because the game just stacks the chance. Like, it's not directly because it doesn't go away. Let's put it that way. Favorite thing about Druid? Never tried the class?
No, you watch Quag
it's just
closely.
kind of good at a lot of
She's
things,
moved
Manfred. I
by your
couldn't really pin down a
patience, no
favorite.
sign. Quag like the in
Care. Are you?
How you doing, Gigi? Hey, Dak. Okay, Kaga, putting in work. Still my 2 turns of Blade Ward. Let's get lightning charges. Let's breathe on him. Feeling EP, how are you? I'm doing okay. Stay down. No? Rolled an 18. Silver? Question mark? I think it was terrible damage. Literal min damage. Sorry, Silver. Like, I enjoy every class at this point. Just wish they would finally make a Paladin class one beyond level 2. Yeah, you got Oathbreaker stuff at 3 if you want to do Control Undead, but it's a pain in the ass, and... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Revan, I'm with you. The Oath of Conquest mod. I did actually enjoy my playthrough with that. That's something. There's always mods. Sure I don't get wrath. Athletics failed. Athletics failed. Fine. I like the idea of smites only having to manage your oath, so I was into oath breaking, not a fan of the control and dead stuff. Kind of like Paladin, struggle to keep my oath. There's Oath of the Crown now. Yeah, but Oath of the Crown, your oath is made of glass. Then also, the thing with smites is they are not worth all of the hoops. Smites, in terms of the way they function, hey, give me my XP back. In terms of the way they function, they just aren't good. Compared to other damage increases that can be applied in the same exact way, they are less sustainable and also weaker. So it's a lot of trade-offs for less gain. It's puzzling. Patch 8 was the nail in the coffin for several of the weaker classes in the game. Yeah, Battlemaster and Paladin have just kind of been completely outclassed in every single area at this point. Still viable, because everything is. It's just, they're, like, completely outclassed. X-Blade's curse on both of them is nice. Pick that. Note that Quag has the title of Archdruid. We were talking about some lore stuff past weekend. How's Stars Druid? Extremely strong. Extremely good.
You want that? Take our gift. When you speak, the certain
Faith Warden, cool.
Meanwhile, well, I won't forget the wounds.
It's a noble inspo. And an item I can sell for a good chunk. Battlemaster lost its monopoly in early game riposte. I mean, it didn't even really have it, necessarily, because Monk could spend key points for patient defense and use the robe from Thrin, and Hunter could take Giant Killer and just enlarge things. Or reverse pickpocket Colossus elixirs. But now there's another contender with Drunk Monk, just having riposte, but, like, on a Monk.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Moving ahead.
Excited to do Druid this run. Chat voted for us, I'm ready. Let's go, GG. Really enjoyed using a superiority die for a Fiat and Arcane Archer. I don't know, it could be a bigger insult. It was very funny. Hallie just had a Radiant Resist. I don't know if I've ever seen her sell it. Could be dumb. It's in the level 9 loot, Chaotix. Leveled loot, level 9. Radiant Resist elixirs. Can't be crafted, but they can be bought.
I'll give it a shot.
How do you feel about Drunk Monk so far? It's not very mechanically interesting. And it seems like some of the abilities are a trap to make you spend more resources, but its level 6 feature seems very good, and its level 9 feature seems very good. So overall, positive.
I want to have a word.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I had a feeling you'd be back. Anything else? You've been own that town.
You reverse pickpocket a potion elixir on someone start a fight, they use it? Yes. Depends on what their AI chooses to do, but yes. Kaylee used that very thing on her no-hit strat on her wizard run for Merkel. She reverse pickpocketed invisibility potions into Kethric's inventory so that Merkel would prioritize going invisible rather than doing anything offensive. Very cool strat. There's a combination of that, blocking the ways up so the Necromites wouldn't come up for the heals, and then rendering herself invisible at the end of her turns. So basically she just made Merkel wet, cast Glyph of Warding, went invisible. That was the loop until he died. Swashbuckler seems only relevant to level 4 up in my experience. I would strongly disagree with that. I think you're forgetting base class rogue features, but let's also just delve into Swashbuckler. Let me pull it up. People have this habit of downplaying higher levels of rogue due to just not having looked at the features. It's a very common thing. So let's look at Swashbuckler's level 9 feature together. So we got Panache, roll a persuasion check to beguile a humanoid who must contest it with an insight check. Enemies who fail gain Panache disadvantage. Others who fail become charmed. Not overly useful, pretty niche, but you gotta remember, you get pure class rogue stuff as you level. Every odd-numbered level is a sneak attack die increase. At level 10, all rogues get an additional feat. Rogues and fighters are the only classes that get 4 feats when pure classed. Fighters get theirs at 6, rogues get theirs at 10. And then at level 11, infamously, you get reliable talent, which is a floor of 10 on any skill check you're proficient in. So, like, you gotta remember, you are still getting your base class features, and you also have to remember there are high-level class features. There's this propensity in the fandom to just multi-class, because you read the low-level features, you're like, I want a little of this, a little of that, but you always have to remember opportunity cost. You are missing out on high-level features. Like, look at Rogue. Beat at level 8. Subclass feature level 9. Beat at level 10. Reliable talent and max sneak attack at level 11. Beat at level 12. Gotta remember. Things are not free. Like the idea that, oh, you can just use a strength elixir to fix your strength. Well, that's not free. You gave up your elixir slot for that. Oh, you can just multi-class into this to pick up this feature. Nope, you gave up something to do that.
I have, well, something close.
Always keep that in mind. Go for a trident. That sounds nice. May I just say that Stella looks amazing? Oh, thank you. Stella! If you're gonna multi-class rogue, at least make it 11-1. Other class of your choice, even then, if your 12 is still goated. There's reasons to multi-class in larger numbers than that as well. Like, what if you're going, you just want evasion and sneak attack, so you're going 7 levels of rogue and then 5 levels of something that has extra attack. It makes sense. I mean, sure, you could just play monk and get evasion and extra attack that way, but, you know, just an option. What if you wanted uncanny dodge on an abjuration wizard? Well, then you'd only be going 5 levels. It depends. Always multi-class for something. Yeah, Sage, opportunity cost.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
There's a stone skin scroll here. I like that. Probably use that for Grimforge. Maybe I want Sea Invis. I have one. Fortunate. In the middle of a multi-class with a bunch of dips, but still taking rogue to level 7, because that's so much more than would be extra attack from fighter. It depends. I really do like improved extra attack at fighter level 11, which is why you tend to see me pure classing my fighters. But that's my personal preference, and it's because my goal there is action economy. If I wasn't as concerned with action economy, then I wouldn't be doing it. For example, when I do archer-focused cleric builds, I don't really care about action economy a lot of the time. I don't prioritize doing like a dip for extra attack. I instead make sure I go to cleric level 8 so I get divine strike, or sometimes 9 for 5th level cleric spells. I shouldn't sell to him. Do want to buy this though. Just be regular extra attack compensating with Bloodlust and Great Weapon Master. That's cool. Even a single level dip comes at the cost of a feat. Exactly, deck. Yep. Oh yeah, return to Zevlor. Get some XP that way. Like a popular combination you'll see is the 10 Bard, 2 Paladin split, and a lot of people do it in the order of going Bard into Paladin. At that point, you are getting less for your character than you would out of that feat that you're missing out on. If you do it in the other order, then you can make the argument, okay, you're picking up heavy armor proficiency. That's nice. And, then it makes some sense, but you are still giving up a feat for that.
I'm told the druids
Whereas
have
if you are
stopped their
College of Swords, if you instead pure classed and then use that level 12 feat on heavily armored, you get that proficiency, but you also got +1 to strength out of the deal.
It's sparse, thank. It's no small thing to ask. We'll
Rider's Pride, I won't be using. Pale Oak, yeah, I'll sell that. Seeker, send it to Shard. Maybe I use it at some point. You don't get the juicy smites. Smites suck though, so who cares? In terms of damage consistency, in terms of damage magnification, smites are pretty close to nothing compared to other things you could be stapling onto your character. The sound design's cool, and if RNG is in your favor, you might see an acceptable hit, but again, compared to other damage increasing features that function in the same way as smite, it's weak. It's also inconsistent. If you're playing Smite without access to Savage Attacker as the feat, good luck getting any consistency. Maybe you have Organ Rearranger from Knife of the Undermountain King, maybe you're using Brace, maybe you have Great Weapon Fighting Style, and that can give something of a buffer, but ultimately, it still is inconsistent. My hot take is that Booming Blade's objectively more satisfying than Smite. That's fundamentally a subjective thing, but that is a take that I agree with.
Welcome back.
Booming Blade is stronger, more efficient, and it still hits the big animation with beefy sound design part of the brain. Sneak attack is like a free smite per turn. Sneak attack is way stronger than smite. Put it this way. If you're applying vulnerability and you max roll a sneak attack, pure class level 11 rogue, that is 144 damage. You can just do every turn on top of your hit. 144. That's, absolute max roll, peak. If you are a swashbuckler and you're using that sneak attack from outside of combat, swashbucklers can react with rakish sneak attack on their rakish sneak attack as long as they are not in a turn order. Meaning, swashbucklers can staple 288 damage to their attacks for free. Smite ain't touching that.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Actually, one of the reasons I love Booming Blade, because it replaces Smite pretty much. It's better. It's just outright better. Yeah. And doesn't cost you a resource. Biggest nerf Paladin's seen of yet is Booming Blade becoming cooler. The free cast bug fix also functionally hit Paladins pretty hard. So there's that. Because, like, non-Wildheart Barbarians and then Paladins are infamously resource constrained. Being able to free cast allowed you to, play those builds without having to visit the House of Hope every 5 seconds. Like, if Bladesinger had come out before the free cast fix, it would be even less of a pain in the ass to play than it is. It's another thing that would have benefited, but there's no overlap in that Venn diagram, unfortunately. Hey, Mystic Lion. Yeah, I used Savage Attacker on Will for the Life Drinker build. That was fun, plus Snowburst Ring. Smack someone, they might go prone. Yeah, Snowburst Ring is good. Kind of want to stock up on Holy Water, but I don't really have the funds yet. Don't want to sell off the padded armor. It's been quite good. Could sell Shattered Flail. What is in that? Is that Cap of Curing? Don't know what's in this chest.
Don't give me trouble now.
Yeah, okay. Alright, so I think I long rest and then I have Glut apply Stone Skin to me for a series of fights. It means I won't need to manage Blade Ward for a while. Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks for the alert, GG.
Will's brows furrow.
Hells. I know I haven't said. Our relation... all the more reason to find... When I wanted you to know that I'm all for it. Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine. Better company. And I've been given the magnitude of what we're up against. I see no any opportunities for us to indulge. That is most gratifying to hear. May I? Somehow the second artifact hasn't. Thank.
You want another one yet, Gale?
How can I help? I do not yet
No?
need
Okay.
to consume an item.
Who was I trying to riz on this run? Was it Will? Was it Gale? I have no idea.
More for me. Perhaps we truly have a secret protector.
Stomach, calm down. Oh yeah, you're a vampire. Yeah. Okay, bye.
You don't sleep well,
Will.
maybe. There in the dim fire. A strange sensation.
No. I only need a taste. See you in the morning.
You watch him.
Runs do be blending. Ew.
Well, of course I can't summon. As for my other quirks, well...
I'm gonna hold off on applying Absolute's Talisman. Maybe I'm not. Yeah, if I do second level Agathis now, I'll use Pearl of Power to get that spell slot back. Then we go to there. Go to there. Acceptable. Hey, Messy, how are you? Finished my will run this morning. Next up's Karlak Origin. Plan to trigger to a Shadow Monk. That's fun. I didn't actually buy the Stone Skin Scroll yet, did I? Did I do that? Was that in Blurg or Aaron's inventory? I think it was Blurg.
Welcome back. Have you... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I was Aaron. Alright, stomach, relax. I don't know what you want, man. Settle down. Maybe explain this already. Can you explain why you went one level Warlock and then Druid? I went Druid and then Warlock. Ask because your stats don't follow each other. One uses Wisdom, the other Charisma. So some class features will look at your current spellcasting attribute rather than their point of origin, due to there being like a midpoint. So with the Starry Form features, so I'm going to Wild Shape into Starry Form Dragon. This does not go off of my Wisdom, this goes off of my Charisma. Also, a lot of the stuff I'm doing, I don't care about what my casting stat is for. For example, Hex, I don't care. Armor of Agathis, I don't care. Shillelagh for Ironvine later, I don't care. Remember, I'm already doing a hexed weapon, so my attack is already going off of my Charisma, and Shillelagh won't change that. Moonbeam, even if I had terrible casting stats, Moonbeam still has so much value. Spike Growth, doesn't care at all. I'm doing very little that my casting stats matter for. My wisdom is mostly here for having more druid spells prepared and for accuracy on my guiding bolts. On the whole, wisdom is the least desirable mental stat in this game. I dump it wherever possible. Yes, I know that some people will use the argument of it's a large percentage of incoming saving throws. However, the overwhelming majority of those you can just get immunity to or render yourself never subject to. For example, fear effects don't matter if you have protection from evil and good. Hold person isn't an issue if you have paralysis immunity, and you would never stake your run on a coin flip hold person. At least a challenge runner wouldn't, when given another option. So this is mostly a charisma focused build. I just have some wisdom for now. As I level more, that probably changes. I want to make sure I have the mats for a Psychic Res Elixir. How do you deal with confusion? Name me 3 separate instances where someone confuses you. Two Torturers and Freeing Minthara at Moonrise? I don't let them get turns. It's only 2 of them, and you don't even need to enter combat with them. You can kill them outside of combat. Wish Hexblade was taking account the best of instead of changing the attack bonus. I don't. Hexblade doesn't need to be stronger. We don't need to do that.
I greet you, son child.
Hard to cast Confusion from the Death Chasm. True. As Trade mentioned, if you want to scale your packed weapon as a warlock off of dexterity, take a monk level and make sure your dex is higher than your charisma and your strength. Equal to is fine. Equal to or greater than. Does the multi-class order matter for your spell casting? Warlock second would have your default stat be Charisma, which is generally better because, again, Wisdom is a less desirable stat as a whole. And Charisma does more for the Warlock part than Wisdom does for the other part. For the Monk part. Yeah, that's the word.
Let's get going.
Question, if you go to the Paladins, Karlach, you forced into fighting them. If you talk to them, yes. You can disguise and talk to Cyrell. But, yeah, maybe don't talk to them. Fighters, it's your...
I speak green. What care we for his
Monk gets better
business here?
saving throws than Warlock, and he gets gear proficiencies with Hexblade anyway. Monk you should usually take first. I agree.
Contained. We should be with the Spider Queen.
revered, adored.
You find these spiders are loyal.
Like, I'm still kind of blown away. I need to, like, verify that this... Intelligence or wisdom checks or con saving throws. That's... Stars Druid Zathis? You just win?
Let anyone in around here. Anyone.
I don't need any attention right now. Carefully now.
Seems thievery is not.
Yeah, fuck you. What are you gonna do? Bomb me? Probably. Give me that. Monk Dip also gives you action economy with a bonus action on armed attack. Yes.
Keep going.
Hexblade's Curse Key Resonance. Sounds filthy. Usually fight the Steel Watcher Titan. I usually just atrophy it to death. I kill it by draining its intelligence to 0. Also just destroyed himself with a Thunder Wave. Yeah, he's stupid. He does that. I guess I could have done that the other order. It's fine. Concentration saving throws for dragon? Yes, that's one of the things that I've been talking about dragon's really crazy for. Ow, 16 necrotic damage. You max roll? Bro, max rolled. That's toxic. Said I could shield bash, I couldn't. Owie.
One day I'll catch a break.
Forgot to elixir up. Could have made that smoother.
Stick shit. It's stick pig. You piss
Scrying ice still.
Stick shit.
My mug's gone dry, stick shit.
No, stick shit. Clan Flameside.
Yeah, Archer is kind of scary right now. Wondering if I want a piercing damage reduction armor before I pick some more of these fights. Seems like a good idea to me. I don't think I stole the one by Damon. Let's go do that. And I should be making better use of water for Agatha's damage than I have been. I can put down a water bottle, pop it with breath weapon. I can even dash for lightning charges, put down water bottle, pop it with breath weapon, which should make them wet and maybe even create an electrified surface, depending on order of operations. I'll have to check that. Got money yesterday, upgraded to Deluxe to have access to Mask of Many Faces, so disguising myself won't be an issue. Nice. Druiding? Yeah, Candy May. How are you?
What's up for discussion?
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Maybe I do make the medium armor, the adamantine. Be right back. Let me think on that. Hey, Chernobyl. How are we doing today? Doing well. How are you? Disguise self very valuable? Yes, it is super. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, the flight potion is nice from the deluxe edition, for sure. The strength potion, pretty good for that opening fight as well.
Blood excites me. Out of sight, out of mind.
Just arrived in Lower City on my Death Cleric and Blade Singer duo run. Nice. Good progress. Gale is finally hungry enough.
With haste.
Yeah, we're gonna put on the breastplate +1 here because it's damage reduction to piercing.
My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon.
I don't really have anything I super want to give you, but I guess I'll give you Speedy Reply.
Listen, I need to speak to you. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. I sought to cross her. We come now to the... What? What if Here.
Into its teeth, its claws.
Terrifying. As long as I absorb trace, I don't level a city the size of Waterdeep. All of this. Now.
Come now. Okay, Gale, chill. Is he wrong, though?
What's hiding here?
Let him cook. Gale's so needy. A little bit, painfully. But that was the third one, so we're good now. Aaron Lowe is testing things, kidnapped Damon, sent him to Gauntlet of Shar. After a few pickpocketing, saw him missing 1 point. Region dropper returned, corpse Damon's at the portal. The rats killed him. Yeah, rats killed him.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Speak to Animals potion for chicken chasing is nice too. If you don't want to buy one from Volo, but I usually just buy one from Volo. Thinking. If I use a strength elixir here, that frees up my weapon slot. You go Fowler or Louvre for Shriek. Go for a Trident and just disarm people. That's pretty fun too. I don't like that idea. Ever use my reading potion? Yes. Much better for doing detect thoughts checks than using the spell. Because you can do like mind reading and guidance at the same time. Whereas you can't do that with the spell. Quick heal. I guess I should rescue Volo. By Whispering Promise. Oh, the Owlbear Cub is here. Just wondering if that would happen. Rendering in the owlbear is enough.
No more chicken.
Mother gone.
You got
The cub.
Recently started throwing poisons on the ground, dipping my weapons in it. Hey, more people on the dipping for poisons train? I'll take it. Dipping is super powerful. Poison coatings as a whole are really underappreciated. They are particularly nuts on Eldritch Knights and Hexblades, and you can just be an 11-1 there and be the master of poisons. It's quite silly. By that. Anything else I want from Roa's resources? A blight could maybe be nice. Not super worried about it. Unbreakable Wall of Fire is a funny idea. Expensive though. We'll buy it. Only way I can have my Shadow Blade not being downgraded when the dip goes off. I don't think that actually gets around it. I would encourage a retest there. Right, I'm here to save Volo. I remember things. And next time I have, no temp HP, I will get Leviatar's love.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. What's it to you?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
So, like, I can just detect thoughts
This Ranger better
all the
not go
time.
yapping about my pigeon. I should.
You used a scroll. Already rescued Dade's idiot husband? I did not.
I guarantee the story of your death. We mustn't tarry, but
Danny, thank you for the 5 gifted. What are you doing?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
That's very kind. Thank you very much. What are you doing? Asked this yesterday, got buried in the fun. If I have the ring and the spell, would it be possible to dual wield Shadow Blades? I've not personally tried that yet, Candy May. I'm skeptical, but thank you for testing. My day's poopy trying to make someone else's better. Oh, thank you, Danny. That's very sweet. I appreciate you. I hope your day improves. And remember, the desk shitting offer is still on the table. Or the desk, in this case.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
No time for mercy. Softer than a whisper. Best get in.
Kid.
Moving in. Think you can take me on? Quiet. Move with care. Want we have here.
Yeah, it's this one. You're supposed to be an adult, act like it? Oh, sorry.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
There we go.
Have to keep going.
Alright, now that I have a little bit of piercing DR.
Don't want to draw any attention.
We attacked someone.
Sure did. Unfortunate, not unexpected though. There goes my 10 HP. You're putting yourself in the cage. You think he's doing just fine?
Another step forward.
BB to it. Goblin Kid Speed Pod get refreshed every time? Seems to be, yeah. Trying to make a habit of taking advantage of that more. Alright, let's go get Livia Tarslov now. Frustrated DM Amelia. Some of the line deliveries, the narrator's just talking to you like you're stupid. It's really funny. If I had Booming Blade, I'd be using Hunter's Dagger more, but we can change that later. Spell Sparkler makes sense for now.
Ah, pain without purpose is a... If you would permit... Yes, this will do nicely.
Seen Amelia's outtakes? Yeah.
The pain you suffer will
Very funny.
cleanse you. Do not fight it.
Do you have Intimidation proficiency? Simply roll good.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. Wonderful. You want more?
I'm still just thinking about this this dragon form pseudo reliable talent thing. That's actually crazy.
That's it. Welcome the pain. Let it become part of you.
Yeah, I'm it's still rattling in my brain. Just every couple minutes it comes back up and I'm like, wait, this is a check I don't have to worry about.
I hope that's a promise.
That's Mirror of Loss consistency, that's Zathis consistency.
Sweet I am proud
Maybe it's not.
to have served
It's checks, so maybe not Zathis. Yeah. Yeah, con saves, int wiz checks. So that's religion checks, arcana checks, perception checks, insight checks. Nature doesn't really matter. Investigation doesn't really matter. History doesn't really matter. Medicine. Transmutation Wizard Stars Druid. Transmutation Wizard Stars Druid.
Something's on my mind.
Had to refund the Oblivion remake, kept crashing. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. I was playing it a bunch yesterday. Having fun with it. Alright, so we're gonna do a couple things here. Spec Gale as transmutation. Leave him here for the moment.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting
Gonna see if the Goblin Kid restocked. Darren and Zarel basically free. What about Minthara, though? Or whoever they are.
Here we go again.
Having +5 guarantees double potion. Yaha. Not this one.
Don't waste a step. All by my hand. Out of sight, out of mind.
That one.
On my way.
No, you can't use minor illusion on these kids. They will disappear from the game if you do.
You've made a grave mistake.
You've seen one of them nose up close. Proper
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Kids, stop turning around. Fucking hell.
Careful footwork. I don't need any attention right now.
You've been caught mid-robbery. You're defiant.
Oh, hey, they aggroed.
Breathe deep and move.
I don't want the gravy train to end, so. Hey, Mark. Still got the speed pot. Hopefully they ironed it out and get it again. My PC might also just be shit. Run BD3 fine with no issues. From what I understand, Oblivion is a very Oblivion Remake is a very
Here we go.
demanding game. Question about saving throws. You can or can't crit fail in BG3. I think it depends. I know you can crit fail concentration. I don't think you can crit fail certain other ones. I'm not super confident on which, but you sometimes can't. Alright, so Gale has 2 levels of Wizard. Now we're giving him 2 levels of Druid. So he's also a Stars Druid. Give him another level. Level 6 will be giving him another Druid level.
Salutations.
Okay, that's a 2. We go dragon form. Still only an 8. Okay. So intelligence or wisdom checks or con saving throws. You can replace rolls of 9 or lower with a 10. Didn't seem to work. Medicine check is a wisdom check. That's a wisdom check. Didn't replace. So maybe that feature isn't actually active. This is why I wanted a science.
Always a pleasure.
Gale de Starzios. Damn it, that's good. Need to use the Cosmic Omen thing first. No, Candy May, that's not even a thing until level 6. What are you even talking about? No, I don't need to use a class feature that I don't have unlocked yet to enable this. Unless I do and the game doesn't make sense, but...
Don't mind if I do.
Well, what led you to that conclusion?
Light on my feet.
Let me bind this more. No, it just lets you add 1d8 to checks, and what does that have to do with what I was testing?
Better than nothing.
Did I do this? On crafting as a check, you were testing the basic benefit of the form? Yes, I was testing to see if I could roll below a 10, and I could.
The past is near. Well, let's see what you've got.
That was the test. Like something's not right there. Yeah, either this is listing something that you're not getting, or it's very selective on what checks it actually looks at. I'm just gonna have to keep a closer eye out. Now let's deal with the mimics now. Be a little slow, but worth it, I think. Really scuffed it doesn't apply to all the checks it should based on description. Yeah, like, that's a part of the ability that I didn't even know was a thing. Until someone mentioned. Like, the second part, the con saves part, is why I went this route. But now I'm just really interested in the first half of that, and seeing if that actually works or not. This is the Omen description. Grants you the ability to increase or decrease attack rolls and saving throws, and to increase your allies' ability checks. So ally ability checks, not your own. Otherwise it would be attack rolls and saving throws. Cool.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Just out of view.
Looks like the place the Dark Justicia's letter mentioned. But where's the stash?
How do you do this without getting seen?
A monster hiding in plain sight.
My fleet fingers jump to get up here. Wiki says, Constellation Wise Dragon appears on you. You make a saving throw, so maintain concentration. Rolled result of 9 or lower is considered 10. Wouldn't even be all Constitution saves, only the one for concentration. Yeah, here's the thing, Lele Zero. We just went through a little while ago. The wiki's not infallible. The wiki and the in-game descriptions having discrepancies means I would rather test in-game than trust the wiki. Again, the wiki's good, but just a little while ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, something like that, the whole discussion on the scaling of breath weapons, the wiki was wrong. So, live testing. Always trust that more. Trust but verify. Yes, well put. This time seems to be working more like the wiki says, the other way around, suggesting what to test next. You're suggesting test other con saves? Yeah, I'll look into that. Try to poison myself. Start throwing basic poisons at myself after this combat.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Do I have any? No. I think I sold them. Maybe they're in camp. I'll look around. Archer form would be better for this. I should probably switch. Yeah, we switch. You can throw basic poison at yourself. There's Mark, someone in streams asked about that not long ago. So, if you're referring to for self-poison shenanigans, that's a lot less desirable than rotten food, because rotten food does not have a saving throw associated. And also, it's a more efficient resource choice, if you ask me.
These boots have seen everything.
Here's what I should actually be doing. Should be doing hunting short bow.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Juicy. Look at that hit. Oof. This is just a bonus action. I can just do this. I got my Fleet Fingers jump to reposition too. Like, this is just a build. Speedy, light feet, Fleet Fingers. I even forgot to actually equip my armor again. Lol. Target's out of sight. The fuck it is. Move it. Really doing this? I can literally see it, right? Using main action dash to boost bonus action attack being efficient sounds like super stupid. It's pretty crazy. How you doing, Stay? How have you been liking your current run? I haven't been able to tune in. I've been waking up early enough. Oh, that's so much damage. Stars Ruin's stupid. Yeah, it's... I've been telling people that I fully expect it to be, like, the staple 2-level dip people do on casters. Like, how a lot of people just slap 2 fighter for action surge on builds. Doing that as 2 stars is, like, even crazier. Also, do you happen to know offhand if, oh, I don't have it anymore. So, hang on. So, Dragon Form has a different passive that lists on your character sheet when you have it active. It says you have reliable talent for int and whiz checks, and I'm not sure that you actually do. but like I need to check that. Need to do more focus testing on that.
Think you can take me on?
Do stars 10 Bladesinger? I could do stars on my Bladesinger. That sounds fun.
Just out of view.
Consider going stars Hexblade. Figured I didn't have action economy for anything Hexblade. Yeah, just your bonus action always spoken for. Yeah, makes sense. But bother with Titan String, you'd have stars imaginary bow for more damage. Why not do both? Titan String on your main action, imaginary bow on your bonus action. Just do both. That's the beauty. You don't have to choose. Real archer shit? Yeah. You think 2 Druid would be more common than 1 Hexblade? No, I don't, but I think it should be equally considered. Remember, going 2 Druid does not stall your spellcasting progression. This 1 Warlock level I have is stalling my progression, because Warlock doesn't have normal spell slots. I would already have 3rd level casting if I didn't have this Warlock level. So, if I was on a class that has low inherent value, like Bladesinger, then stapling on Stars Druid levels instead of more Wizard levels, I still get the same spellcasting progression, but I get way more things I can do. So, like, for a Bladesinger build, something like a 6 Bladesinger and then 1 Death Cleric, 2 Stars Druid, 2 Sorcerer, 1, like, you could just keep doing all those dips and still have your same spellcasting progression, but have a ton of extra tools. And yeah, you're making your Hexblade weaker by not going 12. The Hexblade's insanity. Forgot to buy Whispering Promise from Vola. Go do that. Kennedy? Yes.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
You rang? Oh no, I was just talking. Try to poison ourselves? Ah, yes. Thank you for the reminder. That's a 9, so already confirmed that it is not all Constitution. Easy test. Oh wait, hang on. I need to get back in the right form. Never mind. Never mind. Bad test. I gotta actually be in dragon form. Try that again. Forgot I was in archer form. I looked over here to see that I had a an action, but I didn't check what it was. Gonna check a survival. Wisdom, I think? Yeah, wisdom. That's an 8. Yeah, that's an 8. Maybe this time Wiki's on point in game, they forgot to update the description. Seems likely, yeah. This work for checks, right? Not just saving throws? No. Intelligence or wisdom checks. Constitution saves. I tried a medicine check. Didn't work. I tried a con save. Didn't work. It might be the wiki description of specifically concentration, which is what I thought it was initially. It just means that this on your character sheet is a red herring. It doesn't mean anything. What does description of wild shape say? Yeah, it just says the concentration one. This is what it says on the wiki page. In the wild shape choice, same thing. It's just the character sheet has something weird and inaccurate. Today I learned.
True soul, no less.
I hate these
Should
cultists.
split your head open and
Not a
the
true soul.
stench don't lie.
I get the Yankee.
In that case,
Sure.
whatever the spoils, we'll drop you a fat cut. You in?
You can have those. Miss.
No.
Hey, Brithvar's faction is now allied to me.
Just a theory. Dumb theory. Half these walls are still standing.
Forgot to update the character sheet tooltip when they changed the spell description. Seems the most likely. Wish I had a spell slot for spike growth right now.
Can't risk being in open view. Breathe deep and move.
Yeah, that shouldn't be trouble for a... Now get to the caning. Fuck up.
At the ready.
My cane for an axe.
All right. Time to skulk about. Don't mind if I do.
So I pushed her, fast traveled away. So I'm not there for them to get mad at.
No, never mind.
Good luck, go in. Thanks, Say. Thanks for stopping in.
I don't need any attention right now. What do we have here?
Get a little more strength.
Shove moss in your own gob and stay quiet. They've been fed plenty.
Invisible wall, I guess.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
It had me add so many campfire. Right, I remember that. I'm just trying to preserve my temp HP for longer. This dude clearly doesn't want to play ball. Fair enough. For an angle where they're all gonna move. Where I saw it for a second. I'll move a bit. bit. Maybe this way? This is fine.
Look at 'em, all that brawn, trembling like
The lighting charges. I'm wearing the padded, not the breastplate. It's okay.
Need to find a way forward.
One of them really doesn't want to get pushed. It's off for a hot sec too. Yeah. Kinda okay with switching to breastplate +1. Reapplying Hex. Fun things immune to psychic in Act 3? No. Outside of Steel Watchers, name me something. Here's the thing about immunity talk. A lot of people will be like, hey, there's so many things immune to this damage type. It's like, okay, name me something. Yeah, that's why I asked. So then why do you think there's that many? If you can't think of them, are there that many? Psychic immunity isn't a big deal at all.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Well, when I can think of Steel Watchers, you can just not fight them to begin with. Yeah. Oddly just leading into psychic damage on a ranger. How's that weird? You can get bonus psychic damage on every character. This is psychic damage, this is psychic damage, Call the Weak is psychic damage, Strange Conduit psychic damage, Mind Blast psychic damage. Piercing makes more sense. Ranger doesn't have any bias towards piercing over anything else. Ring appears a psychic short sword for the day. Uh-huh. Like growth's piercing. That's a druid spell that rangers get access to. Alright. You're putting things in arbitrary boxes. And that dragon attack and a bonus action seems nice. Yeah. Hexblade Warlock upcast Shadowblade. If you have enough levels to have Shadowblade, you can cast it. If you get higher spell levels, you can upcast it. So, like, you get Shadowblade at Warlock 3. Once you hit Warlock 5, your spell slots go up to 3rd level. So you automatically upcast if you use a Warlock spell slot. Warlocks always fully upcast their spells, because they only have their highest level spell slot. Hey, Blue Collar, how are you? Go back to that psychic damage only run. The ranger moss are pretty cool, just saying. Here's the thing about that, Candy May. Psychic damage only. What's the condition for triggering the moths? Triggered by an attack, which you could use Shadowblade to do. When do you get Shadowblade? If you are not getting it in your spell list, Candy May. I'm nowhere near strong enough for this. At least not with a packed weapon. Not until the ring. It would have to be a dip late in the game. So, not useful for a psychic only run. Because you would not be able to do any damage until you get to Act 2 after having saved Arabella, which requires you to have dealt with the goblin leaders, which you couldn't do, because you can't do damage. Do you see the problem? Unless you don't have a respec restriction. Right.
What's in here?
Level 1 Bard for Vicious Mockery, kill everything only with that. Get the ring good to go. I mean, you're joking, but Mark did that. He got to Act 2. Only lost the run to accidentally getting in a fight he hadn't planned on getting in. Vicious Mockery all the way through to Act 2. With, you know, Dissonant Whispers, of course, was also there. He did Grove Defense, even. Killed Minthara and all of her forces. Hey, Grim Preacher, how are you? Still a lot of these guys here. May have to burn some higher level scrolls.
Better than nothing.
Get my wild shape charges back in case I want to switch starry forms. No crit immunity till Act 3 is tough. Yeah. Because you can't get the ore. It's not even, like, you don't necessarily need to kill Grim. It's you can't get the ore. Because you have to damage it. Unless you could somehow convince something else to do that for you without your direct input. And I don't even know how you begin to do that. I guess maybe if you somehow got the lava elemental there to make an attack on you, if its attacks are AoE the same way the earth elementals are, maybe that could do it, but like then you're letting the lava elemental punch you when you have no crit immunity. Can't jump. Yeah. What's with my shove angles right now? I'll just do that.
Another step forward.
Strength currently elixired. I think it's 10 without that. Maybe 12. Way lower than I like to have it. Just ruled out any shenanigans like that as being against the spirit of the run. It's a fun thought experiment. Kind of like the same sort of stuff I had to think through with my no looting run. Like, there's some shenanigans I banned spirit of the run, but like getting access to certain items with roundabout ways was cool. Like getting the water sparkers by having Minthara pick up the chest because it's right next to her. I thought that was cool. Playing without strength is not fun. Yeah, I really don't like it.
Time to rest.
Age strength yumping. Yeah, age strength yumping is not great. Imagine landing on your back like that. I guess you wouldn't feel it for long. Oof.
Absolutely not. Well, you'd be killing this tree. It's a gag. Yes.
Oh yeah, well this guy's still uncanny dodge at the fall. Because they changed uncanny dodge for NPCs. In this patch. They may have unwittingly nerfed it for Rogue. I still need to see exactly what they did. Bro didn't die. He uncanny dodged the wrong instance. But he couldn't dodge the whole thing.
These boots have seen everything. On my way. Free for the taking.
We're doing a crime response. Oh, he saw that corpse.
I'll strike you down.
What is with my push angles being really not correct in this area right now?
Not over. Then through.
He dodged the floor because Rogue good. You can uncanny dodge anything as long as you have a reaction. On my last Astarion run, I was uncanny dodging the sun. Uncanny dodge this. Eddie, I don't understand. You'd be candy dodging otherwise. Okay, listen. This is another job for Starry form. Not Starry form, Archer form. Just not prepared for. Candy Dodging the Sun sounds like a sick record title. You're not wrong. Metal album or rap? I think it's straddling that line. I think it's like Limp Bizkit type stuff, you know? That 90s, 2000s. Heavy Metal, Fuck the Sun's the rap version featuring Post Malone. Nah, Post Malone wouldn't make rap. He vultured and moved on. You would criticize it if it came out as a rap song. Uncanny Dodging the Sun and the hot dog flavored water. That album's gonna be stuck in my head the rest of the day. I guess I should fire dip.
A good opportunity.
Could also be using a better bow, I suppose. Juicy. So, like, Archer form would be ideal here, because I could be doing my bonus action, Radiant Shot 2. But I'm just not prepared. Once I have access to short rest potions, I'll be switching far more freely.
Here we go again.
Thanks for the talks. To go, have a nice one. Thanks, Lily Zero. Good to see you. Hope to see you next time. Don't want you to perfectly overlap like that. Also not interested in clicking Hexblade's Curse here to speed this up. Yes, I know I have Hex on the wrong target at the moment. I'm just trying not to kill them while they're fully overlapped, because that makes looting them a little annoying. Slow and steady. Can you shoot me from there? Science. No? Alright, can I shoot you from here? Disadvantage, but... Might ask why I'm not playing the retaliation loop on these guys. They do way too much damage for me to survive that presently. Once I have more DR later. Gurgle is not a word that I enjoy. Hey, Nico. Ooh, rant. What's the topic today, Blue Collar? Dealer's choice? Oh, I'm not feeling particularly ranty right now. Let him sploosh? Oh. Let me think. Let me think about it. Rant about ooze damage? No, it's not really a rant. It's just like they hit hard. That's the end of the discussion. They simply do the big hurdy ouchie. Let's see, can you hit me from there? Okay, no, I'm in bow range. You're non-spit range. Rant about how late you stayed up last night just to watch Failure. No, it wasn't Failure, it was stupid, unaccounted for scenario. It was a failure of game development. You splished your last splosh. First time chatter. Retaliation shenanigans, how crazy stacking it can get. Rant about something in the gaming industry in general. I think I like Sora's idea. Rant about Blade Song. Let's rant about Blade Song. Blade Song and the hype it's receiving by anyone playing it before Act 3 is indicative of two things. One, tabletop bias. People play or are familiar with or have heard good things about a thing in tabletop, so they automatically ascribe that value to it in BG3. And then the other thing is people don't understand opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of you having what is 2, 3, 4 AC off of Blade Song, sure, cool, I guess. At the cost of you giving up slots where you could have had more AC than that. Like, that's something that doesn't click for a lot of people. It's like, if you paid someone $100 to give you $10, and then half of the player base would be like, but I got $10. It's like, Blade Song is giving up a lot, getting back almost nothing. And it's making your run more volatile RNG-wise, because you cannot have crit immunity until you get one specific item in Act 3 if you want the ability to Blade Sing. Because all critical hit immunity items, except for the Helldusk Helmet, are either shields, medium, or heavy armor. You are not allowed to Blade Sing with any of those. Yeah, that's why I went for duo run with Blade Singer, too scared to be nat 20 in my head and game over. Understandable. How you doing today, Dave?
Wait, go on. Drag.
Free to go.
It's the whole damn reason we're
That's all I
here.
need. Leave. Yoink. Star map guiding bolt here. Not a great roll. Use the first guiding bolt to get advantage on the second one. So I hid, had advantage, used guiding bolt, which gave me advantage for a guiding bolt. Very brave. Now I need to turn my brain off. Realistically, it's set up for switching brain energy to BG3. I feel that. How am I? Alive. You know how it be. Don't feel like fighting the Merrigan yet. Nowhere near strong enough for that. I'm already out of coffee? Wow, I went through that fast today. I keep checking my mug and no, it's not refilling. Alright, this guy has a bludgeoning weapon, so let's equip the padded armor.
The past is... Well, let's see what you've got.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Attacked someone.
Critical miss. Sure. Goes armor of Agathos. We got 2 good hits on him though. Another critical miss. I rolled a lot of ones. Good thing I switched to the padded armor.
These boots
Annoying.
have seen everything.
Fight seems to be a mistake.
Quiet. Move with care. Let's see.
I'll allow it.
Best be on my way. Still alive. Progress.
Someone go to throne.com/tbjquag, get the self-refilling coffee mug. Where is Thud? Why's Thud over there? He doesn't normally hang out there.
Back on your feet, or I'll bite your toes off one by one.
That's more what I wanted him to do. What happens with a corpse inside a corpse? First things I knew. I don't really make a habit of making a corpse. You know, like a turducken. Like it's a corpse.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Clean up this mess. Near dies.
Like there's a gesture.
And that goes for novices.
Thank you, I needed that validation. Taking care of Thud and the Mind Masters. Dalthar I should also take care of. Archers are scary. Thud and the Mind Masters sounds like a 70s funk band. It does.
Pete, move, Hoon! I don't have time for Drugnan outsiders. No, he's stuck in there with poison. Thought you would. Prick's got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near dies, heads grow. And that goes for novices.
Very well.
Pull near from the rubble. Good. Drop it near the rubble.
Armor of Uninhibited Kushigo. Patient defense is active, where it can use the reaction to make an unarmed strike against any attacker that misses. So, yeah, any monk could spend a key point on patient defense and just have that active. Riposte sucks. That's the takeaway. Okay, riposte is fine. It's just not unique.
Don't get your twat in a twist.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Attacked someone.
Lost initiative. Don't love that. Did that to build lightning charges. Low. Switch to piercing because this one has a war pick, that one has a bow. My weapon isn't hexed right now. That's why I'm draining strength. Kind of okay with that outcome, actually. Rapport. I was wondering why he wasn't doing that earlier. I'm okay with the delay.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Hey Kegels, how are you? Is the run going? It's going well. Taking my time with this section of the game till we get some more power. Not picking up that dagger. Wiggling daggers, we don't pick those up. I've learned my lesson.
Can't slow down.
Thanks for asking. Good, glad to hear. Taking my time with that section. Oh, I said game, but yeah, I should enunciate. Nice, Nunu. That is high five worthy. Blame mobile speakers. Understandable.
Shit! What? You're a good...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Oh. He's here now? Okay. Okay. You're a good one. The radiant breath attack is what happens when someone breathes vape pen smoke right on your face. I hate it. In my mind, dazzling breath is now that cotton candy flavor scent, and I hate you for doing that to me.
Just out of view. What to take?
Seems thievery is.
Okay. Got your bomb. Watching to get you with that, interesting. Owie. And that doesn't get you? Okay, scammed. Actually a problem. What are with my dice today? Like what? Like what? What's up with that, man? I rolled so many ones. Concentrated blast on you for guaranteed damage and also to heal me. That could have been bad if that hit me. Okay, yeah, the cone for that isn't accurate. It's not as big as it says it is. Pause. Out of spell slots. One spell slot left. Don't think I used that yet. What is my packed weapon currently? My hexed weapon. It's the Hill Giant Club. Hey, Contravariant. How's the run going so far? It's going well. Your plans of the Hexblade for the build? Access to the spells. I won't be going further than one level. I wanted the spells and level 1 features from Hexblade. Rolling very good consistently. Does have proficiency in this particular save, so didn't expect too much. Bro's got so much strength. Question, Ring of Inhibition gave mental fatigue even the enemy succeeded the save. I would need way more information about what you were doing specifically. What cultivation elixirs? I do. Just the one? I do. 81 XP off. I can find that XP somewhere. Pommel Strike, enemy succeeded on days. What other gear did you have equipped? Were you applying any kind of other debuff at all? Like, anything? Reverb it procced after. Order of events in the combat log is not necessarily indicative of the order things actually happened. It's very deceptive that way. It could have been the reverb.
I'll strike you down.
Sort of.
It's just you, so... What different runs you got going? I have this solo, and then I have a co-op with Gage, a co-op with Mark, a co-op with Danny, co-op with Dade. So I have 5 runs going right now. I stream 6 days a week, and I have 5 different playthroughs going. What level do you normally do the crush, if at all? Depends on the run. I always do it, but depends on the run. Often I'll even save it for like level 9 because of exploration, XP optimization stuff, but like I said, depends on the run. In a region lock, I'll be doing it at level 7. He's in his co-op era. Polyamorous co-op mod installed on Quag. Can quit whenever he wants. Nerd. Uh-huh.
It's been a long day.
Upstream's well, doing well? Yeah. See your level spread. Since this fucker now. 4 Druid, 1 Warlock. Shortly will be 5 Druid, 1 Warlock.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Bye. Hey JD, how are you? Good to see you. Another star map, that's cool. Call Lightning. Just 3rd level druid spells are good. Could do a 3rd level Agathis now. Do I wait until this one is done with? I think I do. Let's try to find one more goblin to hit me or something. Actually no, I'll just re-up it during the fight. No reason not to. Don't want Ice Knife. Dragon form for continuing to concentrate on Call Lightning. That's so fun, man. Ah, it's so cool. I'm gonna do protection from poison. No, I'm not. I don't have a spell slot for it. I was gonna say, that would be nice for Thrin's poison spray. But I just cannot be bothered. Do I Flame Blade and then Hex Weapon on Flame Blade? I guess there's a world in which you could do a funky combo of Druid, Warlock, Monk, have Evasion, apply Oil of Combustion with like an offhand bow shot or something, and then flame blade packed weapon. It's weird. I like the idea. Keep that prepped, but I'm not going to cast it. Hexblade's Curse goes on Blast Pendant. Yeah, I could, Blast Pendant, Call Lightning. Hexblade dips mostly for armor bag. This Blade Ward, keeping up Hex Concentration, Hexblade's Curse. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Also, it allows me to scale my, Breath Weapon, and, when I'm in Archer form, Luminous Arrow, off of my Charisma instead, which is a more worthwhile stat to have investment in than Wisdom is.
But we got nothing to lose.
About the Pug with Hexblade? Yes, Chief. People talk about that every 5 minutes.
Belly up. We got a scapegoat. It's Nia's
Very commonly reported. Realize it's scaled off Charisma. It's scaling off Charisma because my most recent class is Warlock.
Frick's got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near dies, heads careful. And that goes for novices too.
You attacked someone.
Oh, my bad,
The
Thread.
guards are allowed to do that. as
Persuasion.
this one is about to demonstrate.
Just a bit of harmless fisticuffs, nothing for you to
They
worry about.
believe you.
Okay, they believe me.
Anything of use?
Just harmless fisticuffs, you know?
Still on my way.
We're about to throw something like yesterday. I thought I'd share if you hadn't heard. No, I appreciate you thinking of me. Yeah, it's the very popular thing. I've been chatting a while. I'm happy to have you here.
Not as bad as it could have.
It's just these two now. Killed everyone else. Do I want them helping me with Nier? No. No, I don't. Back to Hill Giant Club. Maybe not yet, actually.
Alright, time to skulk about. You sure we can trust him?
Shit, of course I ain't sure. I ain't even trust you most days. But we got nothing to lose. It all goes to plan, and our asses get paid. If it goes belly up, we got a scapegoat. It's Nia's game to lose.
Let the poison choke near and be done with it,
What do I have to lose?
Rock thumping and pod pounding wrecked your mind, brain.
I guess we have Greymon too.
Another fight.
More about Greymon. Wait for them to walk back, because I've already queued up moving Stone Guard Kerr here. And vacuum hands her back here. Brain rot, I need to share it to the tune of scar tissue. Star's truth, she saw. Whoosh on this one, Danny. I'm sorry to say whoosh. Asking because I recently started a Circle of Stars character and went for Ranger 1 dip for better strength and dex saving throws and heavy armor. Now reconsidering to maybe also try Hexblade dip. Ranger dip for better saving throw proficiencies is cool, and heavy armor proficiency. I like that approach. I think just different goals. I really want the Hexblade spell list. The Warlock spell list, I should say. That you get at first level. So that was my main motivation. It's a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. I know some Red Hot Chili Pepper songs. That one whooshed.
Just out of view. Better be cautious. Don't waste a step.
Don't heal, you fuck.
Attacked someone.
Lift? Let me again.
Survival is all that matters.
With haste.
Now I switch back to this. Up to Psychic Res Elixir. Hex this. Hex this.
Room for more.
Another mask. Heavier than it looks. Wouldn't be very comfortable.
Use a slashing weapon. I don't believe I have a slashing res option. I should go craft the adamantine medium armor. I use the ore from there. And get the one from there. Using the adamantine medium armor means I can unequip my shield. Keep my AC low. Hey, so Black. How are you? How's the Daddy Gale run going? I don't know just how busted Battle Mage gloves are. Tell me. What the cat doing? Max acuity with an offhand crossbow shot. Amazing. What'd you shoot at? Spike bulb? Doesn't Jolty Vest have one slashing DR? That's not what you meant. Jolty Vest does, you're right. But I don't want to deal with counter shock against Nier. It'll do some things that I would prefer it didn't.
Seems to be stuck.
Needs to be objects be damaged by the thing. There just has to be objects that can be damaged by the thing you're using, like barricades or boxes. Each tick of damage potentially adds a stack. So you put down destructible objects and you do an attack roll that causes those destructible objects to take damage, and it works. So if you do an attack roll that causes something to take damage, each individual thing that took damage from that attack roll will give you acuity. That explains why throwing a potion works, because you damage the potion. Yeah, if you did the attack roll, hit an alchemist fire, which caused burning on 5 people, you would get acuity for each of those 5. Does 0 damage count? It doesn't for the helmet, so I assume not. Round up a bunch of crates, shoot an alchemist fire. Yeah. Rotten food. With a void bulb. Maybe do it. Yeah. Lots of cheap ways of doing it. I like it. It's cool. Even more curse, you can drop items in the fire surface. And that's still because of that attack roll. So, wait. If you then extend that fire surface by, like, let's say, explosive blood, and you keep bleeding in it. That's really fun. Permanent acuity stacking surface. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, great find. Goals went from useless to busted in one single patch. I mean, the assumption was always that as soon as they work, they would be very good. But now they not only do what they now say they do, they also do what they used to say they did. But better. In a roundabout way, though. Yeah. Oh, I can have an offhand with this. That's cool. Breaking the item again is the right way how you hotfix things.
Only the guards are allowed to do
It's
that,
barely a
as
scuffle.
this
We're
one
fine.
is about to demonstrate. You
Cool, so he's hexed. We're just kind of chilling.
attacked someone.
Unfortunate. Well, the Hexblade's curse you, man. But fine. Be that way. Bye. And I still have 3 on my Agathis. Very nice. Let's go Absolute Warboard for saving throw purposes.
Get back. One spark and it'll blow.
Trying to maximize DR, still trying to minimize AC. Where possible, yes. It'll get easier as we progress.
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron!
You didn't do the insta-hostile thing. Oh, no more innocence.
So you care for the...
Killed your friends here next. Do I hex him? Yeah. Hexblade's curse. Interesting pathing there. Take it though.
Heretic! You should never have come here.
A good fight.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
And with the Warlock level? Yes, all of the spells. And Hexblade's curse. Armor of Agathis, Blade Ward, Minor Illusion, X. All of those spells.
I'm here now. It's not right. Not right.
How much further can I go?
I'm so sorry.
I have something to ask.
I got to talk to Roland before doing Bro Defense. It's optimal, XP optimal thing now. Do I kill the Deepling before I kill myself? So the ones that won't show up are the kids. Cal, Leah, and Roland, I believe. So I guess for XP you would knock out Cal, then Leah, then Roland in that order. Or, you know, Leah, then Cal, just Roland last. I guess that's what you would do. Right now it's one Warlock, the rest Druid? Yes. Never tried. Can you fight near without breaking the rubble? Seeing there's an area behind where near starts. You could get in there. I've never tried to fight him in that scenario. But you can get in there.
And so, to move, certainly not. And I'm your husband.
Being the ones that would go to the camp party, what about them? They will still be in Act 2. They're not connected to Roland.
One of them, aren't you?
They should still be there. Have to go for an appointment. Just want to throw out there. I got back to you on that thing. Oh, yeah. I will respond when I'm able to focus more on that. JD. Thank you. What was I thinking? Wonder if he has dialogue to you hurry up and break the rubble.
The Iron Hand gnomes honor their dead. Things the cult would like to.
I still have 3 on my Agathis. Let's go deal with American, I think. I want Charm. I think Charm's interesting. If I do Tadpole Elixir, because I don't care about having con save disadvantage. Roland only saves the kids, so no Mattis. Remember that now? Yeah. Yeah, you lose out on Mattis. It's really the only impactful thing. You lose out on Mattis and all the Roland-related content in Act 2. So not too much. Use Alfira? No, Alfira's not one of the kids. It's just the kids. Bought ingredients to make chili. That sounds great. Hope they fix the extension. Only notice how often I use now that it isn't working. It's such a nice thing to have. Yeah. Just as a blanket thing, I do not mind questions about current builds. Now, I do have the builds command on for this run. But like, you have questions about the current spec, things that you would normally have explained by the extension, feel free to ask. I get it. I'm suffering without it too. Whenever I'm watching people's streams. I get it. It is a-okay. We're gonna switch to a fire resistance elixir here. Was he free everyone in the jail in Moonrise? Is everyone above turn hostile? No. Anything you're looking forward to for later Star Druid levels? I get Contagion at Druid level 9. I get Freedom of Movement at Druid level 7. You know, just standard Druid stuff for the most part is what I'm excited about. But we'll see if my opinions change as I level more. I'm going to Featherfall here. The Marigan does have Roaring Thunder arrows. Oh, friend. Hold resistance. Boo. Your weapon's magical. I don't actually have resistance to your attacks right now. Star Druid is good for earlier levels. I'm gonna change Land Druid at 5. Better spells, better things to do with my bonus action. Better things like what? I guess going prone is the way I lose my concentration. I have to account for that. It's probably a good situation for having luminous armor with adamantine shield, honestly. Some blade singing sauce potentially. This man always cooks. Bonus action dash boots might use sorrow for a bit. Why not do that on Stars Druid? Here's the thing, if you're not sure what spells you're taking on Land Druid, then like Stars Druid better. Because the appeal of Land Druid is you have more spell slots because you have what is functionally the wizard spell restoration thing, and you get extra always prepared spells. At later levels you get the poison immunity, the immunity to spike growth. That's something too. But like if you don't know what you are doing with those always prepared spells, then the spell slot advantage also doesn't matter either, because Stars Druids get star maps, which they can use on Guiding Bolts, which is functionally more spell slots. What if you Blade Song, then go Fire Myrmidon for the passive buffs? Does Blade Song stay while wild-shaped? That's a good thought. I've never considered that. Real mix would be Stars Druid using Luminous Arrow to charge Climax. You would need a lot of bonus actions, because your Climax and your Arrow would be on the same button. Bladesong Slayer? Yeah, Bladesong Slayer sounds pretty good, Rock. Bladesong Slayer with a Swarmkeeper dip as well. Sounds pretty juicy. I like the idea. Have the right boots on? I do. Going to give a 6-counter ring, cast Command Fleet on people I use Booming Blade on. That sounds fun. Both miss, really? You're hexed. There we go. Yeah, I had to actually Blade Ward there. Stone Skin that I have Glut concentrating on me. That only covers non-magical damage. Blade Ward, yes, the cantrip is stronger than Stone Skin, because it also covers magical slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage. American Halberds are magical. So to cut the American's damage in half, I Blade Warded, even though I already had Stone Skin on. Blade Ward's just so good. It's incredible. I truly don't know why people can't understand that it's absolutely disgustingly good. Like, it's gotta be an intentional, like, hey, I'm gonna just choose to shit on this even though I know it's good type thing. Like, there's no way people run around unironically thinking Blade Ward isn't good. I refuse to believe it. Let me make a slight amendment to that. People who have ever clicked Blade Ward thinking it's not good. I know there's going to be some people caught in the crossfire of the original version of that statement here in the chat who, you know, they heard Blade Ward was bad and they haven't played a class that has access to it yet, and now they feel called out. That was not at you. Keep Joror's Great Sword on me. Good AoE. Got all the masks. I can send those to camp now. Free up some carry weight. Act 3, everyone has access to it. Yet people don't use those gloves either, Necro. Isn't that funny? They know about the armor. Some of them, at least. But they don't use the gloves that give you that. And those are medium armor versus the armor being heavy, so more builds can use the gloves. It's because it doesn't deal damage. It's the only reason people think it's bad. That's crazy to me. That's... It makes sense. Your logic is sound. It's just crazy to me. Alternate Glow's best combo in Act 3. We stay away from the word best. Because, you know, best don't mean shit. But I will say, Helm of Balder and Reviving Hands is a very good combo. I agree with you. Featherfall, I sleeps. Blade Ward jumping off a cliff. Real shit. That's my streamer right there. She gets it. Oh, I am cucumbered. Maybe I can't carry around door girls right now. That's fine. Most people usually play in parties with 4+ characters spending an action to defensive spell, not getting attacked feels like you got stunned, but that doesn't make sense either, Rando, because if you have 4+ characters, spending an action to make it so that character is not dying is less of a hit to your overall action economy. You're spending one of your 4 actions rather than your 1 action, and even when you're spending it as your 1 action, it's a good click. So, like, if anything, people should be clicking it more in party play. Because you have more characters, which means you have a higher chance of having a class in the party that has the spell. And then it's less of your overall action economy. It doesn't get better when people are playing with more characters. It gets worse. As in, like, the magnitude of the issue. Need to use it more. It's one of those spells just haven't played with much, and that's understandable. There's so many things in the game. The difference between the kind of person I'm talking about and the kind of person who would say something like Chaotix there is one category of person's like, hey, this is bad. Another category of person's like, hey, I haven't messed around with that much yet. Very different takes. Very different. We were talking about the feeling. They didn't get attacked, they could have been doing something else, hindsight being 20/20, etc. That still doesn't make sense though, because the feeling is like you still lost less because you're in full party. Like, you had other things you could do. It's not like you spent your entire turn doing nothing. You still had 3 characters you did other things with. I have a bit of a bone to pick with the thought that full party is so different than solo. I get it, Trade. I agree with you. Because it's often used as a justification to neglect initiative, defense, action, economy. It's like, oh, well, I'm in full party. I don't have to worry about that. Like, yeah, you could apply that logic to anything. Yeah, I'm in full party, so I could have one of my party members spend all of their turns throwing smoke powder bombs at their own feet. And yeah, you can get away with that in full party, technically, I guess. But, like, it's still objectively stupid to do it. Spell you pick as a level 1 Warlock to be upcast in normal spell slots? Yes. That's how I still have a 3rd level Armor of Agathis active. I only have 1st level Warlock casting, but I have 3rd level Druid casting. Kid in the group project who let everyone else do all the work vibes. think Blade Ward downplays 99% because people don't know the value of their bonus action. I would agree with that. That's a good take. Because it's the same thing as people who overvalue Quicken Spell metamagic. Not saying Quicken Spell isn't good, but it is heavily overvalued because people don't use their bonus action. Apart from Bard, one dip in Warlock for every caster isn't bad. It's good on Bard too, why wouldn't it be? The thing about dipping one Warlock on a caster setup is you have different spell progression. So, like for example, I only got my 3rd level Druid casting at level 6 because my Warlock level delayed that. But Warlock still combines nicely with every other class. Solo honor challenge run where I can only do damage by throwing smoke powder bomb at my feet. Play Monk or Rogue, and that's pretty free. Magical Secrets, you can pick something without the Warlock, like Armor of Agathis. Yeah, but you only get so many Magical Secrets picks. Like, what if for your Magical Secrets you wanted to take Spirit Guardians and Armor of Agathis? Okay. But what if you also wanted Hex? Warlock dip. Yeah, Magical Secrets on 3 of the 4 Bard subclasses is at level 10. Now, Lore Bards get an earlier dip into Magical Secrets at level 6 as well. But, you know, if you want the Warlock stuff for the other 95% of the game, then... College of Swords fighting style does apply to the Hex weapon. Seems to go away in Waypoint Travel. Some things you have to unequip and re-equip. That's weird. It's not how fighting style should work. Like, Hex weapon doesn't make your weapon not a weapon. It's weird.
Pickpocketing.
You know what? I don't need these 3 anymore, actually. Bugbear want to get involved, too? No? You're just cheering? Okay. Salt. Oh, now you're mad. It was fine until I won. Hypocrites. Sometimes has the +2 and sometimes doesn't. Unequip, re-equip fixes it. You're checking to see if your weapon's actually in your hand when you're testing that. You do keep Bladesong buffs after turning into Slayer. There we go. There's the Bladesong sauce. You do it on Wild Shape or Slayer builds. There you go. That's cool. It's awesome. Should we restart our run? No. Oh, hey, you just joined too? Okay.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
It's song finally makes Slayer viable. Stop it. Who shot the arrow of fire? I'll just shoot an arrow of fire. Why'd you shoot an arrow of fire? Oh, I understand. Okay, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Okay, here's what happened. This goblin saw its ally in a surface that could hit for up to 6 damage. so they replaced it with a safer surface that can hit for up to 4 damage. So, bro saw I lit the bugbear on fire. I was like, let me help, and added his own fire. Or 7 damage, excuse me, for my fire. 4 for theirs. Hey, Gage, ended up getting Oblivion? Ooh, how you liking it so far? Does that sound like something Bender would do? You're not wrong, Carter. Or not, why did I think it was Carter? Hey, Midworld Slinger. I saw a purple name and long, and I assumed it was Mike Honcho. That's my mistake. My brain doesn't work. I need more coffee. Can you stop chewing on that? Oh no? I'm doing things? Hey, tell me more, Rocks. I would love to do a 180 on my opinion of Bladesinger. Really, really. Help me. That fire looks pretty hot. Here's some cooler fire. So pretty, quite stutter for me, unfortunately, and not enough to be unplayable. Oh, well, hopefully they issue some performance patches. I've not had bad performance yet, but I've seen some other people doing it. I'm only playing on, like, medium settings. I maxed out textures. But otherwise, textures and distance, but otherwise I'm on medium. Check this without blade singing first? Okay. I'm very invested. You just died of the burning, right? Concentrate on resistance. Yeah. 0 damage. Oh man, you rolled them in. Bladesinger's great, I had fun until the blob crit killed me at last light in. So that doesn't sound like it's great, it sounds like it's got some glaring defensive problems you can't get around if you want to use their class features in a straightforward way. Eldritch Tickle. The Marcus fight a little loose because I like watching AI do goofy stuff. Shot Marcus on the beach, he killed Danis. Oh no, Revan. One of my first 4 got one shot by an enemy spell. Yeah, Oblivion, unlike Skyrim's, like, actually hard. It's great. Put my foot down on this? That's okay, Sora. No, I get it. I have a huge nostalgia bias towards Oblivion. Like, I'm not even pretending otherwise. There's a lot of allowances I'm making because I really love OG Oblivion. So I'm having a great time, but it is not without problems. Like, Strange Ox doesn't give a fuck about your defenses. I mean, you can get yourself up to a point where you can tank Strange Ox defensively. Like, Mark was doing it on his Karlach run, fighting it in Rivington. Like, he was just fighting it straight up, 1-to-1, like, back and forth. And his character was so tanky and so well protected against things like paralysis and crits at that point that it was fine. But, like, that said, the better way of dealing with Strange Ox is absolutely to not let it get a turn. Or failing that, if you don't have the capability of doing that, just don't fight it at all. I'm still on fire resistance elixir. Let's get goofy with this.
Fall by my hand.
Like, if I took a void bulb. group all of you like that. Oh. That was juicy. It was really, really funny to be asked about star sign and the Emperor's being down. Hey bro, what's your sign real quick? Got the traitor still alive, or did I just kill him? Oh yeah, I killed him. I never got Doomhammer, I don't think. Wanted it. Oh well. Don't care that much. You or anyone in chat play with Slayer this patch? I have not played with Slayer on patch 8. Just able to cast spells? What? 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 Need a slight buff? No, it did not at all. I know you're kidding, Verizon, but for the benefit of everyone else, Slayer was already cracked. Like, what? I don't even. How do I respond to that? Patch 7, Prestige 1. You sure you don't want to restart that duo? Oh, man. Can you, Rox, while you're testing stuff, can you test to see if you have access to other actions you would normally only have while in player form? Like, can you throw things? Here's my question. Can you throw things? Eldritch Blasting Slayer with Tiger aspect. So also, like, if you have Booming Blade... You just Booming Blade in Slayer form, or do you need a weapon equipped? Because Slayer has improved extra attack at level 10, so like... You slay... You Sumptuous Bloodbath, you slay, you Booming Blade. Like, what are we doing here, man? Reddit Slayer's still bad. Mm-hmm. Can you stop shooting me? It's, like, mildly annoying. Let's trade on heroism here. Big heal. I can do everything. Okay, so you build for 30 strength Slayer and you throw objects with Tavern Brawler. You play Giant Barbarian Slayer, you do 30 strength Elemental Cleaver Giant's Rage bullshit. Knock me prone? That's so rude. Like Larian might fix this one because they're literally live streaming Dirge. I wonder if they'll even get Slayer form though. Hoping this is a Trials of Tab bug somehow, because otherwise... Yeah, hopefully it's Trials of Tab. I'll test on my own time. Work with Displacer as well? Good question. I haven't done Displacer in patch 8 either. Yeah, let's hope that it's isolated instance. That Hexblade's curse making the ogre look like he's stinky? Yeah, it is. This is not a fight I meant to pick, but I attacked the goblin kids instead of fleeing like I should have. Giants Rage Kaiju battles between Slayer and the Chosen. Oh yeah, that would mean you could do, would that be gargantuan-sized Slayer? Because you're already large size. You go huge size with Colossus, and then you go gargantuan size with Giant's Rage. That's amazing. And that's something you can already do, even if this bug is not a vanilla thing, because you could do Giant's Rage and then turn into the Slayer. So still cool. 30 strength Slayer, only a brainer before it. Again, I did it and was doing it, and talking to you while doing it. You were even asking questions about how I got to 30 strength, and this was not at the brain. You should get tadpole elixirs. How do you explain to a Spaniard what retaliation damage is? Is this an Inquisition joke or something, or is this a serious question? I cannot tell anymore. The brain rot has progressed too far. Serious question? I felt so silly writing that. No, it's okay. It's okay. So retaliation damage is someone hits me, they take damage. So, like, Armor of Agathis. You see this spell? Deal 5 cold damage to any creature that hits you with a melee attack. It's everything that works like that.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Blade Song is impeded in wild shape. But yeah, does it stop? That's the thing. Like, order of operations. You shouldn't be able to Blade Song after you've already wild shaped, but like, especially because you can't have the necessary weapons equipped. But this is something that I do think still needs to be explored. Turning pike. I'm selling it. But yes. Got the returning pike. Light armor for initiative. I guess I like that. Damage dealing XP still a thing? Yes, and also throwing non-magical basic daggers can still be boosted to a much higher point than the returning pike. So even if it wasn't, returning pike is still trash. The only reason you would ever use it is if you have no other way to make an item return to you when you throw it. It is objectively a weak throwing option.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Thanks for all the help you give us and the knowledge.
Hey, Deceased, thank you so much for the Prime and the 2 months. Really appreciate it. And the kind words, of course. Thank you very much. Too kind. I said fire merged. It would have a relevant weapon equipped. Yeah, in theory that should work. Yeah. Because if Blade Song is being impeded, it's likely because you don't have a weapon equipped. Because I did test yesterday. You can't Blade Song if you're disarmed. Or if you're trying to, like, do unarmed stuff. So, Fire Myrmidon has a scimitar, which is Blade Song compatible. So that probably works.
Very. How is your more
But back to the returning pike discussion. The reason why I sold it is returning pike is a two-handed weapon. And it's a bound weapon, so it returns to your hand when you throw it. It means you can't ever do stat sticks with it. Well, for more than one throw. You could, in theory, have stat sticks equipped and do one throw, and then after that throw hits, your stat sticks are unequipped, but... So, no Shadow Blade, Knocking Thunder Mountain King, Rhapsody, nothing. No having shield for whatever effects you need. Whether it's Swire's Sledboard for damage reduction, Sentinel Shield for initiative. You know, just having good armor class. You can't do any of that with the returning pike. Also, the returning pike is weaker than the lightning jabber. In lightning jabber, you can just with something else equipped. It's weaker than Bloodthirst, weaker than Irolna, weaker than Dwarven Thrower. It's weaker. Comeback Hand Axe, one of Akabi's items, is a bound weapon that doesn't equip to you when it comes back. So you can have 2 stat sticks with the Comeback Hand Axe. Oh, not just 1, 2. Returning pike is a bad item. That I still get use out of. But not on this run. I don't think light hammers get crush damage anymore either through what Grandma did 2 damage. I have gotten crush damage on current patch. I just don't remember with which weapon it was. But I have. Blade Singer Monk would be cool if it worked unarmed. That would be cool. I wish it did. And access to my knowledge, don't get crush damage now, which is cool. I do not believe you. Do a better test. Crush damage has always been inconsistent for some things. Do a better test. That is a big change that I am not going to believe on a whim. And also, I can confirm that that's not true. Because I just remembered on Arcane Archer, I threw a hand axe at Ramira. The crush damage killed her and I didn't get the XP. That was current patch, so. Can I get anything more out of this rest right now? I have 1 star map, I'm out of spell slots. I do still have my fire shield. Bonkin. I could send Shovel after the Petrified Drow. Really big deal. I only believes without evidence in big lady crushing damage. It's true. Are the ones upstairs still alive? Yeah, they are. Oh, Booyag Piddle is too. Also, didn't get crush damage with Goblin Boss the gave the hand axe. Seems inconsistent then, as it always has been, so it hasn't changed. Yes, Jacqueline, that is literally what I said. Please pay attention. At some point, ever. Now I'm getting Blade Song impeded no matter what. Only item equipped on the character's short sword given by choosing that as Blade Song weapon. That's after starting Blade Song and wild shaping to air Myrmidon. But then going back and you're still impeded. Did you try fire, Master of Swiftness? Fire was impeded? Hmm. Interesting. Oh, not yet? Okay. Well, let me know if fire works, because So Black's theory is a sound one. I would like to see that tested. Destroy the book. Okay, now we're good.
Very well. Can't risk being in open view.
Send that to Gale. If I pop Fire Shield here, I guess it makes sense to do so. You have Shriek available. Nah. Do this. How encumbered am I? Extremely. Yeah, that's a no. Simple Toxin. Don't need the shield equipped. I think that last comment, Jacqueline's a bit much, actually being serious. Your feedback is noted, Revan. But when I have to have the same conversation with someone 3 times in a week about having a very specific topic, they don't listen to me saying the same thing multiple times, and I have to spend a lot of time here as I read the chat and answer comments, addressing the same thing over and over again, it gets irritating. Your feedback has been noted.
Moving ahead.
I'm fine to repeat myself. For a few weeks.
Time to press ahead.
Might be notable this is a modded playthrough started with patch 7. Patch 7 saves, I am expecting a certain amount of wonkiness. Because the same thing happened going from patch 6 to patch 7.
More for me.
Whereas, for example, when they added the legendary actions to the Spectator and the Boulette, existing patch 6 saves did not get them fully implemented. Like, you could see the legendary action on the Boulette's features, but it didn't actually do it. And the Spectators just didn't have any of it, not even visually. So, obviously that's a different kind of example, because we're not talking about legendary actions, we're talking about entirely new features. But I would still expect weirdness. With existing saves. Just like I would expect weirdness with saves that have any amount of mods installed. Hey Cranberry, how are you? You sounded very bad with memory? Yes, memory and... I don't think you're so bad with memory that you can't retain something that I said a single-digit number of seconds ago, Jacqueline. Try. I appreciate it. And that's all we have to talk about on that subject.
Breathe deep and move.
Didn't trigger quite in the order I wanted it to. That's why we test things. Liking Stars Druid so far. It's really good. The Starry form features are really nice. Archer and Dragon. I don't really care for Chalice because using leveled healing spells to get the ability to do some heals is something I could not care any less about. But the Dragon form features in particular I've really been latching onto. Archer form really good too, though. Something I've been saying about this subclass is I fully expect a lot of people to slap 2 levels of Stars Druid onto their caster builds just for all the tech you get with the 2-level dip. You get good gear proficiencies, you get good utility cantrips, you get a lot of resources, and you get the flexibility of both Wild Shape and Starry forms. Bonus action bow shot. Yeah, that's part of Archer form. I'm doing Dragon form for the bonus action breath. One Warlock level in Hexblade? Yes. I want Hexblade's Curse and first level Warlock spells plus Warlock cantrips. I don't need to pick a fight there. It's gonna teleport console commands, get Slayer fast in a new save. That cheat edge forum page got nuked. Yeah, I know exactly which page you're talking about. I used that for some spell affect UUIDs. And I'm sad to see that one go. Hang on, 1 second, Rox. There you go. I have that one saved.
This calls for careful footwork.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Light on my feet. I'll take that.
I guess I should long rest. What are you doing, Kevin? Come here. What do you need? Like you knocked over the water bowl again. Jake is just jealous that Kevin's getting attention, so now he's over here. Okay, can I play? Sir? Difficult rogue and solo honor depends entirely on your approach. Dragon Breath bonus action seems very nice. What saves it? Dexterity. Based on your con, game lies, showing wisdom and math. So is the... I'm assuming you've tested this directly, say. Is the game lying, or is the wiki inaccurate? Because currently, on my save, I have no way of telling because my charisma and con are the same modifier. So it's saying spellcasting modifier instead of what I'm using. I defer to you over the wiki, if you've personally tested. Dragonborn Breath Weapon goes off of Constitution. So if it behaves the same as that, it's the con, but... Con is 10, Wisdom 16. 8 plus 3 plus 3, 11. Cool. Thank you. Spectator has 3 different rays, all frightened, fear, paralyzed. I can protect myself from all 3. Protection from evil and good. Freedom movement cover those. It doesn't cover the third one, though. Befuddled, you're just going to have good saves for. Maybe Calm Emotions protects against Befuddled. I've never actually tried that one. But my approach is get Paralysis Immunity, Fear Immunity, and good Wisdom saves to avoid Befuddled. The stun effects, then Helm of Baldurin if you're in Act 3. Otherwise, have good saves. Blade Singing works in Fire Myrmidon form? Cool. What was impeding you before? Probably a stupid question. It's in status group stunned. Makes sense. Makes sense. I've yet to see a status group that doesn't explain things like being able to use calm emotions to remove Orin and Saravox, Deathbringer's legacy. I mean, it's rage effects. They're even using rage animations. I'm able to replicate the crush damage in hand axes pretty far up where it would apply. I'm not going to test Just allied creature things. The enemy of testing the goblin that's neutral. Sure. Testing across allied, neutral, and enemy could be interesting. I will say, this is not the first time the crush damage in patch 8 thing has come up. Back during the stress test, I did have chatters randomly coming in saying that they fixed crush damage in patch 8, which, you know, didn't ask, also don't believe you, but I have personally seen crush damage in patch 8, so be cool to narrow the field on what's actually happening. Buy a fire shield scroll. Pop some of these. Do I want a mini target? Not really. One more darkness arrow. Don't worry about that anymore. Oh, let's go free house, and I did forget that. I don't have any of my resources. Don't need them. Cat, stop. Bladesong Climax works. Obviously can't Bladesong again. No, you still have the ability to click the Bladesong Climax, though. That's cool. Fire Myrmidon gets Hellish Rebuke. I wonder if that builds Bladesong charges. Drawer almost killed me with Javelin crushing damage. Couldn't break Alchemist Fire by throwing Zaris at it. So some things do, some do not. Good to know.
What would some drow wizard in Moonrise want to look at you for?
Be happy if my roll would return to my hand after throwing it. Most commonly, when people are having that problem in Chernobyl, they're throwing it to initiate combat, or to enter an existing combat. And that means it hit on a different turn from when you threw it, so it's not going to come back because you didn't throw it on the same turn. Hey Elena, how are you? Good to see you. Now that's not always what causes it, but that's the most common one. Bladesong buffs are by Bladesinger levels. I mean, I guess that means... yeah, no. With Myrmidon. That is unfortunate. Goofy spells and throwing are gone, so it's a mod thing, but you do keep Bladesong as a Slayer.
Do you think the dwarf is ready yet?
So, Slayer Bladesinger. Probably one of the better ways of getting AC in that form.
You're all boring.
Which fire? Hellish Rebuke, so you'd have to get hit and do the cast as a reaction.
I'm just saying.
Look at Darkness Scroll.
Again? Do you want to become spider food?
I use the arrow. I don't know if they coded an entire ability. It's Hellish Rebuke. The thing about that is certain spells are not considered like directly offensive when they happen because of something else. Like Bladesong seems picky about what spells actually fuel it. So that's why I'm a little skeptical. You think AC or saving throws more important? Saving throws. And even then it depends. So like you could have all the AC in the world, but it's not going to do anything against, for example, Merkel's Gaze of the Dead. Doesn't do anything. So saving throw is way more important there. Also, I would say AC as a defensive mechanic is overvalued because it doesn't do anything against crits, doesn't do anything against saving throw based effects, and there's always the possibility of someone rolling good. I value damage reduction very highly as a defensive stat. Yeah. Damage reduction to resistances. Hellish Rebuke worth the Warlock spell slot. Does good damage. Sometimes wonder if it's worth since you only have 2. Well, depends on what you're doing. Arbreeze? Arbreeze? Correct me. Let's say you're Warlock level 11, for example, where you have 3 Warlock spell slots, and all of your spells are 5th level. 5th level Hellish Rebuke can do a lot of damage. If you really need to remove a target, and they have bad dexterity, or you have very high spell save DC, so it's likely to work, then you could just remove them immediately. That can be worth it, sometimes. I will tell you that I'm generally unwilling to click Hellish Rebuke versus other things. But there are times when I really like having it. But back to the defenses conversation. I would rather have literally 0 AC than having 0 damage reduction. Like, given the choice. I would rather have, let's say, 2 damage reduction, but in exchange, everyone is guaranteed to hit me. I would rather have that. Because there's alternatives to AC to make it so someone can't hit you. Whereas, for example, if someone throws an Alchemist Fire at you, if you have fire resistance and 2 damage reduction, it can't hurt you. Nothing about it can hurt you. If someone has Tenacity and they miss you because of your AC, their Tenacity reaction still hits you for damage, but if you have damage reduction, you could potentially reduce that to nothing.
What do you reckon tiefling meat tastes like?
I don't think I burn a fire field scroll here. Haste scroll is interesting. I do have dragon form on. So I think we'll do that.
Interesting times. Better be cautious.
You're being arrested.
That you think you should look out for damage resistance? What do you reckon is the most dangerous in the game? A majority of incoming damage in the game is the physical 3. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. So this is part of why Blade Ward is something I talk about as being super, super valuable. Because it takes a majority of damage in the game, both magical and non-magical, and just cuts it in half. So physical resistance is huge. If having to pick one, it would absolutely be that one. While you're in Act 2, necrotic resistance is also very important. You could pick that up with praying at the altar in the Altar of Shar. Or in the Gauntlet of Shar, excuse me. Evil Deity Clerics get it for free, no check. Selûnites automatically fail. Shadowheart, who is a Sharan, rolls with advantage. Warlocks can choose to roll Deception instead of the religion check that everyone else would have to roll. Getting fire resistance is very easy and very common. Having psychic resistance against Yankee is very good. It's resistances make such a big deal. Makes such a big difference. Blade Ward's good, as is extremely good if you use extra turn cast timing, or Sorcerer Meta Magic for extended spell. Yeah, same Brain Cell Revan. Does anyone notice combat not starting more often in patch 8? I feel like I'm getting anything or enemies heal themselves up, ignore my spells more often. I haven't noticed that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did make that more common. Rando. Blade Ward's action refresh? It is. Yeah, with conals you can kind of project Call the Weak forward. I was noticing that with Piercing Arrow on Arcane Archer. If you aim a cone through someone and kill them, and then someone is, like, in that path, your Call the Weak will still hit them. Even if they aren't in the actual AoE. And she get hit in Fire Mermaid in form of Hellish Rebuke didn't trigger. Was it set to ask? No, it did. And you got a Blade Song damage charge? Thank you for confirming. Cool. So Fire Mermaid and Blade Song seems like a cool tech. It's probably the only thing I hate about Dazzling Breath. You can't breathe over a hole in the ground. It seems to have good, like... It can handle things that are below you, but not things that are above you. And also, it doesn't seem as wide as the cone claims it is. Like, earlier I was fighting in Grimforge, and I aimed it between two Dwergar, and the visual said it got both of them, but it didn't. Like, if I did this, I don't actually believe that it would hit the chest over there. It may, but I've had it lie to me.
Blood follows me everywhere.
It has always hit everyone highlighted. Today, one of the Dwergar wasn't hitting. The guy who has the bomb and the not Knife of the Undermount King knife. I was trying to hit him and the cleric. They're both highlighted. It didn't hit him like 8 out of 10 times. It was a long fight too. I don't know why, but it didn't. No, I actually like that water's there. Locations where enemies are in the cone, not highlighted, because cone seems to be conic and not a prism. Yeah, it was flat terrain, though. Completely flat. I was baffled. Swearing kids, the enemy outside's come in? Yes. Or attempting to. Oh, they're just gonna run through the electrified water. That's okay. That's why I destroyed the drum on my way in. Back up, strat. Just shoot at you. Alton's angry and let him gore the goblin children. Now let me scroll up, catch up. Very confusing. I've not seen crush damage in Javelin's hand axes on an allied target. Did see crush damage in throwing a light crossbow. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's the only way a light crossbow could do damage. It would be 1 or crush damage, or 1 plus crush damage. This doesn't have a thrown damage property. Apparently, if you defend the grove 4 goblins from here, the replacements show up in the middle of the grove under some circumstances. Yes, that happened to me. That happened to me. That did happen to me on my Arcane Archer. I went to go trade with Aaron, and he wasn't in his spot, so I was like, that's weird. So I walked deeper into the grove, and Aaron, Kaga, and them were in their battle formation, as if it was the grove raid, and there were some goblins there. So I went and attacked the goblins, and then yeah, no, that was in the co-op. That was in the co-op. It wasn't on Arcane Archer. That was in the co-op with Danny, yes. Thank you. I went and attacked the goblins, and then the druids aggroed. Defensively, what helmet gives the most DR for a team? There are no helmets that give damage reduction. Indirectly, Helm of Baldurin can facilitate you getting permanent Blade Ward from the Reviving Hands, and it does give you bonus to armor class and saving throws and critical hit immunity. Good opportunity to talk about how you can't kill human children, but the indigenous coded goblins don't count and the kids are fair game. There's a term for it, it's racism. Yeah. Aaron was at the circle with 4 goblins. The goblins are bugged. Only one engaged in the fight. Okay, so a bunch of people have had it happen. It's good to know. Testing Hellish Rebuke does work for climax charges and Myrmidon shape. Yes. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, I remember more clearly now. The situation was Danny was AFK. I was going to check Aaron and then check on Kaga and consider killing her. And that whole thing happened. Ended up being a big fight. It was fun. It was fun. My lightning charges. Don't get electrocuted, Halson. Kaga's dead body between those goblins? No, she was alive. We hadn't killed her yet. She was alive and she aggroed because of that. Again, if my memory is correct.
Pardon you. Either way, I owe thanks. How is this possible?
End up running Jolt Shooters, my bow for Star Sword run. That's fun.
That must be where these enchantments are patient. If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these butchers. They are the ones holding these. There is no Mason.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Which asked, I was sure I wanted to ask that. Oh, because of the can you climax? Man. Quag, how do you prevent the long rest with boss in the mountain pass after you kill Wargas? By not having Lae'zel recruited. Or by, fast traveling out of the act from the indoor camp rather than the outdoor one. If you do have Lae'zel.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Boss will not show up to the indoor camp. He will only show up to the outdoor one. This does mean you can't get around it in region lock if you have Lae'zel recruited, though. Because you can only move forward from the outdoor camp. Oh, unless, maybe if you put someone in your party and had them go to camp from the indoor camp, so that's the one that's loaded in. Maybe if you tried to region travel from there, that could get around it. That's something I've never tried. I'm thinking out loud. You Maxwell shaped, and the sentences we say about this game. There's normal stuff. Normal people. I could long rest and then start handling like the whole Ethel sphere of things. I don't really want to do that yet though, because I kind of want to maintain access to a water vendor. I have a lot of water bottle stuff I want to mess around with. Ethel's probably somewhat late in this run. Could knock out Minthara easily enough. Provided I have enough HP. But she probably dies this run. Zerga's still alive? Why? Doing tadpole duping on this run? I already have tadpoles used, so no. I mean, I did it already, but a quick fix salvage act 1 held us from Oathbreaker. Didn't pull that to my calculations. None that I have successfully pulled off. The one time that happened for me, he killed me. Lunar Mend doesn't add to Blade Song damage charges, whereas Cure Wounds does. Makes sense. Knock all over Campy still comes at me. Nah, I believe it. Carry Raphael into the chapel. That could work. Does Raphael not move? I've never tried to move him. Does Raphael not move back, I should say. Be more clear. Because the Oathbreaker Knight will teleport back to his spot. I've never tried to move Raph. That was tested on patch 7. Cool.
Don't want to draw any attention. Have to keep going. That's a friendly looking shadow. Don't mind if I do.
Virgo, come here.
Cutting to the chase.
Shove off! Shove off!
I gotta click faster. There we go. Able to climax. Humble brag, bro. After gaining charges, sometimes the icon disappears, so it's not consistent. Interesting. Or you can minor illusion the knight into a corner, conversation lock up the offending paladin, and knock out Raphael normally. That's gonna require multiple players. Multiple party members. Very least.
Out of sight, out of mind. Time to press ahead.
Don't need the hide armor on me right now.
Another step forward.
Is this the point where I could justify not having minor illusion anymore? Switch to actually booming blade? Maybe.
Just out of view. Carefully now.
Game actually has hopping animation for bunnies, even though every bunny in the game's dead. Huh. That's pretty cool. That's not the right button. Yeah, Countermancy makes sense. Climax is the weakest thing Myrmidon can do, unsurprising. like, the first step is getting Blade Song available. The second step is making it not shit. I do have some ideas. Mostly involving, like, Barb Dip for meaningful AC to work with greater health. And then maybe Thief, so you can... Because, like, Blade Singing is a free action. So you could Blade Song, Climax, then Blade Song again, then Climax again. You would use your main actions for spellcast to fuel those. So it'd be like... You cast a spell, get some charges, get a kill for Bloodluster trigger, cast another spell. Then you'd climax. Then you'd use a haste action, then you'd use a Terrazol action, then you'd climax. And that could be one turn. I have Stone Skin without concentration because Sovereign Glut is concentrating on it.
I should be able to...
I've seen so much climax talk since sex ed, and you're dating yourself. They don't teach sex ed anymore. Maybe not America, but that's the whole world. Climax can pretend it's key resonance. That's a fun sentence. You have to watch a birth video? Yes.
Attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that.
Not be
As this
hasty.
one
No sense
was
to cause it a
about to
fuss.
demonstrate.
Oh, I guess we're fighting.
If your intention was to make things...
Yeah, let's fight. It took long enough in the dialogue that my breath came back, so that's cool. I'm like actually worried about any of them. Not really. I used to have the spot for this throw memorized, but I haven't done it in so long that it's gone. It's gone from the archives. There we go. Good enough. Hat. What do you want? What are you actually here for?
On my way. It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Don't need a ton of resources, a few underwhelming climaxes on brand for Blade Singer. Here's a thought. Unless they've fixed it, I haven't tried this on patch 8, disclaimer. You can shield Divine Smite, Hellish Rebuke while raging. Maybe you do a Bladesinger Barbarian and you use rage-compatible spells to build up your Blade Song. I don't know if you can even use them together. I've never tried. Thinking out loud. Just like my love life. Nice. Patch notes mentioned fixing something along those lines too, but I never trust them. Yeah, the patch notes also mentioned fixing DRS in Honor Mode, and they didn't change a single one that I'm aware of. Like, eh. Have you know my climaxes are very whelming. I'm happy for you, buddy. Oh, in the game? Still happy for you. Was it fixed for stress test? What, the DRS thing? Because it was in the full patch notes. Ranger Swarm attack would be DRS. It still is. Use the Hunter's Mark version. Or you're talking about the other one? It's like it still is. For me, trade tested, what, 3 days ago? 4 days ago? Hunter's Mark version, yeah. Drum there. Just the one drum? I don't need to deal with this group right now anyway. What am I doing? Cat, can you stop trying to jump on my desk, please? Please and thank you. A couple weeks ago, one of them stepped on my power strip. And it was very stressful because my power supply was pretending like it died after that. Long rest time. My theory about that DRS change being solely about new content was on the money, which is ironic since the elemental cleaver slipped through. I just don't have nice things to say about the testing cycle, the feedback given, the changes made. I don't have nice things to say.
Oh. My, you startled me. It's miles away.
Testing? There's people who claimed to test things, say. Claimed.
Just pondering what I lost. Mystra commands all magic. Salvation.
Trust us in the community, not the game.
Is hers to bestow.
To be fair, a lot of bugs were probably reported since they made it to the wiki in the first place.
More than I fear losing my own
So,
soul. I fear losing my command of her art.
Here's how I feel about that. This is going to be a whole can of worms.
My life.
It was 2 months of prep time for the slop YouTubers to get their shit together, as they did in the first week of the stress test. If it was an actual targeted stress test for the purpose of mechanics, there would have been some amount of focus on getting as many people in doing crossplay and photo mode and the new subclasses as possible. It was a targeted rollout that initially went to people in a certain bracket of popularity on social media, particularly YouTube, Twitter, Reddit. And then it slowly expanded and filtered out, but mostly by happenstance at that point. And the amount of attention put into actual game mechanics functioning was negligible compared to the amount of attention put into, again, getting the slop YouTubers their ticket to put out their clickbait that misrepresented the game mechanics that weren't actually tested. And that was it. And it came at the expense of everyone who was not able to get into that stress test, having to hang out in a spoilery minefield for 2 months. 2 months. What was the result? Patch 8 is as buggy as Patch 7. I wouldn't call it worse than Patch 7, so, like, that's a win. The bar is... But, like, that's the result. Patch 8 is as buggy as Patch 7. It just adds more content to the game, so we have more things to distract us from that. Anyone agree or disagree with that?
Then follow my lead.
Quag tinfoil. Extra tax multi-classing still barely functioning. Dead rat, trader exploit fixed. Trader exploit still aplenty. It's, again...
Now you.
Squeaky wheel. Like, there's a reason why the thing that gets targeted every single numbered update is a vendor exploit. Every single time, because that's what people most vocally discuss on the socials. There's a reason why, for the first 5 patches, we got Astarion storyline revamps every patch, because the Astarion girlies are a very large and vocal presence on social media. There's a reason why items that have never functioned in the history of the game have never gotten addressed, despite, I know for a fact, those bugs have been reported, because too small a section of the player base gives a shit. And this is good business, don't get me wrong. This is good business. You cater to the most vocal, largest slice, because they're going to generate engagement. It's good business. It makes sense. I don't have to like it, but it makes sense. So, like, when the strategy for the update is to prioritize that engagement, because, again, it's a good business decision. They've wanted to move on to other projects for quite some time. They've been quite transparent about that. They want to move on. They're going to do that. I don't fully blame Larian for that. The people I do blame are the people who made hanging out in that 2 months absolutely shit, because having to dodge the spoiler minefield so I could have my own first experience was so unfun that a lot of the joy for the patch was gone for me by the time I was ever able to actually play it. And then also, again, the slop content mill. Just a handful of half a dozen YouTubers who, if you search Baldur's Gate 3 while not logged into an account, you will see them. Those people, you know, getting their paycheck at the expense of just them churning out the most mind-numbing, borderline misinformation. Just not even having engaged with anything on a more than a surface level, at the expense of the enjoyment of huge sections of the community, knowing that that was set up in a way to benefit them. I have a problem with those people. So that's my 2 cents. And this is a thing across every game that has a live content cycle like this. The bias always goes that way. I could rant about that for a lot longer, but I had much less bugs and crashes this patch. Even my mods might be sampling bias though. Much less playtime 8 and 7 so far. I can't think of a single major bug that was introduced by patch 7 that was fixed by patch 8. Can anyone? I would love to be wrong, and this might be my intense bias against patches 7 and 8 from a bug fixing perspective, but can anyone? Something introduced in 7 that was a bug that they fixed in 8. Anything. Was a yummy channel point redeemed supposed to be? It plays the sound from Resident Evil 8. Did Zarel get fixed? Zarel got fixed. Okay, that's something. Anything else? How broken is the game actually depends on how deep you engage with it. Like, there's a lot of these bugs people haven't heard of outside of the challenge running community because it's different levels of engagement. If you're primarily a story player, you're not going to notice or care if certain enemies' AI doesn't function consistently because you're not doing 50 playthroughs, you're doing 2. Unfortunately, they gotta eat, and that's just the way the industry works. Yeah, I would like to point out that it is fully possible for people who create content on the internet to do so in a way that doesn't make them scummy, and they can still afford to eat while doing that.
Now,
There's degrees to it. Also, really dislike the new generation of the content mill. Watched a guide from someone I've never seen. It looked like an edited Morgana Evelyn stream. Same copy-paste strats, absolutely no citations. Yeah, people do just blatantly steal the work of others on the internet. Blatantly. Meant the game industry. Right, the game industry, yeah, that's just the shape of things. Don't get me wrong, Larian, the way they conduct their business is still miles ahead the rest of the industry. He also broke Lurthendor. I did notice that. He did not have his legendary resistance, his freedom of movement, when I fought him. He did move, but he also didn't give XP or loot. Yeah, Ethel's still broken. Well, his Act 3 has been making more sense. There's some logic things, Carl Ackman's Jahira's story stuff that seems fixed. Can you be more specific? Because I do not believe it. I do not believe you. Sample size, again. I'm gonna pull the I have more playtime card here. If over the course of 50 runs, 50 plus runs, there are trends that I've noticed, things that I've noticed that I've not seen changes in, I'm gonna call that one out. Sorry. I don't like being that guy, but I'm going to. I don't know if that was a bug or just unintended. They made it so the way you get Shapeshifter's Boon and Act 1 without killing Strange Ox no longer works. What, the one where you lower attitude and then buy it? Is that gone? That's interesting. That Gale side-eye. Yeah, Candy May. I think it's appropriate. Saw other clips of the behavior. I've heard of the blinking in and out of existence one. I think that happened to Mark as well. Got Jahira, then Minsk killed, and Karlach still fangirling about them. After the patch, he had to backtrack for another reason. Karlach isn't doing so anymore. So yeah, that's not even related to the patch. That's just the order of triggers that you had. That's not something that they fixed. That's, you recruit Jahira, it adds a line for Karlach. You recruit Minsk, it adds a line for Will and a line for Karlach. You advance the storyline, it adds a line. Like, patch didn't change anything about that. Absolutely adore that new, never before seen hidden permanent buff in the game video about abusing Madara's boots. A week after we found that on stream. Oh yeah, there's a particular creator who made that one who I don't like whenever someone, you know, links to their content because it's someone who blatantly just goes out and steals the shit that they see buzz about in the Twitch community on YouTube, on the subreddit. They will just go and look for things people found and claim ownership. Again, far from the only person, but you do not have to make your content like that. You do not have to make your living as a creator doing that. Before you hit it once, goes to combat, just go Tiefling Hideout, back out, lets you trade. Now it just says -5, doesn't start combat. Able to get the ring by shooting the ox, go into the rocks. I think maybe you didn't lose enough attitude. Got rat trading, added infinite money for 1 level of Hexblade. So, like, again, the rat trading thing, I don't give a flying fuck about it. The only reason they touch it is because nobody shuts up about corpse vendor exploits. That's the only reason. Like, someone brings it up every hour of, like, every stream for the past year. Like, oh, I can get everything from this vendor. You know, you could get infinite money within 2 minutes of starting your playthrough. Like, the only reason it was addressed, and this is why they kept addressing vendor exploits above everything else they bug fixed over the lifetime of this game's content cycle, is because nobody shuts the fuck up about it. So the squeaky wheel. May have been discussed. I wasn't able to dolly port out of the player colony in patch 8 because I already had the pixie blessing. Dolly's like, no, you're goodbye. Yeah, that's not a patch 8 thing, Master of Spiffness. That's because if you already have the blessing, Dolly will not speak to you. That's not a patch 8 thing. So, what we're seeing here through a bunch of these things that have been brought up as projected changes from patch 8. No, these are not things that the patch changed. This is people who have, and again, people consume media differently. Not everyone hyperfixates on shit. Like some of us turbo nerds here. This is people projecting things that like, oh, I saw a different result across my sample size of trying this 2 times ever. So clearly the patch must have changed it. No, the patch didn't change it. You just didn't do it the same way. That's it. That's my thing. People don't have to treat these things in such a scummy way. You can make money without turning the game into a carnival sideshow. Look here, amazing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. Forget Corpse Vendor, still trying to find out how he got 800 XP for Karlach's head. So I sacrificed Karlach to Bawal. Sacrificing anyone to Bawal gives you the max XP you can get for that encounter, which is 875. Doesn't have to necessarily be Karlach, but you don't get any XP for cutting off Karlach's head. Just she happened to be the victim. Act 2 thought it's time to sell my loot. Had 18k worth of loot from playing through the game, ignoring non-chest boxes, random stuff. Traders across Act did not have that much money. Yeah, like, you can just have the money. Like, it's very easy. With 8 charisma character, yeah. And this is not even something that I'm going to, like, shit down on Redditors about. Because, hey, Levon. Because I have seen, in my limited time, I limit it for my own mental health, scrolling the subreddit, lots of people will be like, hey, you just pick up and sell everything. Money done. And you'll have people who do only have that surface level of interaction with the game, who are like, yeah, I had like 60,000 gold in Act 3 just by selling stuff. I don't understand how money's a problem. Because it isn't. But squeaky wheel gets the grease. So the content mill directs people to like these crazy corpse and backpack exploits. And then people scatter and invade every space talking about that and nothing but that. So then devs are like, okay, this is the thing people are talking about. We're going to devote our resources to this instead of this game-breaking bug that's been for a year. Like, I don't blame the devs at that point. Yeah, Ethel is still broken, Levon. I believe you mentioned that when sacrificing to Ball, Astarion to be the next choice was the reasoning. Because Astarion, outside of if you want to romance him and become a vampire yourself, or if you want a Raj's potion in Act 2, there is nothing tied to him. There's no XP, there's no gear, there's nothing actually tied to him. With Shadowheart, there's XP and gear tied to her. With Lae'zel, depending on how you handle Voss, there is XP and gear tied to her. Less in patch 8 than there was, because the third disc, the one in Moonrise, is no longer tied to her. So, like, cool. With Will, you've got the Infernal Rapier is tied to him. Also, Mizora being present in Act 3 can make for an easier Iron Throne. That's something that's tied to Will. With Karlach, there's nothing lost. In fact, there's stuff gained. With Astarion, there's nothing gained, but there's also nothing lost. With others, you're starting to look at losing things. It is close between Astarion and Lae'zel for second place for the sacrifice, but it bias Astarion. Cannot figure out what the trigger is. Sometimes don't get the option, tell Astarion. You know as much as I do. For what? When you're first meeting him? I wouldn't know, Rathano. Also, you can just mod the game, be easier. Enjoy it more, and people are like, yeah, I've done enough looting, and they get infinite money with mods. We don't do these things because we're just gonna exploit the game that much to cheat legit. It's mostly an egotistic feeling of wanting to play the working game. Also, a little bit sad for a game that's going to last for decades, leaving development, a lot of basic gameplay aspects barely functional. There's modders that are going to eventually fix some of these things. I do dislike that it's come to that. Like, it feels like a cop-out. It feels like the easy answer. Like, oh, modders will just fix it. Like, and that's the fucking dumpster-sized band-aid that gets slapped over every Bethesda game post-release. Note that I'm enjoying the Oblivion remake. You know, first thing from Bethesda I've liked in years. But like it's an easy out. It's like, oh well, the game doesn't have to work if people can fix it on their own time for free. Like I don't like having to go there. But that's something I have kind of made my peace with for example, some of the balance changes. Cat, stop. Get away from there. I'm pointing an empty spray bottle at him. Like with the House of Grief being nerfed almost every numbered patch. Like me as an honor mode challenge runner, I would like to have the original experience, but it's gotten easier and easier patch after patch. And I can't do anything about that. I can't turn my difficulty up in the game. So that is only somewhat related to core game things working. Items working, game mechanics working, descriptions being accurate. That's only slightly connected to that, but the combination of those two things has put me at a point where I have expected for quite some time that for years to come it's gonna fall at the feet of modders to fix this shit. Rarely make it the first conversation with Quag without doing something to myself lately. Started at least one run a day since patch 8. You got a system, sounds like. Like Lae'zel's character arc more, so yeah, fair enough, Ultimate Ninja Batman. And I want to make something clear. Me ranting about this topic for a while, it's not really ranting, just a spirited discussion, and feel free to chime in. I like the back and forth, so if anyone has any opposing opinions, this is not an echo chamber. Feel free. If you disagree, please push back. Respectful discussion, all that. I have a lot of time invested in this game. My community is very much built around this game these days. And I plan on continuing to put time into this game and make content around it, so on and so forth. Just discussing, honestly, the state of certain things, my issues with certain parts of the community, certain decisions for the game, certain aspects of the new update. I just thought it'd be a good discussion. I don't think mods can fix Spell Not Prepared and multiclassing, some extra attack shenanigans. Then again, people could fix it in Lair and also work in another game. Some of those things I think are fixable. In some cases, it's going to be weird workarounds. Like, remember, people were implementing workarounds for the weirdness of War Priest charges forever. For literally years before Larian decided to address War Priest charges working in a totally non-intuitive way. So, like, some of the workarounds will be jank, but technically doable.
Suddenly.
Quite honestly, although Gacha Company, however, is the only developer I know that actively fixes things, addresses legitimate player concerns.
A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the
Game
tongue.
dev is hard.
Very good.
I am confident that a lot of devs in the industry fix a lot of stuff and don't get the credit they deserve for that. And they definitely don't get the reception from the community that they deserve for that. But I don't want to seem like I'm contributing to that problem. Does that make sense? I agree with a lot of what I'm reading and hearing, yet I think this is the best patch game had bar patch 5. I completely agree with you, Rox. That's the funny thing. Like, patch 7 was... I still think the worst thing to happen to this game. Despite it adding a lot of cool content. Stuff that I really like in the game. I think patch 7 was the worst thing to happen in this game. Because the amount of instability and massive issues it introduced. Bad. Patch 6 isn't free of this. I think patch 5 is the last update that I am wholeheartedly on board with. But patch 8 added a lot of good. It compounded some of the bad. It didn't unfuck a lot of the stuff that patch 7 did to the game. But despite my issues, I do still like patch 8. I agree with you there. I like patch 8 more than 7 by a lot. I probably like it more than 6 because of the subclasses. Add a lot of things to do in the game. Yeah, I'm with you. I agree. It's tough to put game dev money into stuff that isn't generating new money. Yeah, I mean, Larian has been very open about they've wanted to move on to other projects for a while now. We fix bugs, don't appreciate it. It's tough, say. It's tough. Like, I have seen in other fandoms, you know, less let's say less mature ones than this one. You know, where we can't have this discussion without people throwing out crazy shit like threats and doxing and slurs and all that sort of vile behavior. I have seen in other fandoms where devs are fully justified in just shutting down, no more outwards communication, just kind of stepping away from the project as a whole because, like, for their safety, for their sanity. You know, I've seen the dark side of this sort of stuff. I'm glad that we're not in that situation over here, but it does... There are still things I have issues with. Didn't they say they'll keep patching just new content? So what they said is minor bug fixes, yes. No new content, no new narrative stuff, no new, like, activities, classes, no new stuff to do. They have said minor bug fixes. Manage your expectations. Keep those low. But they have said minor bug fixes. We don't know the timetable for that. We don't know the size of the team they have working on that. Because, again, they have long since moved their main development to other projects. They've been very transparent about that. Which, to be clear, I don't have a problem with. I'm looking forward to whatever they do next. Only learned today the Spider Matriarch teleports back up into Roaring Thunder into the Abyss. That is a change they made for certain bosses in Honor Mode. So it wasn't always like that. That's a post-launch change. Does suck. Seems like some of the core gameplay bugs will never be fixed, and I feel that sense of mourning over what we could have had. That said, I love the creativity in some of the mods created. I'm biased, but Absolute Wrath and the Skelly's mods add such a cool layer to the gameplay. It makes me thankful for the overall community. Completely agree. Completely agree. Jake, can you stop? Come on. Lucky that was empty, man. An empty ginger ale can on my desk that he totally just stepped on. What are you doing? What do you want? Fingers crossed, Neverwinter Nights 3. I could go for just more Forgotten Realms setting games. I don't know, I'm biased. I've always enjoyed Forgotten Realms setting games. Sounds like part of what happened to WoW. People say some very awful things towards the devs have for a very long time. People really wonder why the GMs don't interact with the players the way they used back in the day. Yeah, Gage. Like, notably, the same thing happened over in Destiny a couple years ago, where it got so bad, like, the weekly info dump they'd give, they didn't do that for a bit. I don't know if they ever started again. I'm not really part of that section of the gamer world, but it was bad enough that, let's just say, on my social media, I was seeing screenshots of the death threats those devs were getting for, like, bug fixes. Fix your bugs, and then people post your family's address online and crazy shit like that. Like, gamers ruin everything. Makes stylistic sense for the Spider Matriarch. I was actually impressed. Yeah, Cazador, Ethel, Spider Matriarch, possibly other things, were given that treatment post-launch where you can't chasm them unless you apply a sort of recent-ish discovery made in the challenge running community by, I believe it was a combination of Mikolash and Say testing that out. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gamers, derogatory. Gamers with a hard G. Hard G is my nickname. Finish, Gage? Finish. Love video games, I really want to associate myself as a gamer because of shit like that. Yeah, it's just such a toxic space. Like, if you are here following this conversation, you don't fit with them either. And that's a compliment. Not sure if Mind Flayer is always immune to Chasm. Yeah, me either.
Oh, I know.
The weave connects you. The moment feels intimate.
Was I gonna risk Gale? I thought I was gonna risk Will. I'd say Mikolash discovered it the way Rando discovered Fairy Fire. There you go.
The weave.
Good night.
Yeah, alright, bye. Just do that thing. Just do what? You could do what? I love those discoveries. I have a waypoint, defeat the goblin leaders, and it's my camp chest. Do I have gut in there? I do. Alright, so, make a guileful movement. Let's go deal with Minthara. God's Corpse always done that to me. Yeah, it does that. This crawling underdog makes sense here. We'll go with adamantine so I can't be crit. Yeah, I think that's fine. I want to do a multiplayer honor run where all 4 people are level 1, restrict build agnostic strats like explosives. You gotta say, put on the armor and fight as a level 1 barb. Restricting class agnostic strats on level 1 kind of just puts you in positions where you're not allowed to do anything eventually, or your only option is like an objectively bad play. Like, for example, if you can't throw a throwable like a void bulb for guaranteed effect, because that's a class agnostic strat, then you're forced to do like attack rolls on your probably something like 60% chance to hit because you're spreading out the long-term like major buffs. Or math on optimal amount of hex weapon activations. I think so. It's like you don't have to apply it again ever. I think it's one and done. So I think it's just one-time investment. So whatever that number is. Request the song? Sure. You meant the spider song? Or did you mean the other thing? Stacks a chance? Yeah. And then it just never gets removed. It's just like permanently part of your weapon. You want the spider thing? Okay. Say you cooked with this and it has continued to just be a joy. Huh. I'm gonna go haste here. Let's see. Oh, that's why that didn't stick. I forgot to do this step. Whoopsie. Oh, one more? Am I killing her or not? Wonder what the haste that dragon form strat was. Yeah, no, I just forgot. I've been too scatterbrained. Does Minty live or die, chat? Oh, do we want to test the knockout thing, actually? That's what I was supposed to do. Still works. Yeah, if I'd focused up, that would have been over in one round. But yeah, without Hex or Lightning Charges, she barely did any actual damage to me. You're locked out? Yeah, I needed to lock in. I was locked out. She could live. Advantage on con here is nice. But like dragon form, lol. Someone makes a true Unreal Engine 5, Neverwinter Nights, won't be Larian. Imagine they, like most devs, tired dealing with Hasbro. That said, I would love to see a new Neverwinter Nights game. We'll see. Honestly, give it a decade. Give it a decade and see what the long-term impact of BG3 is. I always seem to have hard nerfed Minthara so she won't smite without a crit. So just crit immunity already makes fight with her trivial-ish. Yeah, I noticed she wouldn't smite without a crit on patch 7. At least that's the experience I recall. Think you needed that? Of course. Hey, Iceberg. You know how to fix a bug, can't go into a conversation with a party member, or try to kill her multiple times, resurrect her. In my case, it's Lae'zel. So, by chance, did you have her try to go talk to the Gith Patrol, and then something interrupted that? Someone mentioned that recently, like a week ago or something. And that comes to mind. So Luck is telling me if she has someone to bless, she will bless them instead of hold personing, which is clutch knowledge. Yeah, there's a flowchart how Minthara decides. Force Voss to drop his weapon. Yep, that exact same thing. I forget who it was, but there was another chatter who came in about a week ago, had the exact same problem as you. I don't know the fix, I just would advise not bringing Lae'zel to that. I'm sorry, I wish I could be more helpful there. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the Minthara flowchart that JD mentioned that Soblack was outlining. So, Minthara will not hold person. So, first of all, she only has 2 second-level spell slots. So, if she burns them on Misty Step, then you're good. But she prioritizes Bless over her other spells, particularly if she has allies nearby. But she will solo Bless. She's willing to do that too. If she doesn't have line of sight or an angle where she can Misty Step and then hold person, or Misty Step and then attack you, she'll prioritize blessing herself. Also, she will prioritize healing nearby allies over attacking you, as long as they are closer to her than you are, and she has lay on hands charges. So you can manipulate her AI and do a lot of things. Much like, she kind of shares this with Ethel, where you can technically justify not having hold person immunity fighting her, if you know exactly how her AI behaves. On patch 7, she did Misty Step me, hold person me, even if she had a few goblins in line of view and I was behind the corner. Yeah, if she sees it, like... So she can kind of see around corners, is the way I would describe it. If she sees a spot where she can Misty Step and then hold person you from there, she will try to do it. You need to be, like, 2 points removed. I'm probably not explaining that well. I'm gonna be real stupid handling drawer here, by the way.
The heat of the
You ever talk to a dead squid?
the hit your heart seizes. The cruise, the memory fades.
I'm a true soul. Totally a true soul, bestie. There's more salient point. I should have remembered she has whole person Brock Goblin movement. Yeah. There's actually quite a few things in the Goblin camp that will cast hold person. There's a Booyog in this room where I am right now that has it. Minthara has it. Abdurak has it. There's a Red Cap that has it. There's a Booyog in the main room where Priestess Gut is by default that has a scroll. I don't know if they're willing to use it, but they have a scroll. There's a lot of things that have old person. Alright, so I have Hexblade's Curse on him. He's wet. I have Agathis and Fire Shield Chill. A little more AC than I'd love to have here. Dash for lightning charges. No, I have the wrong boots on. Dash is still fine there. Got alpha movement on, so I'm not really scared. Anything else here? I have Boots of Striding. Fork Fang. Yeah, we're good. Some Goblin Warlocks have scrolls, don't seem willing to use them. Yeah. Oh, you okay, Drawer? You alright, buddy? I think he's okay. It's the War Drum. More things in the turn order. It's fine as long as I don't need a big ray of sickness. Being unable to lose concentration feels so broken and strong, you can actually use haste among other things. Yeah, the plan for this build is using Hex and Haste like that for the most part. There's definitely other spells that I might be willing to use more. Like Ray of Enfeeblement could be really interesting on here. Like sticking a Ray of Enfeeblement on Saravok sounds really interesting, and then letting him do Deathbringer's Assault. What all is the situation here? Do I need to make an escape? Or what can you do? You can hurt me a lot. Not with Blade Ward on. You can hurt me a lot with Ray of Sickness. There's only one Booyog right now. I don't think I'm worried. Debating if I want to thirst any kills here. I don't realistically get one. So I'll heal. Position myself here. Hey Bart, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Act 2 has some interesting interactions. Dragon form, mostly fortunate. Good to know. Ray of Sickness is one of the reasons I'm actually using crit immunity right now. If Drawer had crit me, he would have one-shot himself.
Hi.
Eight with advantage. Yikes. Wargfang was a good choice here. So I have advantage of Underdog's Bravery. I could use that to... Hex weapon on you. Drain strength on you. I'm supposed to have Thunderwave prepared. I do. I just can't see. Brazier fell. I don't think I got XP for that. Stylish though. How many long rests you recommend during Act 1 as Dirge? It depends on your goal. Like, if you're trying to handle the whole Alfira thing, you do that first. That's your first long rest, you resolve that. Still 5 turns of pace, fire shield. You don't hit me? Yeah, 18 AC imposing disadvantage. They're very unlikely to hit me. Quag there. Avoiding the fire on the ground. I could unequip Ward Fang to improve their hit rates, but I'm in no rush to do so. Last night, so Black Miner illusion this encounter. I hit the group with Vards, wet 5 of them, hit them with a lightning bolt, 7 kills in 1 round. Nice. Yeah, Black Tentacles, action refresh. Very nice. Order of events there is interesting. I backlashed underneath the temp HP before it got applied. If I was far enough, maybe that would have happened in the other order. It's like sometimes if you're far enough away from someone and you backlash something they're casting, you break their concentration of the thing that you backlashed. I think backlash is a projectile that goes through walls, mechanically. Four turns here. Unethical in Act 3, yeah. Down to 1. Rude. Oh yeah, Hex goes on Fury of the Small. That's filthy. Oh, let's charm you. I don't want you shooting at me next turn. Oh, you saved. Bless. And just rolling good. Backlash on higher level spells, high call the weak value. Also, Resonant Stone, Rhapsody, Hexblade's Curse, all boosting that. Formless Slaughter, even. Doing Duelist Prerogative for 2 backlashes a turn, or doing Marco Heshker to apply Reverb or Poisoned or Lightning Charges, whatever on it. You do the Lightning Charges thing with Spell Sparkler too. Spell Might, Sonic Backlash, ugh. Heard about Hexblade, Shadowblade, Booming Blade? No, I think you're the first person to ever bring it up, Say. That was really fun. Just concentrating on Hex, not Hex, excuse me, Haste that whole fight. That was really cool. Get action refresh with Black Tentacles. So if it's what you use to join a combat, or what you use right before a combat starts, your action isn't consumed. That's it. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Blade Ward is like that. Thorn Whip is like that. Moonbeam is like that. Yeah, if I had Bloodlust on Chernobyl, you're right. That would have been good. I did Guileful Movement because this Booyog here has Hold Person.
What's hiding here?
Kind of surprised that action refreshes actually only give one action back, not reset your action economy. It's just like a self-refund thing. They've also messed with action refreshes. We need to kind of retest the whole list. Like Phantasmal Killer and Dragonborn Breath Weapons are no longer refreshes in patch 8.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Why, I don't really know, but they're not. Arcane Archer's Curved Shot is an action refresh. So they have added new ones. The tag's finally getting a much needed nerf. They're good. Slept on, but good. It's unjust that they got brought down. Actually, I want to switch back to having my packed weapon in my main hand. Getting Bless from Hexblade's Curse, it's just... it feels bad. It feels wrong. Is this as a Eldritch Knight by any chance, Chernobyl? And also, how long are you sitting in dialogue? Most of what you do as Hexblade feels illegal. Yeah, it's, yeah.
Another day, another fight.
Yeah. The Ghost Legion you get at 6 feels like a crime. Mark's reaction to that was so fucking funny. Like, we're just doing fights in Grimforge, we hit level 6, and suddenly he's got an army of ghosts just absolutely tearing the Dwergar apart, and he's just cackling. I just stopped helping. Like, I just sat there and started passing turns, because I wasn't needed anymore. Post a clip of game scamming me? Sure. Oh yeah, there's the clip of Mark's reaction. Yeah. Here, let's see. This is Say's clip.
Я уже наблюдал. Такой фокус. Но сейчас у меня вроде как...
It just...
Хорошо. С кем?
It just went through. It was like, no. No. Blade Singer. Yeah, I would need more information about why you're losing your action sometimes then. A lot of these combats I'm using Charm so that it doesn't ask me anymore, not because I expect it to work. On a quick Warg Fang, improve your hit rate. Of course you still miss. Oh, Hexblade's Curse Backlash. That's... sorry, man. That wasn't very cool of me. That was, not very cash money. Speaking of the fight outside Wither's Tomb, I had one the other day. It teleported me down the hole despite me being nowhere near it. Not sure that's old or new bug. I think it's related to Minor Illusion. Yeah, I've heard of Minor Illusion stuff happening there. Been noticing with my Assassin Refreshment getting the extra attack from initiating pre-combat shot along with the whole new actions. That always been the case? Yes. Because you are getting the extra attack as part of the action that you already used. But then, as Assassin, you are getting all of your stuff refunded. So yeah, it's always worked that way. Should be all the Goblin Camp dealt with. Did I fight Palma? I don't remember. I don't think I did. I'm gonna check. Pretty good on resources here. I used the Fire Shield from Infernal Robe, and then I used one Fire Shield scroll. But other than that, pretty minimalist. I used the Haste scroll, I guess. I'll want to buy Darkfire Shortbow. I still got Palma to deal with. We could go for a poison here. Tried Blade Singer 2 levels of Paladin. Who would wonder? Dopamine booster not working as expected. What about it's not working as expected? Just not as good as you'd hoped it would be. Broke my oath. Eclipse from Mark's death, the brain. What happened? So the game doesn't seem to have the ability to account for you being truly solo there. So on the first turn, when you enter the brain portal, after you end your turn, the brain will place its orbs. Then, because of how the turn order works, the game thinks that you passed another turn. So, your concentration things advance an extra turn, and the orbs of negation detonate before you can move. So you die. If you don't have a Globe of Invulnerability, the game just kills you before you get your second turn. That's fun? Yeah. Stop being the game solo, you nerds. Orbs spawn without the hourglass to begin with, which is the weirdest part. Sucks, however, yeah, that is indicative of the issue. So it's... Here's how I would best explain it. You are, for a brief moment, when you enter the portal and you're truly solo, you are in 2 turn orders at once. So the game is looking for your turn to advance, and it does. But it does it in the combat that you're not aware of. Starts a new fight? Yes. So the game doesn't realize it's cheating, because it places the orbs, but then your turn already advanced, so then the orbs detonate. On the first turn, you are taking 2 turns at once. It is the easiest way to explain it, if you're truly solo. Because the game doesn't know how to handle you going through the portal. So if you have no Orpheus, no Emperor, no full allies that aren't cleared by you entering the portal, if you're true solo, if you do not globe on the first turn, you die. Either globe or kill the brain on the first turn. Those are your workarounds. Definitely true solo in patch 7, so it's patch 8 thing. Ugh. It's intentional? No. It's not intentional because it's very clearly, you know, based on what Say is saying, it's recent. But also, we can identify exactly the cause. The game is mishandling the turn order. Mark ran a few runs, testing out a few different things. He was very patient, which I can't say that I would have been on that level of tilt. But he ran it a few times. We had like 200 people watching the screen like a hawk, and we figured it out over the course of like 30 minutes. I'm gonna say this has to be patch 8, it hasn't happened to me yet. Have you gone into the portal on the final boss in honor mode with absolutely no allies or companions in any capacity? Because that's what the bug involves, Ultimate Ninja Batman. That would be why almost nobody has seen this. It is a very specific set of circumstances. Be crazy to target the final fight for true solo players for changes and don't address many other things. Which means it had to have been unintentional. But this again speaks to the kinds of feedback and pretend testing done. Like, people weren't testing gameplay, because that's not what you do for the YouTube content. It's not what you do. Now, in the interest of being perfectly fair, that is still an edge case. That is still an edge case. That's not something I would expect people to test necessarily. But it's very much in the spirit of things that absolutely were not. Solo meaning what exactly? Meaning 0 for gather your allies. So Bjorn once her just dead on the stairs. 0. Meaning also no Mind Flayer ally. Your player character is the Mind Flayer. No one else. So no Orpheus, no Emperor, no gather your allies, no additional party members, absolutely nobody but you. Used to be one continuous fight, and now on patch 8, initiative is rolled when you get into the brain portal. And I think that's because the game doesn't know how to handle moving you from one combat to the other. So you do an extra turn, a hidden turn.
Light on my feet.
Could mess up people even without allies who don't enter the portal at the same time? No, it wouldn't, Candy May. No, it wouldn't. Because you have someone outside keeping this exact situation from happening. Does it trigger the same way? No, because the thing that causes it is being absolutely by yourself. So there is nobody outside when you first enter inside. That's the issue. So, like, for example, I completed a run on patch 8 already on my Arcane Archer, where Orpheus was the Mind Flayer, Orpheus went in, I was outside, it didn't happen. Because he was inside, and I was outside. If I was the Mind Flayer, and I went in by myself, and I didn't have Orpheus at all, then it would happen to me. It is specifically having nobody keeping that other combat stable for that first round. How about summons? Summons are cleared when you go in. That's something that was tested. Like the log see it say round 1 to confirm the suspension, but not about skipping turns. I thought it wasn't about skipping turns either, say, but there was also one where his Globe of Invulnerability didn't last the same number of turns. It lasts 1 fewer than it should have. The game's doing something fucky with number of player turns.
Let's get this over with.
And I can only surmise, this is all still conjecture, that it's because you are in a different turn. Hey, I might die. Good. Need to heal. There we go.
Don't waste a step.
So I remember my friend's first run on patch 7 doing something similar, way more orbs spawn than normal. I've heard of that, I've never seen it. Another commonly reported thing that isn't actually a bug is people not understanding that Orb of Negation has an AoE. So you need to make sure that your character doesn't have the condition, not just the platform. Experience House of Hope summons being unable to leave with you. Just came to summon, buff, refresh, go, or and do as a hostage now? No. See the globe thing now? Yeah. Can I get the key for this? No.
Thanks for...
You're welcome. A lot of damage. The fact that this does up to 21 is crazy. That's gonna be nuts in Act 2. Like, things succeeding their deck saves on it's really gonna cut the damage, but them being Radiant Vuln, I still expect some good output. It's gonna be quite fun. On Shadows in particular. I'll probably end up doing Oak Fathers with Amulet of the Unworthy and Adamantine Shield. Speaking of Minotaurs, I don't think I've dealt with them yet.
Better than nothing.
I want Amulet of the Unworthy here for slashing res, for fighting shadows. They do slashing and necrotic damage. So I probably go necrotic, resist elixir, and Amulet being worthy. Huge crit. I'll stand my ground here. Silly, but I'm gonna. Big problem with Act 2's last light camper house at the other end, and leaving summons behind. Confirm when you mentioned some hours ago you want to control undead and NPC after you countermance them, give them Shadow Curse. You control undead first, then Survival Instinct, bring their health to 0. Yes. Death Ward also works. Want to go that route?
What path lies before me?
Paladin 9 Hexblade seemed reasonably strong to me. For, what, summoner focus builds? That seems cool, Tinny. I do kind of like it. You get the control undead, you get the specters. I like it. Hey down. I'm buffing. Busy. Now you can do me. Out of spell slots. That's okay. There we go. I'd like to make some distance now. I have star maps, I may as well. Seeing Hex on Guiding Bolt's just so satisfying to me. Can you upcast the Tome Pack spells? Not last I checked. I haven't checked that since patch 6, though, I don't think. Dancer showing 2 turns of Hoarding Energy and Automotive Bug. He always cast the Nova next turn. I've seen him show 2. I don't know what causes it, but yeah, it's never actually 2 that I can think of anyway. I don't know if it's 2 on the lower difficulties and it just doesn't update. My knowledge of things below Honor Mode has waned. You were supposed to go prone, man. Hex on Guiding Bolt, it's this bard. So much damage. Like a fuck didn't answer because I thought I had time. Oh, sorry to hear. Fuck. I let that fight drag on way longer than I had to, but we're long resting soon anyway, so.
Might be useful.
Maybe I do Leviatar's Scourge, actually. Strength Elixir. It'll stop me from being strength drained, too. I like that. Breath damage consistency puts Divine Smite to shame. Most things put Divine Smite to shame. Explain Glamour Bard to me. It looks like 8 temp HP is all it has. So once per long rest, you get the ability to use command without it being counterspellable, as long as you don't break your concentration. And you can do that for 10 turns. That's it. It doesn't seem good. Coming up, Zevlor. I think it's a race to the bottom for Glamour Bard and Blade Singer for the new subclasses.
Leadership has been, and I took a collection from. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells.
Once lost a run for 4 of us to co-op, thinking full-ish Earth Myrmidon, my base HP at level 12 would be enough. Yeah, level 12 Earth Myrmidon with temp HP versus a level 5 rogue who's tankier. Blade Singer, huh? Yeah, because the thing with... we had a few people cooking. Yeah, Blade Singer's the Paladin Wizard, yeah. We had Rox and So Black, a couple other people here in the chat cooking on Blade Singer today, thinking through some use cases. The problem with Blade Song is that it's restrictive. You cannot wear medium armor, you cannot use shields, you cannot use most weapons. So this includes, you can't have critical hit immunity, you can't have most forms of damage reduction, you can't use the Defender Flail. You can't do any of that with Blade Song. None of it. So until Act 3, you are extremely flimsy. You can just, you're one crit away from being out of the game because you also have Wizard hit die. In Act 3, sure, you can Helldusk Helmet, you can Barb Dip for, you know, Amulet of Greater Health, Unarmored Defense for +6 AC there, Bone Spike, Roland's Mage Armor, all that. You could be hanging around 40-something AC, like a stable 40. But as we know, that's more than you need, and also you have put in all of that, and you're still squishier than an Abjuration Wizard at, like, level 4. But you've given up all of your class features. You're just a wizard with extra attack. You ignore Blade Song, you just take your extra attack, and you do no subclass wizard. That's how you play Blade Singer. Druid run randomly stops working sometimes, starts working next day, so I started Swarm Keeper. Teleport ability just plain amazing. Super regret not getting Minor Illusion, 99% sure I could trigger teleport by shooting the fake cat. Yeah, I've been doing Hexblade healing off of attacking my Minor Illusion. You can just do so many things with this stupid thing. Look at this. Yeah, the teleport for Swarmkeeper looks interesting. I forgot to kill Saza. Whoops. Illusion stocks are rising. This OP cantrip just got buffed in patch 8. Okay, I forgot to save Murkon again. Whoops. I totally could have too. Wait, back, you're still going? Yeah. During dinner, I had a thought. Stars Druid 2, Cleric 10, good combo. Yeah, absolutely. Like, Stars Druid 2 with any full caster immediately seems crazy strong to me. Because you don't interrupt your spell progression. You can still upcast into those slots even if you lose access to the highest level of spells. But you just diversify your kit. That concept for maintaining your Spirit Guardians with absolutely no chance of it dropping means you could play extremely aggressively. If you went with Tempest Domain, you'd have heavy armor proficiency and martial weapons. If you went with Death Domain, you would get a lot of support for doing melee damage. And you'd have your twin target necromancy cantrips. Just it's yeah.
He will reward you for your efforts.
It's very, very good. I fully expect Stars Druid is the fighter of casters. That's a very weird sentence, but Stars Druid is the fighter of casters. Most excited about Protection from Evil and Good, Minthara's Boots, Dragon Form, and Merkle Fight. Full fight solved in one spell. Uh-huh. If you dip into Cleric or Bard to get Calm Emotions, you can also Calm Emotions to solve a ton of other fights. The Harpies, anything that rages, anything that goes for fear. Dragon Form, Calm Emotions.
Better not be cursed.
Yeah, Heavy Armor Master, like Ultimate Ninja Batman said. Very good. Considering going Druid 9, Cleric 3 instead of Druid 11, Cleric 1. I might change my tune and do that as well. Say, I was considering doing 11 Cleric, 1 Warlock. I might have to pivot. Because I was thinking about, if I want to Contagion myself, I think Hero's Feast makes me immune to that. So maybe I don't want to go that route. Or maybe I want an alternative way of, imposing advantage on enemy attack rolls against me. So I've already been waffling on whether I go to Druid 11. Like, I want 9 for Contagion. But introducing a couple Cleric levels? I don't know, maybe I even get rid of the Warlock level. I wouldn't have Agathis anymore unless I took it from, like, Magic Initiate, and then I couldn't upcast it, but just thinking out loud. What effects work against Orin Sphere? Saravox Helmet, Cerebral Citadel Armor, Hero's Feast. That's all I got off the top of my head. I gotta actually talk to Wrath. I'm very scatterbrained today. Apologies.
What's up for discussion?
Found it so hard to pass up on Hero's Feast, so hard for me not to go 11 Druid. It's just such a crazy effect. Shuts down Orin, shuts down Merkle, shuts down Mystic Carrion.
Was a simple task.
Shuts down a large chunk of the Cazador fight. Like, it's just so good. And that's even without it just being HP poison immunity. advantage on wisdom save, so it's good against Ballast as a whole. Like, it's just a crazy, crazy spell. Like, if I go 3 levels of Cleric, I get that Calm Emotions option I was mentioning. I get Silence. I also get Aid, which I could upcast instead of Hero's Feast. I need to go 9 Cleric, then? It's not really a Druid run anymore. For Retaliation, would I then go 9 Cleric to get Contagion that way? Still have Stars features. That'd be 2-9-1. That's more Cleric run. Why Contagion? Double damage. And also the ability to blind myself until long rest so everyone has advantage attacking me. For patch 8, I'd say Druid was the hardest class to Restless through the game. I'd have probably said Sorcerer. Personally. But, like, there's a huge asterisk next to that. Some obvious asterisks next to that. Infinite-ish spell slots. Yeah. Like, when playing without that, Sorcerer.
Beautiful glaive.
Got an asterisk for you. I'm sorry, I'm obligated.
My stomach.
I thank you for keeping things punctuated down there. I'm proud of you. I'll rest easier knowing that gapes around the world are properly punctuated. Yeah, the breath is that good, Layla Zero. Like, look at it this way. I can do up to 21 damage on my bonus action every turn. It's an AoE, and it's an uncommonly resisted damage type. This even destroys objects. And I can do this every turn. Every turn. If someone saves, they're still taking damage. Unless they have evasion, they're still taking some amount of damage. I could put damage riders on this. Radiant damage has very favorable gear interactions with radiating orbs, for example. It's just very good. And this is just a resourceless thing you can do every turn on your bonus action. On a level 2 feature. Level 2. The efficiency there is insane. Yeah, Githyanki can't parry it. It's not a spell, so it can't be counterspelled. It's not an attack roll, so you don't need to worry about armor class or parry. Damage scales of Druid level or player level. Think Druid level. Not super confident on that one. I think Barb is more rest-gated generally than Druid. I would agree, non-Wildheart Barb in particular is very rest-gated. All few players running Death Cleric 2 level Star Druid. Makes total sense to me. That's a really good combo. It's like 1 level of Death Cleric, you get a bunch of really great cantrips, you get martial weapon proficiency. Good night, Sora. You get martial weapon proficiency, and you get the ability to twin Bone Chill, Bursting Sinew, and Toll the Dead. Bone Chill is by far the most useful of those, unless you're doing like an Evo split. Evo Wizard split. But just twin spell Bone Chill at will at level 1. Like, I don't think I have to go into detail of why that's crazy. Test if Archer form benefits from assassin stuff. It does. Tuck emote. It does. If you're wondering if you can, like, use it as an opener and it gets refreshed, yeah. If you're wondering if it crits, yeah, it's an attack roll. Toll the Dead's damage dice juicy, though? Toll the Dead's damage dice are juicy until you invest in Bone Chill. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing, Daredevil Bone Chill and then doing your Channel Divinity on it. Or doing, Potent Robe Bone Chill. Not going to sleep? Oh, well, I thought you were going to sleep. You and sleep in your mouse however long rest. Well, it was a bench thing. I thought it was about that time. It's like 6 p.m. for me, which means it's late as shit for you. I'm used to things. Sorry. But also, good night, Sora.
No, an Albert.
There, where's Will? It's almost midnight here in Prague.
Yeah,
Have I mentioned recently how I like how, diverse the community here is? Like, globally. Lots of people, lots of different places. It's cool. I like it.
Really? I'm honored. In truth, I don't feel in a festive mood, and I didn't want to cast a grey cloud over the night. We've saved the Grove, and everyone hails us as heroes. For you, it's as clear as cool water. You have that heroism within you. But Karlak is dead, and gods know how many other of my victims were people like her. I shouldn't be celebrated tonight. That's why I left.
What can I do to cheer you up?
I'll be fine. Seeing you has cheered me more than you can know. But off with you. This is your day. Have a dance. Enjoy the music.
I'll dance with you.
In truth, I always enjoyed a bit of pomp. I once beat the
Hey, Hala,
Baldwin
how are you?
record for the most sarabands danced in a single evening, much to the exhaustion of the good ladies and gentlemen of the gate. I imagine you're fairly skilled with your form too. That would be a sight to behold. You cut quite a fine figure. I can just
Will's
imagine
about the big
leaving you
lady.
with an entire ballroom watching. But who am I fooling? I can't go back to that life.
You just gotta roll good. Take notes.
You drive a hard bargain, but just the one.
I just sit up with 20 of my lads today to watch Revenge of the Sith. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool, Hala. That sounds like a great time. I love that.
Well, then, you've got a party to get back to. After all, tonight is about you. There will be another time for us.
Yeah, I haven't romanced Will in a while, so we'll do that. Need that dialogue the morning after, or the kiss to progress the romance, so I don't hear any backtalk tomorrow. I'm going to backtalk you anyway. See, I respect you a lot, so I'm just gonna be upfront with you. I'm going to backtalk you anyway. Any questions?
Buzz of celebration. You've picked up a few pleasant somewhere in the corner of your heart. You suspect he might be dreaming of you too.
Oh, I didn't talk to him much in the prison, so...
The any who linger are twist long. If you can find this place, you've already been. I've long sought to make.
Alright, yeah, let's go or whatever. No, Will is still in his sad boy spot. Come on, Will. It was one big lady.
Since the party, I've had a spring in my step. And I've got you to thank. I'm sure we will. And when the time comes, I've got something in mind. Now, no prodding. You don't want to spoil the surprise. But I'll say this. It'll be worth the wait.
Unfortunately, we only realized after the movie that with my beard and hairstyle, all I need was the brown robe to look like Quag. I'm sure it'll happen for the next Star Wars marathon. That's cool, Hollow. His face doesn't look like he's sprayed at stuff. Yeah, he's got one of those faces where he constantly looks like some heavy shit is on his mind, but he's actually just having a great day. You know the kind of face. Gonna turn Daddy Gale into a spell crit build DJ Helm with Eyes of the Dark. Nice. Yeah, that's a really cool concept you're doing. I might have to follow that logic for some runs. Like, model after certain characters. It seems fun. Resting Bawal face. Alright, we got Oakfather's Embrace, we got Adamantine Shield. So I don't have to worry about being crit. Look, everyone, have a good night, say. Thank you for hanging out. It's good to see you. Started a new co-op with friends yesterday playing a Death Cleric. Zero clue what I'm doing, it's pretty fun. I like to hear that. Death Cleric's cool. Alright, what's my plan here? I only have +5 initiative. I shouldn't delay the mountain pass as much as I am going to, but I'm gonna delay the mountain pass anyway. We're gonna go through Grimforge to the Shadow Curse lands. Cast this Sea and this. The idea is I'm going to cast Daylight on my weapon right before we go. And then the region travel should refresh Pearl of Power if I keep it on. If it doesn't, oh well, I'm down 1 spell slot. So I'll have a huge you can't go invisible near me aura. I'll have See Invis if that should somehow go out. And I have Oakfather's Embrace for significant retaliation damage in the act. Oh hey, forgot I did this. Yeah, sure, Raphael, sure.
Am I a friend? I could fix it.
Well, anticlimax, I'm gonna have to buff up again. Can I farm some approval real quick? Where is Will's tent here? Oh, it's here. If it's not clear, I didn't care about the Helldusk for this run.
We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Don't you think that? And that, but the
Okay, unaccounted for rest. Good thing I have a lot more of these. Thanks to the ethyl tech. Ten strength, I hate it so much. But you saw there, Raphael immediately started dialogue when he took the electrocution tick. That's why you need to have, for the AI break method I tend to use, you need to have a cutscene that happens automatically upon you entering the camp. The two I can think of are Mizora shows up to punish Will for not killing Karlach, and Alfira/Quill shows up. I suppose you could have the other Mizora cutscene if you route carefully, technically. The Intendex always still knocks me for a second before I remember Retaliation. Yeah, Niloka, it feels bad. It's gonna be 8 decks, eventually. Hi, Elminster. Resting in camp. Sure.
My thanks for your why? I'm here on behalf of Mistra. Mistra is aware of the misadventures that have been. That is why I have. You must find the.
I like how there's an attack button here. You know, if you were gonna fight Elminster straight up, it's probably one of the better ways of doing it. You just spec out all of your party members, so it's like a 8-on-1, and he probably still wins. Just an intrusive thought. I was passionate about attacking Elminster in camp, wasn't there? Was there? I don't know. There was a lot of patch notes. You ever tested Daredevil Ghost Distance Spell?
I've never seen darkness like this before.
Can't recall. Don't think I have.
Unsettling.
You can upcast Fireball a higher level. Yeah. You bind your weapon? I did. Yeah, King of Adventure. Elminster is a demon. How about the Town of Invisible People in Oblivion? Uh-huh. Never put those down there. Logically, I should be doing Fire Shield here too. But I'm gonna not. Fix an issue where Halson would join fight but not take his turn instead to fight Elminster at the camp of the Rosimorn region. That's funny. Okay. Should have done Speedy Light, Pete. Let's see how this goes. Progress. Very good. AC might be too high for them to hit me consistently now, but no, we're good. 3. Missed. You also missed. Don't like that at all. Let's go up here. Let's provoke this one too. Nice. Alright, cool. Did I happen to get a many target arrow? Oh. Money. Why did Order Nature proc twice? Because their attacks are 2 instances of damage. Slashing and necrotic. Separate instances. Shove Jonas, Kara. Don't fucking... You asshole. Every time, man. Rip my money. Whether distance spell with melee still counts as melee. To my knowledge, it does, because I had Sendai, or I think it was Illicera. I had Illicera distance spell inflict wounds on me, and it triggered my Armor of Agathis. Not like a weapon tag where it's all in one package, rather 2 different separate things. Yes, in this instance, yes. So that AC from haste put me in a situation where they are having trouble hitting me. Want to do this without Dragon Form entirely, but seems it's not happening.
Well done. Keep your torch.
Yeah, could have gone better. Annoyed about the Jonas getting shoved thing. But that's okay. Your build that Oath of the Crown enables to be viable, you think? Everything's viable, Legend Coerced. Oath of the Crown is the only paladin subclass that it's actually worth having high levels of investment into. Going Paladin 9 and any of the other oaths just makes your character... Like, the opportunity cost is very steep. If you wanted to play high-level pure class Paladin, Crown getting access to Spirit Guardians is a huge reason that justifies its existence. So, that... God, I have alert.
That should work.
These guys do have evasion. So I'm expecting my breath weapon to do nothing. Oh, Failed the save. Charm so it stops asking. Should have used a lower level Akathis there, but it's okay. Oh, that's funny. Leviatar's Scourge, Hexblade healing, as long as you're getting kills frequently enough, cancels that out. I like that, actually. That's cool. Build synergizes with it well, in your opinion? Like, at level 9, Oath of the Crown gets Spirit Guardians, which is a huge AoE lawnmower thing that is very good. One of the big things Paladins don't have is AoE. Spirit Guardians is great AoE. Chris Pride mentioned you can use your Channel Oath feature to get some accuracy to offset the penalty for Great Weapon Master. That's something you could certainly do. Charm, Luck of the Forearms, etc. are so nice. Boy, do I hate getting asked to use them every 3 seconds. Completely I can speak. Completely avoidable, and I understand that. Yeah, just turning them off. I usually have Luck of the Forearms turned off. Or I burn it so it doesn't ask anymore. I've decided we're just gonna roll good. Actually, I want to test something. Stars Druid privilege. Your starry form is a light source, so the lighter shadow curse areas, the lesser curse areas, you don't have to worry about. Common Stars Druid W. Uh-huh. Yeah, give me your stuff, man. Favorite times to like Cleric Act 2 till Radiant Retort enemies pop up. Yeah, you could just not click the Radiant button against them. It's great.
This is not Her Majesty's will.
Still got fire spells as a light cleric.
That's this. Always room for more.
Depending on how I feel, the further we get into our playthrough, I can start playing this game on my own again. Always been interested in attempting solo honor. Haven't felt prepared enough to take on that challenge. Ooh. I hope it's something that ends up sticking out as interesting to you.
Dolly thanks you for your sympathy. It would be my pleasure. Did me a good turn there, didn't you? You're well.
See, not what I expected to run into in these parts.
I want to mess around with the bonus fists. No, I don't feel like it. If I want XP, I'll go coal mine. XP I'm already well. Daylight is
Must be where tolls were collected.
very bright. Right, Jake? Yeah, Jake agrees. He's yowling. Hi, buddy. I'm be real, I may be tired now. Now I go to sleep. Because you wanted to, not because I said to. I get you. Good night, Sora. Oh. Bad Dex character be like.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
soon as we left the call, I was itching to look at some of trade sheets like the XP one. Love to hear it, Gage. Haze Scrolls and Speed Pot stack? No. Haze Scrolls Bloodlust Potion? Those do. Those are separate effects. What are you doing, cat? Awesome, thank you. You're very welcome. Challenge Runner and me, and it speaks to me like the Green Goblin mask. What's the cat doing? Cat's malfunctioning. Yes, cat. Hello. What do you need, man? Yes, hi. Alright, before I go to Moonrise, I want to go grab the shield that gives advantage on perception so I don't roll the fucking 1 and prevent from being able to favorably progress Will's storyline. So I'm trying to hit both these shadows. I can't Moonbeam because Malice Storm's alive. I do have my star map guiding bolts though. $44. Love to see it. Learn how to be an adult for a few hours. Yuck. Ew.
Best be on my way.
Hmm. Okay with you hitting me. No, you don't wanna? Fine. Which way do I want to go? This way works. Gained weight? Hey, nice rabbit. And 9 pounds? That's big. As a fellow lifelong too skinny guy, I'm genuinely proud of you. Okay, this was greedy. I might die. Let's see what happens. Nothing how hard the archer hits me. Okay, we're good. Used to be the skinny dude until I moved to America. Abuse free refills. Now I just can get anything I want. Yeah, I was told that eventually my metabolism would slow down and I would stop losing weight. Yeah, when I got close to 30, I put a lot of weight on. Well, I'm after 30. Oh, It's a fucking lie. Stage? Don't like that. Now let's disengage. How is this archer missing me? Oh, you only +4. Oh, yeah, Shadow Curse of Terrible Dex. Right. 6'7", never been over 225. Currently more like 210. To me, even that amount feels too much in my mind. It depends on your build. I'm not particularly tall. I'm very average height. So I'm just like super skinny. I want to handle this. Your piercing weapons, a blade ward. Yeah, that's the damage I've been expecting the whole time. Grew up in the Jurassic era and rode dinosaurs to school with my asthma medication, pharmaceutical grade stimulants that make cocaine and Adderall look like a flavored powder and pixie sticks. Oof. Once we get a few more tadpoles, that'll be a really good cleanup option. Call the week. Slam you into you. Be threatened. Someone say nose candy. Hey, Superman. It's funny, I hit myself for 3. Oh, Hexblade's Curse goes on Willing Whip. Alright, Leviatar's Scourge Hexblade is also a thing. That's cool. Hordebreaker, Hexblade's Curse with the Rat Bat is real. Oh no. No, 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 no.
What's inside?
That's
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Oh no. What do you have? Oh, one of yours is bludgeoning. Attacks. Order of operations with Hexblade's Curse didn't work out the same way that time. Oh yeah, it did. Never mind. Never mind, it did.
I'll feel that one later.
Off assumes Hordebreaker build be nasty with Hexblade. Yeah. So, Rat Bat, peak Rat Bat. What are we thinking? Is it Hunter, Assassin, Hexblade? At this point?
just
Works on normal weapons too, the Hordebreaker tags. Oh.
Need to find a way forward.
So Hordebreaker tags with Hexblade's curse. Okay, Hunter Hexblade is... Oh no. That's so crazy. So like 11-1 Hunter Hexblade, you just... You can do that with volley too, but like Hordebreaker would let you tag someone without actually blowing the attack yet. Man, that's I have thoughts. That's crazy. I have thoughts.
at the ready.
Brother, ew. Yeah. Hexblade's gross. Fan fiction of a class. Oh, me going here means Raphael moved. I wasn't thonking. Oh well.
All right. Piles of bodies. Very old by the looks of them.
More suitable ranged option for this. Disgusting, what did I miss? Hexblade's strong. Just takes a lot of existing very powerful tech and interacts with those things in a way that violates anything resembling game balance. Nothing new. Use bombs here because I'm lazy. Hexblade's still disgusting without doing the bind. Hexblade 20 times stacks and percent to apply cheese? Yes. Also, asterisk next to that cheese, it's something you are extremely likely to do accidentally in your gameplay if you find yourself switching weapons regularly, which is a way I play the game organically. So. But, to answer the question again, yes. Want to knock Minthara out, will hit a Booming Blade crit for 50 damage, killed her. 50 damage, ugh.
Interesting times.
For fishing, yeah, it's it's super strong exploits, just that easy to do naturally. One of the things always bugged me with Skyrim. Unfortunately, Booming Blade other part doesn't respect non-lethal. Oh no, you have to think about when to click Booming Blade. She made her choice when she decided to be a paladin. Jeff with the consistent bangers. Hey, doing reverse, Jeff. sometimes you have to actively avoid certain normal gameplay mechanics so you don't become a god in an accident. Uh-huh.
Keep going.
Good elixirs in there. So one of the reasons why this area was one of our first stops, aside from the money and the XP, just all very good. Flesh Melter Cloak. Big item for the build. Spell might rat bat booming. Vile. Already known with Thunder Smite. Yeah, but now the downsides of Thunder Smite are no longer in play here. You're no longer looking at specific, super specific classes, I should say. You're no longer looking at inefficient action economy. So it's pretty big. Just punch this. Not strong enough. Alright, so here's an example of where the pack thing would be happening organically. I'm switching my Bind Hex off of Leviatar's Scourge so that Leviatar's Scourge starts scaling off my strength again so I can hit this chest with it. Now I'm reapplying it because I do want it to be able to apply Hexblade's Curse. I can't get around that. I just increased the chance to apply Hexblade's Curse. Moonblade Ratbat triggers Thunder Infusion if the Thunder Enchantment. Ratbat's irrelevant there, but same principle. It's good to know. Yeah, Thunder Infusion can still work on Booming Blade. Just extra step. Definitely not tanky enough to deal with the guys in the morgue yet. Doing Arabella's quest early in the act makes a lot of sense for a lot of runs now. If you're allowed to long rest, it should be one of your first stops. Spell my gloves have the problem not being named Crater Flesh. It's okay, just pretend crits don't exist. It's fine.
Sorry. Knocks the wind right out of... No, I think real hard and say some loud words and then it happens. Okay. I promise. Just till you find Mum and...
So I was noticing the increasing luck of applying Curse from Hexblade. Yep, each time you reapply Bind Hex Weapon, the chance goes up, and it never goes back down.
Quiet. Move with care.
Trash-ass initiative. Three with advantage. Okay.
Time to press ahead.
Still the case for Shadowblade since it despawns? It doesn't despawn though. I mean, if you make a new Shadowblade, like, on a following day, then it won't have that anymore because it's a different weapon. But, like, if you switch from your Shadowblade to a different weapon and then you switch back, it'll be happening. You'll have a different Shadowblade every day, so that kind of gets around it, but... Booming Blade does seem to get all of the Thunder Smite properties. Can the Paladin Grave get any deeper? No. No. That's what I meant after New Day? Yeah. 11 Thunder, 55 Bludgeoning, 33 Piercing, 4 Thunder, Crit Booming Blade, they're at bad balance. Yeah, it seems like it. Now do it in a freezing setup. So you apply Thunder and Bludgeoning Bolt. Oh yeah, I can just hide. Dazzling Breath. I could have hidden again. Maybe Frozen Wrap out. Yeah. Yep. This have good con. You don't keep a good body in storage for this? With Connor?
Let's have a look.
Market and Song's Raising? No, not really. Why would you play Paladin? Like, why would you add Paladin to that? Not really getting anything out of the Paladin class anymore. Actually, doing Booming Blade, Thunder, Bludgeoning Bolt into practice, Sword, Sneak Attack, Water Element's a pretty good time. Yeah, it sounds like it, Revan. I like it.
Seems simple enough.
You recognize the corpse being tended. The girl Arabella's father.
Most unorthodox.
Camera?
I will sell you what I can. Not dead.
Camera?
Medicated to ease the pain.
There's for those two Paladin levels of Thunder Smite, and there's no reason for Thunder Smite anymore because Booming Blade. So like, what? Why Paladin?
The patient is sure to recover. Not much left now, but you're welcome to look.
That's the point we were making. Like, the Paladin Grave is very deep because the class has been completely invalidated by a fucking cantrip. A cantrip. Yeah, take 2 Star Druid levels instead. No BG3 expert, just started playing and playing Hexblade, what should I be doing? Cast it 20 times? What are you trying to do, Highfire? Like, I can't tell you what to do in your game. It's your playthrough. I don't know what specifically you're going for. I don't know what your vision for your build is. Like, I would encourage you read your class features and play accordingly. I would also encourage, if you hear about some crazy, like, super cheesy tech, don't build up your perception of the game around it. I would, try to catch yourself doing that. Yeah, reading is not cheese, even if some believe it is. I can tell you what to do. Hit things with Booming Blade. Yeah. So, you're gonna pick something. Yeah. Can't use a Cursed Spectre while shapeshifted. Huh. Does that mean Hexblade Stars Druid would have trouble? It's technically on Polymorph right now. Didn't choose Booming Blade. It's okay, there's lots of things you could do. By extension, the Paladin class has been defeated by choosing a High Elf as your race. Oh, man. They already caught a stray from Zariel Tieflings. Now they are completely underwater from High Elves.
Moonrise Tower.
Sounds this may be your best chance.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his...
Get the benefit shapeshifter ring with Star Druid shapes. I have tested personally with Orin's clothes and it works. Others have said Armor of Moonbasking works. I don't recall the conclusion on Shapeshifter's Boon, but if those two work, then yes.
That's his. One blessed.
You'll find Zrael in the
Praise.
What a Paladin do to you? It was worse than all of the other classes in the game. And also frustrating to play.
There can be no doubt. This is the place.
Not a skill issue, just it's not fun because you can't do many things issue. You can like it, just let's not pretend that it doesn't have massive issues.
Another true soul. The disciple
I don't like just being facetious. I figured as much. You know, you're a regular here. You get it.
If you have coin, then the absolute needs what prove it. Who's singing your name?
Nature's beast with fangs of fury and unsheathed claw.
Thought I smelt something outlandish.
Isn't that the same thing he says to Gloomstalkers?
Very well. Want anything from my stash? You pay less than the rest.
You have coin, Bugbear has wares. Another cool thing about the Oblivion remake, they brought in more voice actors. So there's more than like 3 people doing the voice acting for the entire game. Sorry, 3 people plus Sean Bean and Patrick Stewart. Everything breaks their stinking oath. And every other class does the thing you're trying to do better. Yeah. It's rough. It's very rough. Slicing short sword hexblade's vile, actually. That's foul. We're doing it, just it's foul. Yeah, I'll grab a couple short rest potions.
Where do you hail?
I was a farrier.
Suppose dual wielding the Shadow Blade. Yeah, you could.
That smell. Should you be interested?
Actually. This...
Welcome back, Truth. With one drop, research, naturally.
Among the many crimes.
Yeah, wizards and warlocks get an extra chance at this check. I put on the warped headband for the history check, but wizards and warlocks can pick their class-specific dialogue to roll it again. Lulthorn and Drow get this for free, no check required.
So let me adjust my offer. Please. I
Lae'zel's still doing her pacing around camp.
Well, hello. What can I do?
What causes that?
I know you. And he's your. Good. It's. Can't you talk some?
Because there's something wrong with her.
Yeah, sorry, Starion.
Careful, I might.
Should you be interested with one drop? No. Is that blood? No.
I do want to do a 2 Paladin, 10 Arcane Trickster, because the Booming, Sneaking, Smiting, plus easy access to DR utility spells. Yeah, Trade did a run, this was on patch 7, so no Booming Blade, Shadow Blade. But Trade did a run with that setup, and you can make it quite strong. Paladin providing heavy armor for the Rogue to do tanky Rogue things. And you can do some cool interactions and stuff. It works. Yeah. Anyway, other than feats, Ethel, Sharmir increase your charisma by 1. There's a couple pieces of gear that increase your charisma. Iceberg. You have the Birthright hat in Act 3, though opportunity cost of that slot, I don't really recommend Birthright for anything other than shopping. Duke Ravengard's sword in Act 3 is also a +2 charisma item. It's a longsword. I do think that Ravengard's sword is a notable Hexblade weapon, because Hexblade has a lot of things that look at charisma.
Something's on my mind.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? Oh, it's...
By Ring of Reaction,
Welcome back, true soul. Oh, if you know of any other true souls willing to aid my research,
I don't really particularly need it.
do send them my way. Come back.
Right now, anyway.
How much further can I go?
Did I never grab the Sentient Amulet? Guess I didn't. Is it worth using a short rest spot? No, don't think so.
Don't want to draw any attention.
That was some damage. Yes, what Revan mentioned, if you're doing no long rest, you can get +5 charisma until the end of Act 2. Surely there's an angle I can get both of you. There we go. Yeah, doing that, I do chip away at my own armor bag at this, but it was almost gone, and these guys aren't melee anyway. Stella blasted dried sausage links. Stella blasted fire spice chicken sausage. I wish Stella would blast my fire spice chicken sausage. I need psychiatric care. It's one of BG3 companion storyline. You would change, expand, remove. Just one? And give Will more stuff. I'd give Will more stuff.
I can't wait to sleep.
If I was allowed to pick two, I would give Halson more stuff.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
Trying to hit the level. Halson for being a perma companion. That's a way to go about that, yeah. You wouldn't need more stuff in that instance. Go for the talkie-talkie on Malice, but... Eh. Actually, let's go back to Moonrise. Ghouls on the roof. Make Will more self-serving, like rolling her errand behind closed doors? Why? Will's one of the most morally good people. There's a great contrast to some really evil shit in the setting. I find him a breath of fresh air. Why would we get rid of that? We already have lots of quote-unquote morally gray, and then we have outright evil. Alright, before patch 8, you needed Lae'zel to read that disc. So that's 95 XP for routes that didn't have Lae'zel, which is pretty cool. I think it'd be interesting. Fair point. Can't argue with that. Everyone's got their own storytelling tastes. People don't know, forget Will was kind of an asshole, supposed to be a hack back in early access, and testers hated him. I think some people do know that. I think a lot of people... And again, I hate that I have to qualify things like this. I'm not aiming this at anyone in the chat. Some people are looking for reasons to hate Will, for obvious reasons.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Do like what I've heard was Will's early access story being a fraud sounds way more interesting. I've grown attached to the Will we got. I wish he had more, but I've grown attached to the Will we got. But introduced you here at Minsk earlier somehow. Unfortunate that most first playthroughs already have their party pretty much set in stone. You encounter them. It's a pleasant surprise for most. Yeah, as a returning Baldur's Gate player, I was so hyped when I found out Jaheira was recruitable. I thought she was just an NPC. But then, like, she joined at the end of Act 2, and she was in my party the whole time. Love Jaheira.
This calls for careful footwork. These boots have seen everything. Just out of view. Time to skulk.
Airlock can come back, the lead can come back. You know that's... very much not the same. This isn't even Saravok's first time coming back, and depending on your interpretation, this is just a continuation of what happened in Throne of Ball. Countering Jahira, then Minsk is playables. Hard BG1, BG2 fan, nice. I'm not really prepared for the roof yet. I'm gonna hold off on that one. Fake wings, Well, now is a pretty good character IMO. He just lacks contents. Not the player doing everything for him. Yeah, he doesn't have much stuff, much interactivity with the story, and he has very little agency. But character is good. Oh yeah, let's look at some of the damage rolls here. So, Caustic Reprisal got Hexblade's Curse. Oakfather's Embrace got Hexblade's Curse. Fire Shield got Hexblade's Curse. Hexblade's Curse on this one instance gave us 9 additional damage. I didn't have Agathis on that one. It could have been an extra 3 there. We can go grab Ironvine Shield as soon as I'm feeling confident dealing with the whole Hull House thing. If I buy Sentinel Shield, we could take care of that right now, actually. Ironvine Shield's the next big piece of the build. You get Hexblade's Curse. You get Hexblade's Curse. Everyone gets Hexblade's Curse. Got like 5 retaliation builds planned right now. Hexblade's 1. You're thinking Drunk Monk sauce too, right? Or a different one? Kind of bumped out about Vicone's role. Vicone's role in the BG3 story. Minthara's basically we got Vicone at home. But they're very different people. They're very different people. Minthara has no conflict with Drow society or anything. Minthara's not fundamentally an outsider beyond anything other than her family falling out of favor down there. They're very different characters. Minthara has absolutely no possibility of being reformed. Viconia, there was a route where you could get her to change alignments. Now, disclaimer, she, in most routes, remained a cleric of an evil deity who brainwashes people, and as we see in Baldur's Gate 3, it is outright stated that the Mirror of Loss was used on her, because if you take, as anyone other than Shadowheart, if you take the Wisdom memory, you get Viconius. As Shadowheart, you get your own, but as anyone else, you get Viconius. So, like, yeah, a century of being in a mind-wiping evil deity's cult kind of makes you a worse version of yourself. The same thing that can happen to Shadowheart. So I actually am kind of okay with Viconia's place in this story. She's like a preview of worst case outcome for Shadowheart. I think that's effective.
Better not be cursed.
Saravok, I get some of the disquiet with Saravok. Like, they took another evil character with a possible path for him being not good, but less evil, and they're like, hey, what if he was creepy with his own kids? I don't love that choice. but it's what we got, you know. At the end of the day, I don't think you are going to be able to satisfy the player base with returning characters, especially returning characters with 2.5 decades of fan support behind them. I just don't think it's happening. Question: how do you make Ethel stack the strength elixirs on the table in the grove? Click on the strength elixir that's on her table, and she will combine the ones in her inventory with the one on the table into that stack, up to a cap of 20.
Better than nothing.
Not my favorite choice, but it lines up with Ball being a creepy-ass deity. It does. Ball is a murder hobo sex pest. Did you spare or kill Vicona in your first playthrough? I spared her. Basically no notes on Mint's VA, animations writing, just want more of it. Yeah, interestingly, there's a lot of recorded lines for Mint. Like, there's a lot of content, it's all clustered at the end of the game. I believe there was a post a while ago, someone did a breakdown of who gets, like, the most lines. It's like, the top 2 are Minsk and Astarion. Like, the top 3 are Minsk, Astarion, Narrator. But, like, Minsk has a lot. Dara and Orin are only sympathetic because how they're treated by other people. Yeah, like, you can see the circumstances that caused them to become the way they are. They are still responsible for their actions. They are still evil people who deserve the unfortunate ends that they beat in Orin's case, every playthrough. In Minthara's case, most playthroughs. They deserve that shit. They earned it. They worked for it. But Minthara is still my favorite character in the game. You don't need to morality wash her for her to be a great character. She is my favorite character in the entire game. She is objectively evil and cannot be fixed, nor does she want to be. That's what makes her good. Not morally good. If you get Matthew Mercer to voice your character, you better make the amount of lines worth your money. Yeah, that's a very good point, Hootie. They paid for Mercer, they're gonna get their money's worth. Eventually that's gonna fail. Now, fortunately, that's not today, but...
Need to find a way forward.
Yeah, kind of similar to how Vicona is presented as a, you know, this is what Shadowheart could become. Orin is Dirge if Dirge was as much of a mad dog as a lot of the player base believes Dirge to be. Yeah, Orin's an artist. That's something that puts her at odds with a lot of other ballists, Saravok included. Saravok will even directly explain that Orin has the core ideology of their cult wrong. Ball doesn't care for the artistry of it. All he cares about is the numbers. Whatever brings maximum death, he wants that. And Dirge had a plan to bring that about, or it ruined that plan. Immediately fell out of favor. She was only the chosen by default at that point, because no one else could claim it. But she was immediately out of favor. I guess I should have hexed first, huh? Fine. Hey, Felicia. How are you? We're reading in one of the post-release curiosity bombs that Minsk was originally supposed to be recruited at the Nautiloid Beach. Wonder how many of those voice lines are relics from that plan. They had different plans for Minthara at some point, too. Minthara is fully voiced in the Mountain Pass, by the way. You can't normally get her there, and in patch 8, I think they even tightened it further, so maybe the silence thing doesn't work. There was a patch note about it, but Minthara is fully voiced in the Mountain Pass. She even has voice lines on the Nautiloid. On the Nautiloid. At some point, they changed plans with her. There's a little freaky, at least we believe, that bring back necrophilia on the menu line from Scalaritas. Oh, yeah. But a point that Gortash specifically makes is that Dirge is capable of controlling themselves. Orin is not. Live for now. Ugh, that bad. Stream, how's chat? Stream's good. Stream is good.
Good idea, I think.
Juicy crit. Alright, that takes care of the armor. Now we Featherfall. Blue fingers jump down. Quag may ask, what's a good stat spread for full druid? Don't think we're multi-classing, never played druid before. Just as with everything else, 16 dex is great. If you care about your concentration, I would encourage not having negative constitution. And I like 14 wisdom as a starting point. It is your casting stat, and it's your total prepared spells, but I like playing druids with a little physicality to them as well. So I usually go like 16 strength, 16 dex. If I'm pure solo, I tend to take some charisma. But ignore intelligence and know that you don't need wisdom that badly. Which revoked your artist badge? Yeah, it swapped over. Gortash respects Dirge a lot. I think he gives his line if you confront him in combat, something about what a waste of talent. That is true.
Let's see what this does.
It's also a level. Oh yeah, Cosmic Omen. Whenever you long rest, you consult the stars for a Cosmic Omen of Weal or Woe. The Omen grants you the ability to increase Weal or decrease Woe, attack rolls and saving throws to increase your allies' ability checks. So the ability checks thing, useless to me. I am wary of increasing or decreasing attack rolls on enemies because that can cause them to bypass crit immunity sometimes. Decrease their saving throws could be useful, though. Sure. Having the brain Mark's run. So basically, it was seeing Mark taking a turn in a turn order he was no longer part of. Because he didn't have an ally on the brain top when he went into the portal. The game got confused when he entered the portal, and it rolled initiative again inside of the portal. But it hadn't completely removed him from the other thing. So he was effectively taking turns concurrently. So what happened was he ends his turn on the first turn. the brain spawns orbs. The orbs are looking at Mark and they're like, oh, well, he ended his turn again. So we can blow up at the start of the next turn. So they do. So if you go in true solo to the portal on current patch, and you don't either kill the brain on turn 1 or have a globe, you die. But the short answer is the turn order got confused. In a way that there's nothing he could do about. So the workaround is either have globe, 1 round the brain, or die. I feel like I may go Stars Druid because a little more frontliner. Stars Druid can be very frontliner. You can do it with Spores as well. And I enjoyed my Land Druid run that I did recently too. My no looting run was mostly as Land Druid. I don't really care for Moon all that much. It's objectively good. I just don't really care for it. Minus D6 saving throw is not bad. Long rest, though. Yeah. The resource cluttering on my bar. Also, concentration. It's a cantrip. That's weird. That's very weird. You also have 1 less turn to kill the brain in that scenario now. I'm actually not sure what happens on turn 4. Rocks. Because of that weird turn order advancement thing, which was hard to catch, but the reason why I know it was doing something of that stripe is because there was 1 round where Mark's globe ended a turn early. Instead of 3, it was 2. And it was very notable. So that lines up perfectly with the explanation for what the orbs were doing. I don't know. That might mean you're not afforded the full 5 turns. Even accounting for you spend the first one globing the platform. Even outside of that, you may be 1 turn short after that as well. So you may only have 3 turns for the brain. In that particular scenario. That's conjecture, though. Not saying that one with confidence. Bug's been there for a while. It's bug reported general discussion for Steam from like October 2023. There's a bunch of brain-related stuff, GG, that I would not trust the literacy of your average internet dweller on whether it's the same thing or not. But if you have a link, feel free. I'd like to see. Because there's a lot of people who think that Orb of Negation having an AoE is that bug. No, it's not. And there's other bugs associated with the brain. Ability check one's just a boosted guidance, yeah. It's just a D6 guidance that you get once per long rest. Seems kind of unremarkable. And they stack, but if you're solo, you can't do both. It's concentration. That's my problem with it, so black. It's concentration. Ghost Army versus the Americans kind of gross. Ooh. Drop it. Thank you. Yeah, that's a different thing. That's a different thing, because what they're saying is that their turns are being skipped. And they're seeing the brain top. That's a different thing. Interesting to know that there are multiple ways that that turn order problem can manifest. My Jack of all trades run didn't have that issue. It's True Solo one that happened in patch 7. Yeah, Ansel and Say have both mentioned having done a successful True Solo in patch 7 and not running into that. So we can only conclude that it's a patch 8 thing, because Mark also plays completely vanilla. There's two outcomes there. Either it's a patch 8 thing, or it's a patch 7 save being played on patch 8 thing. Either way, patch 8 thing. Alright, here's the Ironbind shield. When the wielder is holding a weapon empowered with Shillelagh, and when they're hit by a melee attack, the attacker takes 2 piercing damage. Now, this isn't exclusive to melee unless they've changed the behavior here in patch 8. That's something that I'll find a place to test, I think. Sarah, my skills wondering the least painful way to apply Hexblade's Curse to ranged assassin. Poke with your melee weapon, then establish range. Hey Teal Trooper, good to see you. How's the new class? Stars Root is so good. I did an Arcane Archer run, it was really good. Enjoying this one. New classes are, for the most part, quite good. So now I need to limit my weapon choices, at least when I'm doing Ironbind, to Shillelagh stuff. Spell Sparkler makes a lot of sense. There is going back to Hill Giant and swapping elixirs. I don't want to poke. Does it work thrown? Don't think so. Because you can't throw your packed weapon. Trying to think of a place I can do some testing. I forgot to get Shadowed Battlefield, didn't I? Let's go get Last Light.
Can't give up now.
Did get another third level spell slot with that level, that's nice. So if I do Boots of Striding, Protection from Evil and Good, I could fight the Shadow Doges, like, for free. What kind of damage do they do again? Is it piercing?
Open the ground itself.
Don't want Ice Knife game. Stop. What are you doing? And elixir-wise, Colossus, maybe? There is Battle Mage. Let's go Bloodlust. That is enough to encumber me. Figured that out. I think I want to still keep the padded armor around. Jabber can go to camp. Check these Sparks Ball and go to Shart. Arcane Blessing can also go to Shart. Okay, there we go. You consume Garangal's corpse, play Gale Origin, rather consume the shadow magic from it. Yeah, you can do that with the first storm you kill. I do that. Running into more issues today? Oh no.
In it.
I'll use a fire shield scroll. No spell slots, but like, do I need to care about that? They're an angle. No, I'll just go for that. Oh, that's my blade ward. That's fine. It is piercing damage. Let's take a look at that. X-Blade's Curse on Iron Vine, Caustic Reprisal on Fire Shield, on Armor of Agathis. No, on Fire Shield and Armor of Agathis. Cool. Battle Monk will benefit more from wielding a weapon than not, right? Without context, there's no answer to that. Depends. Shadow Cloak Ring is very good. Anything that hits us and is unarmed. If it's obscured, that's gonna be some extra damage. Though an unfortunate thing I'm just thinking of again. Starry Form is a light source, so I guess that one won't be relevant. Oh well. I don't think I'll use Tavern Brawler this time around. Okay, and? Like, if you ever have your martial arts unarmed strike, That's still something you can do, whether you're wearing a weapon or not. Sometimes you're going to want a good source of bludgeoning damage. Your fists are always available. Sometimes you're going to want a weapon to poke with. Like, depends. There's no catch-all. You know, it's situational. It's all situational. Always is.
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
80 XP. Hi, Marcus. Still gotta figure out why Alfira hangs out for this cutscene. She's not part of it.
You there! Step forward and keep your hands off your weapons.
Easy. She's with me.
Come.
Drink every time a BG3 NPC tells you to come.
Oh, but you should never have come here, true soul.
What? Yeah.
What in the hells is that thing?
Here.
Tell me.
What?
Settle.
Want to know about supplies when we make it home?
Burning through our oil, but so just about.
Alright. Let's start on getting the gear we want here in Last Light.
And if you find it, bring it to me.
You said
Masks.
something that's already fabricated. There. Need anything?
Found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Hang on, damn it, I don't know if you heard me. I found this metal in a place called Grimforge. And damn it, I really need you to stay with me on this one. I found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Cool.
Need anything?
When you hit the looting bug in your duo with Gage, you try dragging items you can pick up to a container and picking them up. I did not try that. Chargebound Warhammer is a really good weapon that I don't get to use very often. Unfortunately, it's not a Shillelagh weapon. I'm very much sticking to Shillelagh stuff, I think. Gonna want to buy Darkfire Shortbow from Dammit eventually, but very expensive. So that's gonna wait quite a while. Sell him Flawed Helldusk if he can afford it. He cannot. Guess I'll go sell that to Lantarv. So I'm pinning that gauge. That was too funny. So I'd rather have Mortal Reminder than have to walk over and poke. Fair enough, yeah. Like, Warlock is still good, and there are still use cases for the non-Hexblade subclasses. Good on you for recognizing that.
Very well, here.
Gotta talk to Barkus and get the persuasion ring.
The absolute
Before.
war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
You're out of money already? What are you doing, man? Already having to buy short rest pots from him, the equalized transactions. I probably want Fistbreaker Helm for initiative purposes. It's also spell save DC, I don't hate that.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your
Tell me
chest.
about it.
How may I serve?
Let's see if Roa is selling any Shatter Scrolls. If she is, I'll do some stuff in the prison.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Any Shatter? Chromatic Orb, even? No. Weird. I could check Tally or Volo. Could be more expensive. The odds of that. Stock on Fire Shield Scroll. See Invis. Buy a Flight. Might get me out of a jam. Product Res, I can see some value there.
And I'll... Looking over. I'll feed him his own loincloth. These are our allies.
Check Volo. Also save, it's been a minute. It's been a while.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Telekinesis is too useful. Let's check Tally. The reason why I want Shatter is it allows me to take out 2 Scrying Eyes at once in a very stylish and fun way.
Stock up while you can. I only hope I've brought enough to see us through.
Actually, I finally went and knocked out some vendors the other day after accumulating a ton of stuff and backpacks on them. Patch 8 makes that not quite what it used to be. Vendor knockouts are no longer the way. Very lucrative, even though one of them didn't have the backpack. Yep. Vendor drop logic has changed in patch 8. Containers are not dropped as they were. I have to do like wet cone of cold or some weird shit for this. Where are my thunder damage spells, game? What are you doing? I also should have an invis, just an escape. There's another one on the table in front of Mattis. I'm gonna grab that while I'm here too. There's a chromatic orb scroll I could steal. Just Actually super awkward. My long rest. Didn't really want to do that yet, especially because I just popped that bloodlust recently. Maybe I just won't fuck with the prison yet. There, dropped hers. This is an Act 3 easy money from the stuff I stashed. Real for health boss. Get a little loot pinata. Yeah, that's not standard behavior anymore, so either this is a bonus from you having an existing save or isolated incident. Either way, enjoy it. Sounds like it was helpful. Pop a short rest potion. That'll give me the opportunity to slap a second level Agathis on. Yeah, I got back 8 spell slots from that.
Enjoy the view. This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day.
Really? Everyone is here? Just want to do some crime, man. Something he did not know is if you save Roland's family in Moonrise, if you don't talk to him, he goes all his way to fight shadows afterwards. Uh-huh. I have a specific sequence that I do to ensure that Roland is safe-ish, safe adjacent. He died because of that? Yep. Sounds right. Thief on the loose. Oh, no, there isn't. No thieves here. I'm not going to be able to do the stylish scrying eye thing.
Need to find a way forward.
So the first time you load into this area, the 2 scrying eyes will intersect paths here. And if you have a shatter, you can just pop them, and it's super fucking cool. I don't have the loadout for that right now. I forgot to pick up the Sentient Amulet. We're going to fight the Hook Horrors. There's another tadpole down there I can use to grab Shield Thralls for Roland's sake. This. Delayedly. Check Tara last run. Yeah, still didn't work. Damage. That's without Agathis or Fire Shield, by the way. Still don't have Callous Glow yet. It's coming together. A few more items on the shopping list. Dark Justiciar half plate, Callous Glow ring. About it, really. I won't have crit immunity with that loadout, so I may have to consider
Right beneath the towers.
adjusting the
colony
levels.
must be close. That must be where the tadpoles are coming from. There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Like, if I go 3-3-1 right now, I would get Aid, which I can upcast to a 3rd level spell slot. Get, 10 temp HP, or not temp HP, excuse me, 10 actual HP, which would be good. And I could have heavy armor proficiency for, from Skullhelm use.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
But realistically, I probably go 5-1-1
No traps, please.
for the proficiency. So I could have crit immunity. And I can take it on and off as needed for when I don't want to be crit immune anymore. Check Tara for what? Her inventory. Tara's a vendor, but since patch 7, for the overwhelming majority of the players, she's been bugged and doesn't actually sell her items. Which does mean that there are a couple items that are impossible or near impossible to get. The slinging shoes, which are a fun item that I've been wanting to mess around with. Out of the Sharpcaster will still be in the game, just in an alternate location, as long as you have Gale recruited. So you at least still get that. With the ideal moment, you don't need crit immunity, you have Source Fizzler resistance. Having enough effective HP where I wouldn't die from a string of crits, basically. So having enough DR that I'm taking functionally no damage, or having enough DR and HP and resistances all together, so that, like, if an enemy hits me with a crit, they die before I have to worry about recovering from that. So having a lot of HP is going to be a big part of that. Getting my second feat would be access to Tough. That would be at the earliest level 9. And that would be 18 more HP, which would be very good. So having that, plus the actual extra HP I'm getting from level scaling, getting an additional 5 over what I have now from an 8 upcast to 3rd level or 4th level, once I get 4th level spellcasting. Like, having a lot of HP is going to be a big part of that. Once I get Dark Justiciar half-plate, I'll also have some damage reduction. Like, I have 1 right now with Adamantine, but I'll have 2 with DJ half-plate. The problem with that is I'll need to have Shield of Faith on, which means my total AC from my armor will be 17. I'll have 19 AC from where I am right now. Which is awkward. I don't really want that much AC. So we'll have to give that some real thought. Having damage reduction at this point is this pins. Drink after every time a BG3 NPC tells you to come. Gage offered a fun alternative. Got the plan tomorrow.
How's the barricade coming along?
You gotta lock in.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Have one of your campmates spit on you for AC reasons? Yeah. That won't be applicable till level 10, though. That's when that's online. But at level 10, yes, absolutely. As much as I want to get more value out of this bloodlust, I don't think I can right now. So we're gonna throw a necrotic resistance elixir so it hits me and Roland. Also, one of the reasons I like getting Roland as an ally is I can shield with thralls him before talking to him. Check his inventory. Also sell him a couple pots.
If you're here to save the day, Carl and Leo are taken in by your... You...
Sense than this.
Of course. Malice is alive, so Moonbeam is not a good click here. Use my action to put Oakfather's Embrace on stand here. Hope they hit me. They're not going for it. Got that one though. Shield of Thralls plus Necrotic Resistance brought him back down to his normal levels. Hit me. Thank you.
Instead, I've...
How much damage they did themselves. 34, 34, 40, 45. 45 damage from hitting me once. I'll take that. Gotta lock in, GG. Lock in? I don't want to. You gotta lock in. You know what the NPCs be saying? They just be saying stuff. I don't like it any more than you do. We got a job to do. Probably handle a lot of the prison right now. Fuck the fucking samurai, we got a gate to burn.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you.
Let's see.
What Mocte and they Virtute? Just want to mention if you're alright by Jira, you're alright by me. Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure. I don't think I've ever heard that line before. Thanks, Iceberg. no supplies, though. Sure hope you've partaken of something bracing. This may well take us all night. I do hope, not a sure hope. Right, sorry. Jahira wants to know. Just about. Try something stupid here. Look at that. I gotta get rid of this one first. Last Light's best bargains, right here, Carpet Cape. Stock up all you can. We don't know the next blow might land.
We won't let them win. Not now, not ever.
I don't want to have to switch to a strength elixir here, game. Don't make me do it. Just make this adept walk somewhere where I can shove them.
You're being arrested
It was a
for
prank.
assault. Judging by the look on this guard's face, you're getting off lightly.
Prank.
They believe you're being arrested.
This was also a prank, but you didn't find it funny. You rolled a 20. Okay. Don't love that you did that. A lot of things on my mind, and well, in it.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Alright, we're gonna go archer form. Accuracy's not the best. It's okay. Neat.
Can't slow down.
Stealth archer go burr. kind of stealth archer gameplay? I think it does.
Can't risk being in open view.
Oh. Well, she died. I didn't get XP. And I don't get her loot. Unless I can somehow see her body down there. No? Okay, well that's unfortunate. I really wanted the Spellcrux amulet. Okay. Thanks. Oh, neat. Yeah, that's cool.
Why don't you and Zev talk if you're not at the app? Whatever.
Oh, I forgot to talk to Alfira before doing this again. Oops. Oh. Anything happening with the Harper's Tread chuck into the water? Yeah, what happened was I went to throw her and failed the athletics check, so the game put her back down, but it wasn't on stable ground, so she just went to the chasm, but it wasn't attributed to me, so she just died for no reason. As far as the game's concerned, she just jumped into the chasm for no reason at all. See that zealot come running.
Let's see what you're hiding.
My athletics rolls today, man. Oh, another one. Cool. Rolled a 3 over there. Yep.
With haste.
I accidentally sold my shovel and slapped myself right now. Easy enough to get another one. A question, if I rush to the Githyanki Crash, what all does that close me off from? There you go. Aside from the Goblin Leaders thing, Joaquin's Rest. Yeah, that's it. But there you go, if you ever have questions like that. The page has got you covered. Potent Robe would affect Booming Blade on this, and I do have good charisma.
It's only a matter of time till we're served up with a necromancer on a platter. Get you to Baldur's Gate, sir. Damn straight. The Iron Hand knows. But my plan for now is to hide out on the.
Last light. I talk to Arabella, tell her the bad news, because I will forget.
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead.
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire. Time seems so and I along with it. That remains ahead of us.
Okay, I'm gonna take a couple minutes. I'm gonna grab some food. We're gonna keep going. Another, I don't know, maybe an hour, but yeah, I need to get some food and run to the bathroom real quick, do a couple things. BRB. Kind of back. I'm eating food. What's everyone have for meals today? Whatever the closest one is. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. I'll go vicariously while I'm eating mine. White people taco night was everything. Let's go. Very nice.
Your mind mingles with Will's, and he learns of Mazora's mission to Moonrise.
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow. Mazora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue. Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
Left over a bowl of meat. Sounds good. Order some toasted ravioli, chicken fingers, sweet and tangy sauce, and fries. Ooh, nice spread there. Kermit Gabe, yes, yes, yes.
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it, but I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. Can already feel her scheming. She won't let me go without a fuss. Trust me on this.
Zora's hot though? Yeah, I'll sign. I'll sign to get Will out of the pack. I'll sign.
Not a one. All that matters is that we free it. Fail, and I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War. Yes, unless Mazora actually fulfills her promise and sets me free. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right.
Give me Zario. I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like me a woman in power. I get it. What was I doing? No idea. I burn another short rest pod and tell Malice Thorm to chill or whatever. Don't love that idea. Good anyway. I don't have necrotic resistance right now. Something I'm gonna have to keep in mind. Reason why Malice is so important is the fully undocumented feature, as you look between the lines of some of the dialogues. As long as Malice Thorm's alive, light doesn't persist here in Wraithwind Town and in the immediate surrounding areas. I use the Alchemist table once and it's for quest in Act 3. There's a lot of stuff you could do with it. I do recommend it. I didn't touch it till like my 3rd playthrough or something, but a lot of stuff you could do.
What's hiding here?
We're gonna go Eagle Splendor, advantage on charisma checks. Really go get the persuasion ring from Barkus. Hang on, let me do that first. Wait, a lot of speed pots? Yeah, there you go. That's usually one people remember to do. There's a few interesting coatings and elixirs and throwables that you'll only really have access to if you do crafting. So that's cool.
Don't wander far.
Everyone seems to be you.
Wolverine! Have a gander at the finest. You think I wasn't?
We weren't exactly on holiday, Roland. We're all safe, Roland.
No, thank you.
You
200 XP and some money.
Not now.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
Premium trinkets and doodles.
Fuck Wolverine Bongle.
I said go home! Sure. Well, now, I believe our business is well and truly. Well, yes?
The direction boils my blood. Yeah, he's truly just a shit. Just Wolverine is excrement. It's the only accurate descriptor form that I can think of. We'll talk to Bex and Danis at some point, but it can wait. Alright, now back to Red Mausoleum. Yep, Featherfall potion. Season. I've got a flying bug landing on me. Hello.
Come, step forward. You are.
Yeah, enlighten me.
We do not wish to see you suffer, son. Let us cure you.
Sisters aren't ready, or whatever.
How to steady their hands.
Initiate the final lesson or die by my hand. Just roll good. Did they fix this? Hey, his corpse doesn't freak out anymore. Cool. So I can wake up Art for another inspo whenever I want, add a little bit of XP. I can now use Moonbeam in the map normally. They have the loot. Going into the Gauntlet of Shar to get Nightsinger's favor would free up a lot of things that I want to do. I'll wait on that for now. Cleanse the lands. You don't actually need the loot to do that, for what it's worth. Welcome back, y'all. Why couldn't you use Moonbeam before? So it's a fully undocumented feature, but the reason why I couldn't use Moonbeam is because it would be extinguished immediately. As long as Malice Thorn is... oh, sorry for the noise. As long as Malice Thorn is alive, in a pretty big radius of Wraithwind Town and surrounding areas, any light source that is not specifically a Moon Lantern or the Blood of Lathander will be snuffed out. This includes fires, this includes Moonbeam. So technically I could click Moonbeam, it's just it would disappear immediately after doing damage. I wouldn't get any of the recasts or anything. But now the mouse is dead. It's all good.
Come here, darling. Me too.
This isn't the first. So,
Cookies. Hey, for once, Bex's cookies didn't encumber me. That's new. So I could do Oak Fathers, but doing that without necrotic resistance and without crit immunity is asking for trouble. I'm effectively having to choose between Iron Vine and Oak Fathers for combats right now. Given the choice, we will go with Oak Fathers, because that allows me to do Leviatar's Scourge. It already has a Daylight placed on it, a critical hit immunity, I have this extra radiant damage, and I have the necrotic resistance. That makes the most sense to me. I have a Hell Giant Strength on already. We go Speedy Light Feet here. Concentrating on Eagle Splendor still. So I could go for Thizabald, but I don't want to do that yet. Swapped out my first level armor back at this for a second one. I do have Shovel, I could get a surprise around that way. I keep forgetting I can summon her. Solo on her. Like a Pitch Blade Dirge for the easy orange fight using the Cloak of Skill and Tiefling and Obscuring. So, that's a common series of things people do, and I can tell you that there's lots of ways of playing the game, and none of those things are inherently better. That's part of what has caused this game to hold my attention so long. There's so many ways of doing things. After many hours, I don't even use the Deathstalker's Mantle anymore. It's weaker than other cloaks. It's just easier to get and earlier to get. Risky Ring is something I use very infrequently too, because often it's not relevant to what I'm doing. Lots of ways of playing the game. So I could open with Moonbeam. I kind of like the idea of opening with Thorn Whip here. Surprise round, action refresh. Don't kill things in one turn, I'm dead. Hey, that's life. If you want it to be. Callous Glow would make this better, but... Oh, I don't have Dragon form on right now. I'm on Archer form. That's fine. I'd rather be in Dragon form. I have a heavy bias towards Dragon form.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Let's do this. surface. I didn't place that as well as I could have. It's awkward. Okay, there goes my daylight from the Wraith. Going to Blade Ward. Yeah, Wraiths get rid of your dragon form as well. Okay. Your starry form, because it's considered light. So Wraiths will turn off your wild shape effectively. That's good to know. Wasn't sure if that would work out that way. X-Blade's curse on you. Blade Ward buffer. Should have put a Moon Lantern on the ground, but it's okay. Great Darkness, essentially a mini version of Malice one. Yeah, they're pretty similar. They're pretty similar, yeah. Figured I'd get a heal out of Hexblade's Curse on that one. What you got? They're body blocking each other. Oh, goodbye. It's a hex, but without dragon form. That's not concentrated. That concentration isn't protected. Look, I got there eventually. Right words. Two shield of thralls. No hex anyway. Yes, I know they're necrotic immune. Yeah, rolled a 5. That just won't do. What you got? Oh. Figured I'm gonna rest soon anyway. Dodge. Immediately broke it again. Yeah, I missed dragon form. Should have moonbeamed, though my concentration would have been gone. Work on you. That one's just doing its thing over there. Oh, you got me a life drain. I don't love that. Curse on you too. So if you die, I'll get the healing there. And so Willing Whip happens. You'll take some damage. Or really? Minimum healing. Life drained again. I like how low my health's getting. Another life drain. It's not really sustainable. Okay, no longer extinguish. Dragon form is back. Lovely. Ouch. Down to 10. Really gets the blood pumping, huh? Is your strength? It's life drain, not strength drain. Seemed so calm. I mean, what was the worst case? I die? Meh. That happens sometimes. These runs wouldn't be interesting if there was never any risk. Alright, I'm only healing up enough there so that I'm reasonably sure long resting won't kill me. Healing with Hexblade's Curse? Yeah, I'm hitting the Minor Illusion, and before it disappears, it has Hexblade's Curse applied to it, but then it counts as me killing it, so I heal. Stupid. Stupid feature. Hexblade's Curse is dumb. Minor Illusion's useless, uh-huh.
I need a quick word.
I hope we end up seeing our... When I was taken...
Alright. Now I realized we got Minor Illusion and Shadow Monk, so happy that I did. Yeah, Minor Illusion, Silence, Darkness, Dark Vision, bonus action Hide, Pass Without Trace.
What a power it is.
It's all stuff you have at level
I don't know
3.
how much longer I can resist it.
Yeah, the Dream Guardian that just looks like someone's stylist. Regular ass person. There's me being cucumbered by Bex's cookies. I don't think I want to... Why is this not off cooldown? I just long rested. Hello? Oh, there it is. Go with that for now. Third level Agathis. I'll spend 10 hours. I'd like to get to level 8, but I also don't want to make mistakes. I can fight the mean locks. It's not unreasonable. Having Callous Glow for that would be so much better, though. I'll take an XP hit and just go to... Gauntlet Shard early. If I ever need XP, I can coal mine. I assume. Yeah, I have no reason to believe they would have fixed coal mining, so... Not that there's anything to fix, it's not a bug, just oversight. Whoever you are. Alone. Alright, how is alone spelled today, chat? How many vowels? I'm thinking A-L, A-U, A-E-I-G-H, N-E. Ooh, I like that candy, May. U-H-L-O-W-E-N. Alone. 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 Is that the refrain to Old McDonald? Yes. Now that you mention it, yes.
Empty. Nothing. It must have been disarmed. Here we go.
Alone? Oh, is that the spelling today, Gigi? Yeah, I guess we do have to mix it up, huh? Hello? Hmm?
That disc looks like it can move. But where does it lead?
Does it sound like a quirky millennial child's name? Yes, this is my son Aiden, spelled A-Y-D-N-N-E.
A Sharon structure, going by the design.
Being polite for once. The tragedy. Oh no. Nakaichi Budokai. Oh, there's an invisible knockback field here. I just have the position memorized and go around that way and click on the thing here. You can also just use anything that gives you immunity from being moved and just walk through the field and press the button anyway.
Welcome, child. Follow my voice.
DJ Quag. It hurt my throat. That felt weird. Yes, title checks take. Yes, I know. I get it.
Can't keep me out.
I'm gonna accidentally use the ability check bonus on like the wrong thing. I should totally just use it here.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
This calls for careful footwork.
Because I haven't my sorry for. Now, no radiant damage on just issues. No radiant damage on just issues. I can do Moonbeam. Can't do my breath. Can't do my breath weapon. Can you let one of the Moonrise Paladins smite you with Arcane Charge Boots active for science? Yeah, not today, but next time I do this. Yeah. I don't plan on fighting any of them today.
Waste a step.
You carve the blessing from it. Your patron pleads. Make it ours.
Oh, that's new dialogue. That's Hexblade specific. It's cool. I could go for Deception. No, we're just gonna go for that. Cosmic Omen ability check. Golden Breath sounds like something homeless from my old neighborhood would have. Or someone who believes in debunked medical pseudoscience. I'm referring to people who drink their own piss.
Better be cautious.
No. We'll do that for science, thought we just did it for fun. I mean, not we. Gage? Buddy? Where are you going? You're running like someone told you to piss off. Listen. I've never claimed to be funny. Why don't I even apply bonuses here? I don't have good dexterity. Mentally, I'm like, oh yeah, I have a +3 dex mod, it's fine. No, I have 10 dex. I have 10. 10 dex. Took psychic damage? I'm sorry. I had to. No, first try. Can I ask you a BO3 question? Sure. Maybe I'll equip the acuity gloves. So cute with them. Community of violent habitry from Mara actually proves cryo efficiency. It does. Can confirm. 10 dex, 7 AC is secretly the most defensive build in the game. Yeah. I've seen that one, Mystic Lion. Yeah, I've seen that one. Funny channel. Alright, Funny's actually in your tags. This is false advertising. English theory crafting super hilarious funny guy who's also Young Skibbity. You think there was a rapper named Young Skibbity? Probably. Alright, so I have Necrotic Resistance from Nightsinger's Favor. We went and grabbed Callous Glow Ring as well. What can I go pick a fight with? Oh, Meadlocks. That's what I was going to do. I was prepping to do that anyway. I can concentrate on protection from evil and good, and they can't break it. So that's funny. We're totally gonna do that. Also going in with slashing resistance and 1 DR. Thinking about, do I want Psychic Res so I can Psionic Overload? That's another thing that goes on all retaliation effects. Probably not right now. What do I do elixir slot-wise? Guess I could do Bloodlust. Yeah, sure. Throwing healing potion at yourself activates gloves, right? This also works if you make a healing cloud walk through it. So any conditions that you apply as a result of an attack roll that you make while the gloves are equipped will trigger the acuity stacking. So that rabbit hole is as deep as it sounds. So Black was outlining some of the use cases earlier where you could potentially fully stack acuity from like making a bunch of furniture light up by just doing one throw. So the rabbit hole is quite deep. Young toilet, little shitter. Gosh, your little shitter right here. Well, you can keep it.
Good idea, I think.
Those claws look deadly. Best be on my guard.
You okay? I think they're okay. Look at the combat log now. We got a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, you're fine. Everybody hit me. Thank you. We're back this back online. So my AC is a little too high right now. Because my gear is limited and we don't have a companion in camp to spin on that thing yet. That was quite some movement speed. That was a zoom and a half. Things are creepy. That got me bloodlust. Space curse there. Gotta lose my lightning charges. It's fine. Back next turn. Sarah Voktua. See, I'm also at fault for finding that funny. Okay, we'll suffer together, everybody. Builds coming together. I think that was a pretty good showcase of the mission here. Completely stable in terms of incoming damage. I'm at 58 out of 59 HP. Everything I used there I can get back. Hexblade's Curse is once per short rest, but I can apply it by just swinging my packed weapon. My hex weapon. I keep saying packed. I don't have a pact. I don't have that many warlock levels. Habit. Used a couple of Agathis casts, but that's fine. Region travel, Pearl of Power to get back 3rd level. The incident with Spellcrux Amulet, that's annoying. I guess I won't have that as an option. Boo. Oh well. I used my 1 fire shield from the Infernal Robe, but we'll be able to get a shield from Zarel that has fire shield chill. Which is a more favorable version, because then I don't have a clash in terms of what gets value out of a water bottle. So I could make things wet, have them hit me, double up the damage of both my Agathis and my fire shield. Don't have fire resistance at the moment. I do think it's time for Moonrise Roof. It'd be a little dicey. Because I'm going to attempt to push the Necromancer with, like, no real bonuses. I don't think I want Protection from Evil and Good on for that. Maybe... Do I have another large scroll? I should buy Big Boy's Chew Toy. Use a Strength Elixir. That would be the smartest play, but what's the laziest play? I'll just use my Super Guidance. That's basically what it is. It's Super Guidance. Pay that Virtute real quick. Fly. Up. I think Archer form would be better for this particular task. That's okay. I got turned around. Where's what's her face? Hello.
You will turn around
Okay.
in her name.
Turn around in her name? What is this? College? Hey, where's my thing? Why can I not do my thing? Oh, okay. Guess I'm not doing super guidance. Oh wait, it's back? Okay, hello, welcome back. And it's Vis Medicatrix.
You were witnessed
It was a prank.
assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells. You're free. You were witnessed assaulting.
Alright, fuck you. So my not having fire resistance does create a bit of an issue here. Try to solve this in something resembling an intelligent manner. Now, she has shield. I'm fully expecting her to do it. There it is. Okay. Now, I'm wet, so I resist fireball. I already have necrotic resistance, so that works out fine. Big lady actually Ashton Kutcher. It's punked. What the fuck was that? Huh? Perfectly normal gameplay things? Yeah, apparently. I forgot to shillelagh. 20 AC. They're unlikely to hit. Ow. Did 8? I don't know, man. Don't do that much. Okay. She took 251 damage. Sorry, 254. Good. Oak Fathers with no crit immunity. I'm gonna switch to Peg. This is so... I don't have crit immunity, but they have disadvantage, so their chances of actually critting me are quite low. Just gonna unequip that so I don't have bludgeoning vulnerability anymore. Yeah, what did I get acuity from? Great question. Here, give me more acuity. Thank you. Oak Father preserve you, child. Mm-hmm. Boom. Yeah, acuity from throwing a healing potion at myself. That's cool. One damage I'll have to look at. Mm-hmm. They're hitting themselves for quite a bit. If you pardon my viscera till the Oak Father blesses me. Savage Log was my name. Oh. And the pots 2 heals per instance of damage. They receive like bombs? No. They make a puddle, and they won't make more than one puddle. Good question, though. Neat. That's so pretty. Back to that for now. Oh, we gotta deal with the drip situation. The drip is not yet dripping. There's no drip, it's congealed. I want to do Mason's Guild, but also the Wraiths removing your starry form while you're in their aura is mildly annoying. I guess it's way less of an issue for Archer form than it is for Dragon form. Wets are too dusty. Quite some plants, but I don't really want to get close to those either. Quite some spiders and such. Yeah, that seems appropriate. Let's do that. Back to Guileful. Go fight spiders. When they offer to dust my wets at Olive Garden. I don't think we've been to the same Olive Garden. The last time I went to Olive Garden, there was a very pleasant older lady who was the server, and she did not seem to understand that her offering more cheese was not immediately an accepted request. So no matter what the response was, the outcome was more cheese.
Unremarkable. The coin disappears into...
These webs are everywhere.
I can see the problem. There was more cheese than plate at a point. Again, so? Oh, okay. I love bartending at the Olive Garden. Bar at the Olive Garden? Eat straight parm? No, this is a Baldur's Gate channel. We eat gay parm. Thank you. Yeah. Missed. Gape arm. Yes, gape arm. Think I'm broken? Yep. Cannot be fixed. Earth begins to split. Volcanic magma makes its way to the surface. The Olive Garden employees summon Cthulhu. He sets fire to the continent. Salad and breadsticks completely cover the earth. Oxygen supply is cut off. Sunlight is non-existent. You're already dead. The unlimited salad and breadsticks continue to multiply, increasing the mass of the earth to unsustainable levels. Earth collapses into itself, causing a supernova the likes of which have never happened before. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. We still split the check? Change your Twitch name to TBJ Gape, I think would be pretty funny, I think. Oh, yeah, I'll get right on that.
Have to keep going.
TBJ Gape. Are you gonna do a Quag and run to your own Moonbeam? Hey, I'm a Stars Druid, it won't break my concentration.
to rest soon.
Let's get silly with it. I have one. Moonbeam's not you, don't recommend self-damage with Ironbind, can be nasty. Yeah, that's true. I'll hit myself with my retaliation effect too. Yeah. Good shout. I'll have to be careful. Forgot to Shillelagh.
Well, so much for peace.
And me. Oh, not you. Yeah, you. No, not with that, though. I don't have Hexblade's Curse on you yet. That was a good hit. Could have done Psionic Overload for more. But, took a lot. Not considered illuminated enough for Callous Glow to be active, which is a shame. That would have been a lot more. Could have dropped a Moon Lantern. But for next time. Shoot me in the face. Fix the thing with Tally's first stack of bombs, just all the last life being duds. I've never run into that. Something I've heard of, just never personally experienced. Get plotted, gotta have it. Hey, Metageek. Still poisoned. It's like I'm getting Hexblade's Curse on that way. And alright, hit me. Oh, that was juicy. Look at that. If I had had lightning charges, she'd be dead. Got. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Okay, good fight. Technique is not your problem. I gotta rewatch that movie now. It's so fucking good, man. That was intensely satisfying. Also need one of Neo's keyboards he's using at the start of the movie for Signs and the collection. I see the vision. Carry you that way. Let's turn Shillelagh left. Off the poison surface. I don't know. So I gotta remember to put my club back in my hand, because I got no Iron Vine retaliation there. I didn't technically have my thing. Let you hit me again. Yeah, it's easier. I was like, what if instead of dealing with my bad hit rates, you just hit me more? That's fun. Hey, Ivy, how are you?
I wonder what's down there.
Remember we were talking about Tropic Thunder the other day? Actually, still unlocked me. Getting reminded. Yeah. Yeah. Like, very much from a different time. Yeah. Some of the humor is translated super well, some of it hasn't. Definitely a movie that, would be received positively by different groups of people if it were to come out, like, right now. And definitely received for the wrong reasons. What else can I fight? Red Caps? How scared of them am I? So, like, I have bad dex right now. Ironbound Pursuit is a dex save for a shitload of bludgeoning damage. I should wait to fight those until I have Gloves of Dex, I suppose. Ethel? Minus the red caps? Eh. Not really feeling that right now.
I'll feel that one later.
Also, my duo Sorked and Auto Run, kind of intense. Hey, congrats on almost finishing. Rip all the comedians who thought comedy was saying slurs. Yeah, nobody can take jokes anymore. Fucking. I could rant about that one for a while. Holy shit. Instant rage.
You look like you want to say the magic words.
So let's think through what kind of stuff am I going to do in the Gauntlet of Shar. Rants? Oh no. Then do it? Alright, so the comedians... Sorry for bringing this up. The comedians that talk about nobody can take jokes anymore. Let's go through some of the list. Jerry Seinfeld fucks teenagers. don't have to expand more on that one. Louis C.K. There was the whole thing where he was just showing his dick to everybody. Another one of those. Let's see. Dave Chappelle replaced being good at comedy with hating trans people and sucking off Elon Musk. See, Andrew Schultz threatened to, like, S.A. Kendrick Lamar and then got weird when people were, like, angry at him for it. Like, these are the people who run around saying, oh, comedy's dead, nobody takes jokes anymore. I don't know, dude, maybe you're just a fucking scumbag and people are tired of you? Like, maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Maybe cancel culture doesn't actually exist, and if it did, humanity wouldn't be in the situation it's in. And maybe you're just a piece of shit and nobody wants to hear you anymore. Like, just throwing out ideas. Just throwing out ideas, man. I don't know. I just hope Josh Johnson never ends up on the list. Me too. Josh Johnson is funny. Seems well adjusted. Keep my fingers crossed on that one.
Maybe I need more pockets. I want to have a word.
Wild idea. If you can't be funny without discriminating against groups of people, maybe you're just not that funny. It's crazy concept. Girlfriend got to see him like a week ago. Oh, how was that? Did she have fun? Wife listening in the background while playing Psychonauts approved of the rant. That's good. That's good. Or people are like, but Chappelle's funny. I'm like, yeah, but you could just see Josh Johnson instead. Well, here's the thing. Chappelle used to be funny. Like, genuinely. Early 2000s Chappelle material, like, that's some cutting-edge, boundary-pushing shit. And you know what the difference is? His comedy was good when he punched up. Because that's something that people can relate to. That is not putting your boot on the neck of a marginalized group of people who did absolutely fucking nothing except want to exist. Comedy is funny when you punch up. Or in your weight class. It's just abuse when you punch down. And then it's not comedy.
Time to press ahead.
Need to look into Josh Johnson. Haven't seen his material. He's been around for a while. But he's very funny. He's one of those people who is good at scathing analysis. Just very calmly like, hey, this is stupid. Here's why this is stupid. Oh, we can kill some druids. She had a great time. He's like one of her favorite comedians, so it was super cool. She also got the ticket for free, which is awesome. Hey, that's great. I'm gonna keep Ring of Free Action on in case they go for like a hold person or something. I should punch the air, that's the only thing up. Now you're getting it, GG. They hit me. Oh, good job. Hey, it hit me. You consider making fun of different cultures' mannerisms part of discrimination does entirely depend on what's being talked about. That's a complex area to navigate, and I can't claim to be the arbiter of that discussion. Like, no group of people is a monolith, and that's why that kind of humor should be always approached from a respectful direction, handled with tact, and you should be open to people telling you that you went too far. Just want your own personal opinion. Yeah, I don't really have too much of one there outside of that. That's just kind of where I'm at, stance-wise. Then past the year is the vacuum in the rest of the universe. Whereas an open-faced sandwich end and the rest of existence begin. That's profound. Alright, am I worried about Moonbeam? Probably should be. Not worried enough about Moonbeam.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Should be fine. Lost initiative, that's awkward. Oh yeah, you're dual wielder. Right. Yeah. Get fucked. Goodbye. You think she's okay? I think she's okay.
Very well.
Just sleep it off. How much damage was that? A lot. Let's just put it this way. You can make Act 3 bosses one-shot themselves. This is still very much the period of the build coming online.
So it's true. As am I, of course.
I pretty much have most of the gear that I'll have for the setup. Most of it. Not all of it yet, but most of it. Well, most of the pre-Act 3 stuff, I should say. An amount that's inconvenient to count, yeah. Every time I see the rainbow combat log, I always make the damn and disapproves joke. A lot of material. Hey, when it hits, it hits. Now, here's other things that were not present in this that could have been. Psionic Overload would go on each individual retaliation effect. So I would have one instance of Psychic for Ironvine, one for Caustic Reprisal, one for Armor of Agathis. I didn't have Fire Shield active, that'd be another retaliation effect, so it would get Hex, Overload, Lightning Charges, Callous Glow, all again, and it would get Hexblade's Curse applied to it. I didn't apply any vulnerability, which I could have thrown a water bottle, double up the lightning and the cold damage. Once I eventually have Contagion, that'll double up all the damage. Later on, I'll have Boots of Psionic Movement, which will be more psychic damage on each individual retaliation. I don't currently have a retaliation in my chest slot, which that will change with either Dark Justiciar Halfplate or Bonespike Garb. My Wisdom could be higher, which could increase the piercing damage of Ironvine. Level 9, Hexblade's Curse will go from +3 to +4. And once I eventually get to the point where I'm okay with people critting me, I could put Dollar Amaris on. Or whenever someone is attacking me for range, I could use Titan String Bow, and Titan Weapon will apply to Ironvine sent back at them. Any mods that all that stuff up for you in a convenient manner? Not that I know of. You have direct access to create water? Yeah, I'm a druid. I could prepare that if I want to. But I also carry around water bottles. Titan weapon can do that. I wanted to forget that.
Can't risk being in open view.
Back here.
Should mind my step.
Violence isn't tolerated.
So, Psionic Overload Iron Mine could kill me. Let's see what happens. Okay, now that hurt. Hit me. He can drive everything. He's got Hex, he's got Hexblade's Curse. Got all the stuff. Illuminated. Oh, let me get lightning charges. Drop the AC. Hit me. There we go. Neat. Said Contagion will double your damage. How does that work exactly? Do you target yourself and the enemies that work with Blade Ward and such? So Contagion can do a few different things. One of the... Basically, it depends on which disease you select. One of them is Flesh Rot. And if I apply Contagion to someone and I attempt to stick Flesh Rot, after they fail 3 saving throws, they have Flesh Rot, which is vulnerability to all damage. So, for example... I'm gonna throw water at myself again. So, wet creatures have resistance to fire, and they have vulnerability to lightning and cold, which is, they take double damage from those types. Resistance is half, vulnerability is double. So, Contagion is vulnerability to everything, every single damage type. It's not a hyperbolic everything, it's literally all of them. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, fire, water, not water, fire, cold, lightning, you know, force, radiant, thunder, psychic acid, you know, everything. Literally all of them. So, me having all of these different ones, they're all gonna get doubled up. It's Contagion Override Resistance. Resistance and vulnerability will cancel out to neutrality in almost all cases. There are a couple of exceptions, notably, Aura of Murder is overridden by Blade Ward. So instead of those canceling out to neutrality for piercing damage, you will still have resistance. But that's like one of the very few exceptions I can think of. Another one is, as of patch 6, Steel Watchers are hard-coded on Tactician and above, where they cannot gain lightning vulnerability through any means. Yeah, I can't think of exceptions other than that. This check note involve casting Contagion Flesh Rot on an enemy, then failing 3 saves, which I assume you can more or less force, right? Correct, Arkwell. Correct. Arcane Acuity is a great way of forcing that. A thing to note about Contagion is that it is not considered a hostile act as long as you hit. So, Contagion is initially placed with a melee attack roll, a melee spell attack roll. So as long as I hit that, they start making their saves. It's not considered hostile. If you miss, they're like, hey, and then it's a fight. So you can, like, pre-set up Contagion on a bunch of different NPCs, including some bosses. And then you're just kind of good from the start. You also don't need to keep the spell prepared. So you could, for example, swap in Contagion, put it on someone, then once it sticks, just unprepare it, and it's still there. It's available to bards, druids, and clerics. Very nice. Thanks for info, you're very welcome. Do I want fire res for this? They have heat metal. I'm not super thrilled about that. Do I have fire res elixirs? We'll do that. I don't need guileful movement right now, especially because I'm wearing Ring of Reaction. Duh.
If everyone else minds their business, we'll be fine.
Hey. What are constructs immune to flesh rot? They are. There are some things that are immune to the contagion spell. Now, there are some things that are immune to the spell that you can still apply flesh rot to by hitting them with slay in the slayer form. You can slay and still apply it. You can do that to Answer, you can do that to Cazador, you can do that to Raphael. It's a different thing. Yeah. That's a lot of you. Alright, well, I'm supposed to hit you.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm just a little guy. I'm just build testing. I think the video where the dude killed everyone by throwing underwear with ability drain had that same only hostile and miss mechanic. Yeah, there's a few things like that. Throwing objects for ability drain like that. Using Unshackling Strike from the Orphic Hammer is another one. Get me. Thank you. And Slajin, nice. Bro. Neat. Turns out Booming Blade is just Elemental Infusion Stick. You just have any of them. So if you have lightning charges and you hit Booming Blade, yeah, you know, Fire Dip, you get it, etc., etc. Not proud I typed that to the past. I am proud of you for that one, Ultimate Ninja Batman. You cooked. Stand proud. I am noticing that this this super guidance is a free action. And that's kind of cool. It's a cantrip you can cast as a free action. So I guess in a pinch, if you were doing like Vital Conduit Boots or Vivacious Cloak, you could just cast this. It's once per long rest. Per, yeah, you have one of those. But that is kind of interesting. Dark One's Own Luck you can cast. Does Karlach have to wait for Will to come hunt me down in camp to recruit him? Yes. Yes, you do. It'll be a long rest event for you. Your first long rest of the game should be Will showing up. Well, I guess provided you've gotten far enough.
Very well.
Good hit. Good hit. What else you got? Talking with the Grove? Yeah, then your next long rest he should show up. Longa is still alive. Let's take health. I'm not going for too much longer. I'm starting to get a little bit eepy. It's good to see you. How was your day? Long, but hopefully not terrible. that was my tape. Long, but hopefully not terrible. It's terrible. Love when enemies miss your character does a silly little giggle. Pretty great, isn't it? More idea? Hit me.
Might be useful.
D&D after work? Nice. Hang on, I need healing. Is the giggle jaunty? We force Booming Blade to work with Heart of the Storm with this principle. So Booming Blade lightning charges to trigger Heart of the Storm? It's an interesting concept. Or Booming Blade Breakthrough Lightning. Or in theory, Booming Blade with a lightning jabber should just do that, right? Healing with minor illusions, like looking at cat pics on the internet to feel better. I like that interpretation. Alright, bird, settle down.
I'll strike you down.
Or Spell Sparkler. Spell Sparkler, you would maybe need to already have the lightning charges before you did the Booming Blade, depending on order of operations. But yeah, just getting lightning charges should work. Stars Road continuing to be amazing. Oh yeah, it's so good. The retaliation stuff's finally properly online. Obviously we don't yet have a stockpile of like fire shield uses, and our spell slots are still a little bit limited, but able to actually show off the build, which has been cool.
I don't need any attention right now. One day I'll catch a break. No one back home will ever believe this. Just out of view.
Yeah, so like with a lot of other things where it's a saving throw based effect for, half damage. The division happens, and then you add your riders. So Hexblade's Curse is just awesome for when things succeed the save on your breath weapon, because you'll be adding the 3, and once at level 9, 4 damage. If Callous Glow was active there, that would be 5, and at level 9, 6. So, I guess that's something I need to keep in mind. The radius of the light from Starry Form is quite small. Small enough that I won't get Night Singer's reply, but not big enough to consistently ensure Callous Glow. Level 10 last night, my solo Stars Druid run. I think it's my favorite run I've done so far, mostly doing archery stuff. Yeah, I've been switching back and forth between Archer form and Dragon form. Mostly Dragon. So the cone is very good, and the protected concentration. But I did do Archer form for a few things. Just being able to do main action hide, bonus action Luminous Arrow is super, super cool. Been telling people all day, all week, really. I think 2 Stars Druid is becoming, like, it's gonna be a staple on builds as a whole. Because everything that you really want out of the subclass specifically is there at level 2. Now, the Druid, the base class features, obviously those are going to be gated on behind higher levels, but the subclass features being all the super duper relevant ones being level 2 is massive. A mage armor, shield, and ward on my wild shape druid. I'm stupid or genius. I mean, neither. You're just kind of playing the game. Those are things that can happen. Mono green tea.
I don't need any attention right now.
You're depressing. I should try to get bet. I should too. Probably. I'll give it another minute. Let's kill this guy first. Hey. Nuh-uh. Alright, guy. Is your pin on Glamour Bard in full party setting? Low. It's like everything on the table except for its level 6 feature you could just do more effectively elsewhere, and like if you include that level 6 feature, it's once per long rest and it takes your concentration and you still need spell save DC. And like the impact is okay, kinda just the same as if you had a level 1 Fiend Lock or Cleric or level 2 Paladin, just with good spell save DC. Doesn't seem... Saves a Resilient Wisdom feat too, but the thing is, Resilient Wisdom is something I would never ever take, because the majority of Wisdom saving throws in this game, you have better counterplay than relying on your Wisdom. For all Fear, Charm effects, Protection from Evil, and Good. First level spell available in most of the caster's spell lists, and in scroll form, there's even guaranteed scrolls of that spell throughout the game. Hold Person, you get paralysis immunity. You're good. Hold Person, paralysis immunity. Ring of Free Action, right here. You have Ring of Free Action, or you have an Elixir of Guileful Movement, or you have the Freedom of Movement spell, which is available at level 7 for Bards, Druids, and Clerics. Or you could have the option of don't be a person anymore. That means wild shaping or turning into the Slayer. You won't be a valid target. Question, I feel like you mentioned this before. If you take one wizard describes scrolls, those spells will use your int? Yes. Sorry, it's a silly question. It's not a silly question at all, GG. Yes, those spells would use your end. Yes. The BD3 extension not work? Sorry, I missed that question earlier. Multipass games. I'm very zoned out. Yeah, as a patch 8, it doesn't work. Hopefully they fix it soon. Yeah, I think this could stop the point. I'm starting to feel my energy level fading. I wanted to hit level 8, but we're still a ways off of that. That'll be it for that today. Tomorrow... Co-op? Mostly likely? Probably? As long as nothing comes up. Co-op. Saturday more co-op. What do you mean? Are we on? Are we on? It is? Okay. I'm making sure. Yeah. Tomorrow, co-op with Danny. Saturday, unless something comes up, co-op with Dade. Sunday, my day off. Monday, back to this run. So the schedule currently, as it stands, is Mondays and Thursdays. I definitely solo. Tuesday, Friday, I definitely co-op. Wednesday, Saturday, I most likely co-op. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably actually edit my channel schedule on my Twitch page. I'll have to figure that out. But we're gonna find someone to raid. Let's see, a lot of people on. Elena's on, Dade is on, Monkey Radio's on. So Black is on. Mark is still on. Mark's been on for 3 hours. I don't want to keep him on too late. Kara's been on for quite a while too. Now let's raid Mark anyway. Mark has had issues tonight again. I kind of want to hear the story. That's part of my motivation. Let's give Mark lots of love. The game has been very rude to him in the last 24 hours, monumentally so. He's doing Restless Region Locked True Solo, which is he's not allowed to return to previous acts once he's progressed. So, like, can't go back to Wilderness Underdark once he's been to the Mountain Pass, can't go back to Mountain Pass once he's been to the Shadowcurse Lands, can't go back to Shadowcurse Lands once he's been to Rivington, obviously, because no one can, but can't go back to Rivington from the lower cities. So that means Act 3 routing looks very different from what you're used to. It includes a very early fight against Gortash, a very hard fight. And he's also doing True Solo, which is absolutely no companions, no gather your allies, so like no Volo even, no Arabella, all that stuff, no summons, no temporary followers, True Solo, just by himself. It's a cool rule set. So give him lots of love. I'll see you guys over there, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support. Bye-bye.
But I'm not going to buy that immediately. We'll worry about that later. Bloodlust Elixir could be good.